519 days ago, Perth man Paul Weeks boarded Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 to fly to Beijing. He and the other 238 passengers and crew have not been heard from since. Just what happened to the jetliner is now the biggest aviation mystery of all time. Was there a catastrophic mechanical failure? Was it an act of terrorism, or did a suicidal pilot deliberately crash it into the ocean? Despite an exhaustive search, it wasn't until 2 weeks ago that part of a plane's wing was discovered on a beach on Reunion Island in the Western Indian Ocean. That part has now been identified as being from MH370, and the wreckage tragically means there is no hope that any of the passengers and crew are alive. For Danica Weeks and her young sons, Lincoln and Jack, it's the final awful realisation that Paul is not coming home. What were you doing when you first heard that wreckage had been found?
I was watching television and my phone rang. It was 1:19 in the morning, so I thought this must be something serious. No one rings at 1:19 in the morning. And I saw the number. It was Malaysian Family Support Centre. And the words they said to me were simply, "Mrs. Weeks, we're ringing to inform you that the Malaysian government have confirmed that the piece is from MH370. I was devastated. It was the words that, it was a double-edged sword. I wanted to hear them, but I didn't want to hear them. And to just hear those words, I just broke down in tears. I just, devastated. It was day one again. It was that phone call that I got that the plane was missing.
Yeah, I must say, I misread you entirely because I thought at least she's going to have some release here and some certainty, if not comfort. But you still have none of that.
No, and that's what everyone thinks it has brought to me.
We think it's the beginning of the end,
yes,
but it's not.
It's not. It doesn't answer, it doesn't stop the constant, him sitting in the plane and where did it land, what was his final moments, It never stops any of that because it's just a piece of the plane. Someone handed you the rear vision mirror of your loved one's car and said, "This is it, they've gone, please move on." Could you? I don't think anyone could. We know they're on this planet somewhere. The question is we've got to find them, and just one piece is not enough. And people will, people can look and go, "Oh, she's crazy," and that's fine. But come walk a day in my shoes and go through your brain every night and dream of him walking out that door and kissing him goodbye and saying, "I love you."
You remember that moment so well, don't you?
Oh, it's vivid. It's like it was yesterday. And that's why I've never moved on from there, because I've never got the full story. And look, I would be lying if I said the pain is so much that, sometimes I just wish I won't wake up in the morning to stop it.
That's not an alternative, is it?
No. And I'm still here. And I know that I wouldn't do that because I wouldn't do that to Paul and I wouldn't do that to my children, myself. But sometimes I wish it would just happen naturally and the pain would stop. But it can't. I have to face it every day, and those two little boys are my world.
Remember one thing we talked about last time? We discussed how no matter how early you die or what circumstances you lose your life, if you leave behind children, there is an element of immortality there. Do you see him living on there in them?
I do. Jack is, he just looks so much like his father. And Lincoln has his father's brain. He's a very smart boy. Paul's a very smart man. And I look at them and they remind me of him every day, and that is what keeps me going. They're an amazing, legacy of Paul, and I can only hope that I can raise them. Paul and I have always talked about how he wanted to raise our boys, and I hope I can just fulfil his dreams in that.
I think the hardest thing we talked about last time was you hadn't told the boys. When did you tell them and how did you tell them?
Well, I haven't really told them. Lincoln is nearly 5, so he asks a lot of questions. He knows Dad was on a plane. He has asked me before, and once I felt very bad, I snapped at him. I said, I just don't know, Lincoln. And I felt horrible to stare in that little boy's eyes and tell him I don't know.
As a parent, I can tell you, understandable reaction to a kid questioning you about something that you don't really want to discuss.
Yeah.
Or that you can't.
I can't. And I'm not going to lie to him. I don't want to lie to my children and they turn around and tell them some story that turns around to not be true. So I just tell them the truth, that I don't know. And when I know, and that's why I'll keep pressing to know, so they don't live under the umbrella of the MH370 mystery.
You don't have an answer yet.
No. But they know, they do say, Lincoln has told Jack, we point where Daddy is, and Lincoln tells Jack that, Dad's gone, Dad's in heaven. And it breaks my heart. And the 2-year-old, Jack's learnt, he said the other day to me, Dad's dead. And I was just blown away. And it just pains me. It's not only the pain of thinking what happened to him and how did this happen, but what he's missing out on with those children, and also what they're missing out on. We're still doing day by day. This started minute by minute. It turned into hour by hour. I've never got past day by day. There is no... my life stopped that day.
And the rest of the world went on.
Exactly.
The rest of us have gone on. I returned to you to find you better, but not a lot better than when I last saw you more than a year ago.
No.
And I'd hoped that you wouldn't be experiencing this ongoing level of grief. I'd gone for cliches like time heals. Clearly, it needs a lot of time.
Absolutely. Time hasn't healed this. It's made it harder.
And it's in your mind from the moment you wake up to the moment you close your eyes.
Absolutely.
Don't tell me you dream about it.
Yes. Yes. I don't, especially after this last news, I don't sleep, I don't eat, I'm physically feel sick all the time.
When you dream, what do you dream of?
It's horrible. I dream of horrible things. Of his last moments. I know he was probably thinking about me and the boys, or did he know, or was he conscious? Did it spiral down? Did it land, and float? Did it...
It's the same questions you had more than a year ago.
Exactly.
Still totally unanswered.
Just totally unanswered, and it runs constantly, and I dream about it. I wake up in nightmares. I wake up perspiring, and it's just haunting because I don't know the full story. He's my husband. He's my best friend. It's very painful to think of that person in any one of those situations. And so I just need to know what happened.
If there was ever a more eloquent argument for spending millions, hundreds of millions looking for that black box at the bottom of the ocean, I've just heard it. Now, you have been following the process of the search, haven't you?
Yes, very closely. So much so I've gone on to one of the ships to see for myself.
You've been on the boat?
Yes. Firsthand, I requested through the Australian search team, and I went on there. It was very sophisticated. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it was well above my expectations. It's fully equipped to do what it should, and the people on board are very culpable of being able to carry out the task. It's
an expensive exercise. Some people are wondering if it's money well spent by now.
I know that, I hear that, but this is a commercial airline. This is 8 million people a day get husbands, wives, children, get on planes, and we still don't know what's happened. And the authorities, I've asked and asked and asked what their thoughts are, and they've said, we don't know, and we can't guarantee this won't happen again. This can't happen again.
Well, everybody, I think, wishes so much good for you.
people have been people have been amazing, and that's what's part of kept me going. Just being there for me and propping me up and just pushing me on to just keep going. And they say I'm strong. I don't think I'm strong. And probably Paul would say I'm stubborn. That's probably where it comes from. I don't think it's strength. It's probably stubbornness that I'm not willing to give up on him. You know, I always said 50% of my soul was on that plane. He was my husband, my best friend. He was my world. And the rest of me has been diminishing day by day with the pain. I think my soul's gone. I feel numb. And will I ever get that back? I don't know. I don't know.
It's now been nearly 2.5 years since Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 disappeared off the face of the Earth. And having spent $180 million unsuccessfully trying to find it in the southern Indian Ocean, it's now likely the search will soon be called off. Understandably, the thought of that is incredibly distressing for the families of the 239 passengers and crew who are presumed dead. But air crash investigators must also now question their own assumptions about the disaster, and more particularly must start looking at other compelling scenarios for the plane's disappearance. And incredibly, while most people are baffled by MH370, one expert says he knows exactly what happened.
You know, I hear tell this is the greatest mystery in the history of aviation. No, it's not.
You think you know the answer?
I'm confident that I know the answer, yeah.
Larry Vance is one of the world's top air crash investigators. He says there's no mystery at all to the loss of MH370. That for nearly a year, the evidence has been there all along to prove what really happened. And Malaysia knows it.
Thank you, members of the media.
Oh, absolutely. Somebody was flying the airplane at the end of its flight. Somebody was flying the airplane into the water.
Tonight, extraordinary new evidence that raises doubts about the whole premise on which the Australian-led search for the passenger jet has been based.
We will find it.
For the first time, we have it here.
Yeah.
The leaked report detailing how shortly before the doomed flight, the Malaysian captain rehearsed a route deep into the Southern Ocean. And we reveal new physical evidence from wreckage the Malaysians have so far failed to retrieve.
You're avoiding the issue. Are you saying it wasn't a controlled ditching of the aircraft?
We'll continue to analyze the data.
Is Malaysia admitting all it knows?
If you look back over the last 2.5 years and the actions of the Malaysians, it just tells me that they're hiding something. Something is not right here. I've been patient. I've given them the benefit of the doubt. For me, the gloves are off now.
At 42 minutes past midnight on the 8th of March 2014, flight MH370 flew out of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for Beijing, China. All seemed routine. The captain, 53-year-old Zahari Ahmed Shah, a 33-year veteran with Malaysian Airlines, 18,000 hours flying experience. Malaysian investigators have declared that the behaviour of both the captain and his 27-year-old first officer before the flight did not raise any suspicions. It's in the darkness over the South China Sea 40 minutes after takeoff where the mystery of MH370 begins. Most on board are probably fast asleep. And if you're going to steal a passenger jet and kill everyone on board, now is the perfect time to do it. Just past 1:21 in the morning, MH370's transponder signal disappears from radar screens. Within a couple of minutes, the jet then does a tight U-turn back towards Malaysia.
You've based your whole analysis on the assumption that this was an uncontrolled flight that basically found its way to the Southern Ocean for reasons that defy explanation.
Correct.
Is it possible you're wrong?
In terms of the modelling, it's highly unlikely. We're dealing with probabilities here.
Peter Foley is the Australian Transportation Safety Board manager leading the search for MH370.
In the modelling that
He admits our search is premised on the assumption that the jet was not under human control when it crashed, that it was a ghost flight.
Is there any explanation that you can offer that would explain how a modern jet like a 777 could suffer a catastrophic failure, execute a turn back to Malaysia, execute another turn up the northern extent of Malaysia, execute another turn around Penang and another turn around the northern tip of Sumatra? In order to execute a turn like that, somebody has to enter coordinates into the flight management computer, don't they?
That's correct. There is a possibility that there was someone in control at the end, and we're actively looking for evidence to support that.
This confidential analysis of Captain Zahari's home flight simulator reveals evidence the captain tried to hide by wiping his hard drive. A month before the doomed flight, Zahari plotted an almost identical route deep into the southern Indian Ocean. A simulation that clearly contemplated the jet running out of fuel over the open sea. A route that eerily mirrors the one believed to have been flown by MH370.
You don't deny the existence of that report, do you?
Absolutely exists.
We have it here.
Yeah.
We found a flight path that leads to the southern Indian Ocean.
Correct.
The Malaysians knew early in the search that this disturbing evidence existed, but they've chosen to deny all and to exonerate their captain in their interim factual reports. But their flight simulator report that they deny even exists is a vital piece of evidence that casts doubt on the search premise that MH370 was unpiloted.
I'll tell you, as a taxpayer who's seen an enormous amount of money spent on an investigation, not least the victims, I would want to know about this report showing that the captain tracked a flight path into the southern Indian Ocean. Don't you think the public has a right to know this?
I think, as we would strongly argue, it should form a part of a final report.
What about the interim factual analysis? Why wasn't it put into the interim factual analysis?
That's a question for the Malaysians. Ross?
In a ditching, there would only be a small number of pieces, maybe the two engines.
Australia's theory, based on satellite data, is that MH370 was unpiloted at the end. But one of the world's most experienced air crash investigators disagrees. He says that MH370 was brought down by a rogue pilot.
There is no other alternate theory that you can follow of all the potentials that might have happened. There's no other theory that fits. But if you had the engines out, how do you get the flaps down?
Larry Vance knows well what happens to an aircraft when it hits water at high speed. He led the Canadian investigation into the Swissair 111 jet crash into the Atlantic Ocean off Nova Scotia in 1998.
An airplane that goes out of control at 30,000 feet will hit the water with tremendous impact.
And this is what you saw in the Swissair.
Oh, we saw it in Swissair. We see it in other accidents. It's exploded. In Swissair, we had 2 million pieces. This airplane would have had 2 million pieces.
But an extremely high-speed descent that you'd think should have left a massive debris field like this one is what the ATSB claims its satellite data shows.
The fact is we got a bit of hard data that says the aircraft was in a rapid rate of descent. We've got a rate of descent that's between 12 and 20,000 feet a minute.
Which begs the question, where then is all that debris that Larry Vance says should have resulted from that kind of high-speed impact?
In Swissair, we had thousands of pieces of floating debris. They came up, they stayed on the surface.
Days afterwards?
Days, oh yes, absolutely, days, weeks.
A year ago, this flaperon from MH370 was found on the shores of a French island off the coast of Madagascar. It's a small but vital section of the 777's wing. It aids and enables takeoff and landing. When the jet is flying, the flaperon sits retracted into the wing. But on landing, the flaperon extends out with the flaps. What position was the flaperon in, you believe, when this aircraft went into the ocean?
I think that this flaperon shows definite evidence that it was extended. You cannot get the flaperon to extend any other way than if somebody extends it. Somebody would have to select it.
So the only plausible scenario, you believe, is that at the end of that 7-hour lonely flight into the depths of the Indian Ocean, someone activated the flaperon.
Absolutely.
And the most likely reason for that, says Larry, is a controlled ditching, which explains why there was no floating debris from the massive aircraft. A slow landing, leaving the fuselage mostly intact.
I mean, if a flaperon can make its way to Madagascar, then a life jacket or a seat cushion can make its way to somewhere. We don't see any of that. There's nothing from inside the airplane.
Every expert on ocean currents says floating debris, especially life jackets and seat cushions, should have washed ashore by now. But they haven't.
I think that the reason that we don't see debris from inside the airplane washing up in different places around the ocean is because that debris remained in the fuselage, and the fuselage went to the bottom.
The family of MH370's captain, Zahari Ahmed Shah, has consistently rejected the idea that he could ever have been responsible for deliberately crashing the jet into the ocean. But our investigation reveals that the only possible scenario on the evidence is that a skilled pilot did deliberately land the 777 on the water.
And the strongest clue is a piece of evidence Malaysia hasn't even examined. A small piece of wing called the flaperon. Veteran crash investigator Larry Vance believes the damage to its trailing edge could only have been caused by the force of water as it was crash-landed by a pilot.
The momentum of that, dragging that little flaperon through the water, would be absolutely enormous. The force of the water is really the only thing that could make that jagged edge that we see. It wasn't broken off. If it was broken off, it would be a clean break. You couldn't even break that thing. I know from experience that it's wide. If you wanted to break that off, you couldn't do it and make it look like that. That had to be eroded away.
If you have a hard time understanding how water could cut through a solid wing, take a look at this. Centimetres of solid metal cut like butter with nothing more than compressed water.
Today, that 2-metre component was boxed up and flown to France to be studied further.
Would you, if you were in charge of the investigation, have wanted that flaperon in Australia?
Absolutely. No doubt about it.
The ATSB's Peter Foley leads Australia's search for MH370, a search dependent on Malaysia's cooperation and honesty.
To read out the joint statement, please.
Why on earth have the French got this flaperon? And why isn't it with you guys, who are, after all, helping the Malaysians with the investigation?
It's a hard one, and perhaps one you should put to the French judicial authorities.
The investigation team have briefed us.
Incredibly, a year on from when the flaperon was discovered, Malaysia's Transport Minister admits his investigators still haven't been able to take possession of it.
Request. So we are unable to get the details from the French government.
That's extraordinary, Minister. 1 year on from when that flaperon was recovered, you're telling us that you haven't received any information from the French.
No, this is under the ICUR investigation team.
Can I just check this, sir? You're avoiding the issue. Are you saying it wasn't a controlled ditching of the aircraft?
At the moment, we don't have any evidence to confirm that is controlled ditching.
Please.
Can you tell us, sir, simply, have you been briefed on whether the flaperon indicates a controlled ditching? Yes or no?
That's not. We did not. We
I'm
were
sorry.
not briefed on that details.
Ministers, if you will allow me, please, ladies and gentlemen.
The Malaysians shut down our questions.
And we are trying to get an
I
answer.
understand your concerns, sir. I think Minister has...
I think it's been a frustration for the investigation.
It's now becoming clear that the damage to the flaperon does indicate a controlled ditching, which means there was very likely a pilot guiding the aircraft to the very end. This would cut across all the assumptions made in the search, as the ATSB's Peter Foley now admits for the first time.
We have also seen some analysis from the French that suggests that it's a possibility that it was in a deployed state.
Doesn't the visual evidence on the flaperon suggest that the flaperon was extended?
Yes.
And in a further stunning admission, Peter Foley concedes that if the plane was piloted, we may be looking in the wrong place.
If there was a rogue pilot, it's possible, isn't it, that the plane was taken outside of the parameters of the existing search area?
Yeah, if you glided the plane or indeed controlled ditched the plane, it has an extended range potentially.
When the flaperon was found, then everybody should then have concluded, in my opinion, that this was a human engineered event.
There's no other explanation.
There's no other explanation.
And now, even more evidence to support the rogue pilot theory. A wing flap found on the coast of Tanzania and brought to Australia by the ATSB after Malaysia failed to recover it.
I notice on the photographs of that flap, there is the similar erosion on the trailing edge of the flap to what we also saw on the flaperon.
Correct. And we are looking to see whether or not we can work out whether that flap was extended at the end of flight. So in a sense, your premise is right. I mean, we want to understand whether if we find that flap was extended at the end of flight, it suggests a different end of flight scenario.
If the flap was extended at the end of flight, it means, doesn't it, that there was somebody in charge of the aircraft?
Absolutely.
The data recovered from Captain Zahari's private flight simulator shows he simulated a route to the furthest reaches of the Southern Ocean. The physical evidence from the recovered wing parts suggests whoever was piloting the jet tried to keep it intact in a controlled ditching on water.
Okay, Bruce, take us down.
Okay, now...
So we're right out over the ocean
We're
now.
right over the ocean.
You can see the waves. You're at 2,000 feet.
Let's turn a little bit away. There's an island over there.
Bruce Margolis is a senior 777 pilot and instructor.
All right, I'm slowing down and we're going to start extending the flaps.
We're at 1,500 feet.
That's right. Our rate of descent's 2,000 feet a minute.
I cannot believe what we're about to do. In this 777 simulator, we asked him to try to land the jet on water and to keep it as intact as possible. 1,000 feet. Oh. What's going to hit first?
Probably the engines. The engines are going to hit first and they'll be ripped off.
And it's going to be a massive whack, is it?
The noise will be too terrible.
Is it hard to control the aircraft?
No, it's very easy to control the airplane. You can put your hands off.
Okay, this is it, Bruce. 100 feet, we're going in.
It's a horrible feeling. It's not easy to do.
40.
Oh. It's going probably into what they call ground effect.
I don't know about you, I find this very emotional, don't you?
This,
50, 40, 30, 20.
Bang, that's it, in the water.
If you've been able to land with as little impact as possible, the engines are ripped off.
Engines are ripped off.
But there's a good chance the fuselage is largely intact, isn't it?
It's possible. Very possible that.
It's going to fill with water and sink to the bottom.
Not necessarily immediately. It may, if it's still in one piece, it could actually float for a while, and then it'll start sinking.
Do you think that that plane is still largely intact somewhere on the bottom of the Indian Ocean?
I think that the fuselage certainly is intact. I think that the airplane is in big pieces for the most part, and is somewhere on the bottom of the Indian Ocean. Absolutely, it is.
There is the possibility that this plane was taken into the southern Indian Ocean by a suicidal pilot. What do you fear most about that scenario?
I fear that they were all still alive and trying to get in there, and they knew it was going on, that they became aware of it, and that they were trying everything in their power to change the situation.
The last 28 months have been an ordeal for Danica Weeks and her boys, Lincoln and Jack. As it looks more likely that her husband Paul was the victim of a calculated mass murder, a conversation she had with the Malaysian Prime Minister's wife just a month after the tragedy has taken on a chilling significance.
What did you say to her?
I said, find my husband. You need to find my husband. What are you doing? You need to do everything in your power to bring him home to us.
What did she say to you?
She told me that it was very horrible that someone would do this to 238 innocent people. She was insinuating the pilot took the plane.
It now seems likely that MH370 may never be found. That is surely tragedy enough and heartbreak to those left behind. That this tragedy may be compounded by, at the least, incompetence by the Malaysian authorities and at worst, a possible cover-up, is surely unforgivable.
How important is it for your little boys that one day you can give them an answer about what happened to their dad?
That's extremely important. They deserve to know what happened to their father, not this never-ending aviation mystery of all time. It's their dad. And for Paul, for Lincoln and for Jack, I will keep fighting to do that and to give them the truth and the answer they deserve. We all deserve.
Welcome back to 60 Minutes. It is one of aviation's most enduring mysteries, the final moments of TWA Flight 800. In 1996, the passenger jet bound for Paris exploded minutes after takeoff from New York's JFK Airport. None of the 230 people on board survived. The explosion occurred within sight of land on a warm summer evening, and several hundred eyewitnesses came forward and reported seeing a streak of light intercept the plane in mid-air. After a 4-year investigation plagued by controversy, safety authorities, the FBI and the CIA all rejected the witness accounts and found the explosion was caused by a spark in the centre fuel tank. But 17 years later, as Charles Woolley reports, some experts are now convinced the plane was struck by one or more missiles.
The U.S. Coast Guard tonight is reporting an explosion about 10 miles south of Long Island.
It seems inconceivable. Just off the coast of Long Island, a Boeing 747 explodes just 12 minutes after takeoff from New York City.
We now have it that TWA Flight 800 has exploded in midair.
One of the safest aircraft in the world, flown by a reputable American airline, TWA Flight 800, bound for Paris, rains down into the Atlantic Ocean.
507, you reported an explosion, is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir. It blew up in the air, and then we saw 2 fireballs go down into the water.
Thank you very much, sir. TWA 800, if you hear center ident. TWA 800, center, TWA 800, if you hear center ident.
I think that was him.
I think so.
God bless him.
In Paris and New York, as relatives of the 230 passengers and crew anxiously wait for news, the search and rescue operation confirms the worst.
Bodies are being pulled out of the water right now. No survivors.
There's a lot of search boats.
One witness described a big fireball with pieces coming off it.
Rescue quickly turns to recovery as authorities begin what will become the most controversial air crash investigation ever undertaken.
Could this be such an important secret that we might never know why 230 people died?
In my mind, there's no justification in this case.
Hank Hughes was a senior investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board, the federal authority that conducts air crash investigations.
I was assigned to the GO team. I was a member of about a 6-man team that was initially dispatched.
Hank and his team had the painstaking task of reconstructing TWA 800's recovered carcass, piece by twisted piece.
Now, horribly, I imagine you've done this many times.
Yes.
This is a standard procedure.
Yes, but not to this extent. It's never been done before in history. We reconstructed about 95% of the interior to include the seats, the galleys, the lavatories, the cargo bays, the cockpit, the lower and upper deck of the aircraft.
Every shard of mangled metal helps tell the story of those final fatal moments. Recovering the secrets of TWA 800 is specialised work. But very early on, Hank and his colleagues and the Safety Board team were troubled when investigators from other agencies took control.
Have you ever done one of these investigations where suddenly the FBI and then the CIA are involved?
Absolutely not. Of all the cases I worked, and I was an investigator for 42 years in one form or another, it was the first and only time we saw this kind of intervention.
This intervention would colour every facet of the investigation, from the crucial forensic work.
Did they interfere with the evidence?
Absolutely.
To the gathering of eyewitness accounts.
I saw this white light shoot up in the sky.
There's something going up in the sky.
This rocket went up in the air.
It looked like a flare going up.
And it would lead Hank Hughes, as well as other air crash investigators, to draw a chilling conclusion that the truth about TWA 800 had been covered up at the highest level.
230 people died.
That's right.
And thousands probably have been affected. And they have no answers.
That's true.
This is America, home of democracy in the modern era, the country that we all look up to defend truth and open government.
It should be.
America may be the homeland of conspiracy theories, but what's intriguing about this story is the extent to which the conspiracy is alleged by cool-headed men of reason and of science.
I'm a scientist, but I see these people not paying attention to what the science shows.
Tom Stalcup was a physicist completing his PhD when the investigation into TWA 800 piqued his curiosity.
I decided to get in touch with Hank Hughes.
It would become a personal mission spanning more than a decade and has resulted in a feature documentary. So you are that most troublesome creature in a democracy, the interested citizen.
That's correct. That's all I was, and that's what I continue to be.
How did you begin your investigation?
Well, the first thing I did was I called the people up directly. I didn't know who to believe, the CIA, these news articles I was reading. I said go directly to the sources themselves.
Then it turns to the left.
Then it turned and it arced over.
670 people gave eyewitness accounts of the disaster that evening on July the 12th, 1996.
It exploded right next to it.
I saw an explosion.
This big explosion.
Many had remarkably similar accounts of what had occurred just before and after TWA 800 exploded.
I clearly have a good recollection of what I saw. I still remember every detail of what I saw.
Paul Angelides is a forensic engineer.
Do you remember the first time the authorities came to see you?
Yes, I do.
Paul's not easily misled, nor prone to flights of fancy. He was on the veranda of his Long Island beach house when a light caught his eye.
And the first thing I thought was, oh, that looks like a flare from a boat, an emergency flare. And I said, no, it's too high, and now it's changing direction. Then I notice, as it's going out towards the horizon, the blink, blink, blink of an aircraft light.
Paul says he saw the aircraft light and then two flares starting to converge. Soon after, Paul sees a flash on the horizon and another light travels towards the plane.
Finally, there was a huge explosion, a bright, black-orange fireball that erupted in the sky. And this aircraft went and dropped into the sea like a rock. And as that fireball went down, it left a big black trail of smoke.
Paul's account, echoed by many others, would become the basis of the missile theory, the assertion that TWA 800 was shot down by missiles.
And it went up and out to sea. Was moving very rapidly.
It was fast. Zoop, just like that.
Looked like a missile vapor trail to me.
No terrorist organisation claimed any responsibility for the disaster.
We had witnesses that saw things in the sky.
And the FBI did look into the eyewitness accounts.
On how many witnesses believe they saw something coming from the ground headed toward that plane.
But a year after the crash, FBI Assistant Director James Kallstrom downplayed the missile theory.
There were about 200 people that saw events in the sky that they described, none of which described a missile.
Hank Hughes says this was just the start of the investigation's failings and flaws, and to this day can't understand why he and his fellow air crash investigators were never allowed to interview eyewitnesses.
In the case of Flight 800, the intelligence, veracity, and life experience of many of these witnesses, many of whom were in different places scattered around Long Island, all said they saw essentially the same thing occurring at the same time. You cannot dismiss that.
But it wasn't just the FBI's attitude towards witness accounts that had Hank Hughes seriously concerned.
Every time there was a problem, it was ignored.
His methodical reconstruction of the shattered 747 was compromised when he discovered FBI agents tampering with crucial evidence from the secure hangar.
I found him in the main hangar with a hammer pounding on some of the wreckage, trying to flatten it out. You don't alter or destroy evidence.
Did they interfere with the evidence?
Absolutely.
In what way?
About 3 o'clock in the morning, they caught 3 of their own agents. When I say their own, I mean supposedly FBI agents from another office.
Did they remove evidence?
Yes. Up to a year and a half after the fact, I had to go to retrieve components of the aircraft that we hadn't seen in the hangar.
Mr. Hank Hughes joined the NTSB in 1985.
For Hank and his team, frustration was building, but so too was their conviction that TWA 800 had been brought down by some sort of missile. There was the way the metal had torn apart from the explosion.
I was convinced that the part had been damaged by a high explosion because of the entrance hole and the exit hole.
And the traces of nitrates or explosive residue on the wreckage.
Explosive traces of unknown origin have been found relating to TWA Flight 800.
Hank, do you believe that explosives were involved, and was there physical evidence of that, military ordnance?
Yes, there was physical evidence. It was chemically swabbed, and the fire and explosives specialist on scene did swab for chemicals and found over 100 positive hits.
But even more curious to Hank was when the FBI suddenly abandoned the missile theory, focusing instead on an explosion in the plane's central fuel tank.
And then all of a sudden, they threw all logic, common sense, and factual documentation out the window and jumped to the conclusion that it had to be the center fuel tank. And there's absolutely no question it was not the center fuel tank, but they jumped to the conclusion that it was, and shortly thereafter the FBI abandoned their missile investigation.
747 was on its way to Paris from JFK in New York.
12th of July, 1996, and flight TWA 800 explodes off the coast of Long Island just 12 minutes after taking off from JFK Airport in New York.
Bodies are being pulled out of the water right now.
All 230 people on board are killed, and the search for answers has become the most controversial air crash investigation ever.
Why the huge cover-up?
That's a very good question.
How do you feel as an American?
I was absolutely appalled, disgusted, and ashamed.
What I saw looked like cheap fireworks.
At the core of it all, detailed eyewitness accounts of missiles striking the aircraft.
Noticed a streak of light heading up towards the sky.
I saw this white light.
I said, oh, someone shut off a flare.
Days later, the FBI came to visit.
Then, some witnesses claimed intimidation by the FBI.
It's almost abusive.
To change their statements.
They looked at me and they said, you have your papers in to become an American citizen, don't you?
Looked me straight in the face and said, you did not see that. You saw nothing.
I was about to take a picture of it.
And some air crash investigators even said they were coerced.
He said, FBI, don't take the picture.
The following program was produced by the Central Intelligence Agency.
It's in this highly charged climate that America's elite surveillance organization, the Central Intelligence Agency, was brought in to test the theory that missiles struck TWA 800.
The CIA's conclusion? The eyewitnesses did not see a missile.
But the agency's conclusions did little to sway the skeptics.
Just after the aircraft exploded, it pitched up abruptly and climbed several thousand feet from 13,800 feet to about 17,000 feet. Those who said they saw something ascend and culminate in an explosion probably saw the burning aircraft ascend and erupt into a fireball, not a missile.
I felt as if I was being lied to. It looked more like a big piece of propaganda.
The CIA concluded that the jumbo had exploded due to a fault in the central fuel tank, causing the fuselage to break off and the 747 to pitch higher before ultimately plunging into the ocean. In the wake of these findings, Boeing has since modified its 747 fuel tank design.
There is no evidence confirming that the explosion that brought down the plane originated in a center fuel tank.
But physicist Tom Stalcup maintains the actual evidence points to an explosion directly outside the aircraft, specifically what's called a proximity missile strike.
They actually have onboard radar that detect a certain proximity above or below or next to the aircraft, and when they get to that point, they explode and have a much better chance of hitting it because they can hit a much wider area.
And the proof, argues Tom, is in the radar results he's analysed, which recorded the way the plane debris fanned out upon explosion.
The radar shows debris flying away from the plane at a speed of at least Mach 4, which is 4 times the speed of sound.
Now, you don't get that from a fuel tank explosion.
Not from this fuel tank explosion. This fuel tank was recovered in large sections, so they determined this was a low-velocity fuel tank explosion. And because it was low velocity, it could not, physically impossible to launch anything at high speeds. And that's true, so it could not have created that radar pattern.
Tom, along with air crash investigator Hank Hughes and their team, have concluded that 3 explosive objects tracked down and detonated near TWA 800.
Object 1 headed behind and suddenly turned left toward the jetliner and exploded near Flight 800's left wing.
When the upper left wing shattered, fuel poured out, leaving a vapor trail as the plane banked sharply to the left.
I noticed the aircraft tipped, and I could see the flash of a wing because the sun had just set behind me.
Then, Object 2 exploded with 2 nearly simultaneous explosions. A third object came racing out of the ocean and climbed sharply. It exploded underneath the aircraft's nose, causing it to fall off. As the aircraft fell to the ocean, its wings broke off, creating 2 huge fireballs in the sky.
It's unlikely to have been terrorists.
Yes.
Because why would they have struck in that particular place? It'd be easier to strike incoming or outgoing much earlier, nearer the airport.
Right, this was dozens of miles away from the airport, yeah.
So it would otherwise come from, what, the Navy, the Army, the Air Force of the United States? Who are we saying?
I don't know, but I do know that the evidence is consistent with a proximity-fused missile.
I mean, in establishing a case, you have to establish motive. Now, one of the problems here is there's no motive.
I can only think of 2 possibilities. It was either a military exercise that went terribly wrong, a mistake, an accident, or a terrorist event that we didn't want to acknowledge for whatever political reasons may have been prevalent at the time.
What's the most likely of those scenarios?
Given what I know about the military exercise going on in an area adjacent to the flight path of Flight 800, I believe there's a distinct possibility it was a mistake, it was an accident.
It's actually quite hard to rewrite history. Even recent history, as we can see here at this monument, is written quickly and quite literally set in stone. Despite all the research, the documentaries, the revision, and the unanswered questions, I wonder how long it'll be before the stonemason comes this way again with his chisel and rewrites the dubious official history of TWA 800.
We're going to keep trying to knock on the door and get in, and we're going to keep our eye on the NTSB to make sure they have a thorough investigation this time.
Now, the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB, is reviewing a petition to reopen the investigation into the crash of TWA 800, which Hank Hughes and his supporters hope might finally address all those unanswered questions. And do you think America still cares?
I know the families of 230 dead people and the men on my team care. And we all should care. This was a seminal moment in American history. When you can lie to the public about the deaths of 230 people, you can get away with anything, and that ought to scare the hell out of you.
Imagine what it would be like in those last awful seconds before a plane crash. Well, strap yourself in. You're about to take that white-knuckle ride, sharing the final terrifying moments of Pel-Air jet November Gulf Alpha. Late last year, the jet plunged into the Pacific in the dead of night. Amazingly, all 6 people on board survived, and tonight you'll hear their incredible stories for the first time. But this isn't just a remarkable tale of survival. The Pel-Air disaster raises serious questions about our air safety. For a start, how could this plane literally run out of fuel? Well, we went searching for answers, and what we discovered will horrify you. It's a confronting image. The wreck of Pel-Air November Golf Alpha, wedged in the sand on the floor of the Pacific. Its final resting place after a night of terror in the skies over Norfolk Island.
We have a real problem here. He's got no fuel to go nowhere else, and they're working out a ditching plan.
Passengers, please put your life jackets on.
6 people were on board that night when the twin-engine jet slammed into the ocean on a flight from Samoa to Norfolk.
I wondered how I would die. I wondered, would the plane disintegrate? Would it explode? You're questioning how it is you're going to go.
For the first time, Gary Currell and his wife Bernie described the horror of those final moments.
You were fighting for your life, you were fighting for every breath. It was just, it was horrendous. It was traumatic, it was horrific.
And 3 months on, the Currells want answers. You see, the plane simply ran out of fuel and had to ditch at sea.
We nearly died. I thought I'd lost my husband. I thought I was never going to see my kids again. It was just so wrong on so many levels. And I'm bloody angry about it.
This is an incredible story of survival, there's no doubt about it. How anyone escaped alive is nothing short of a miracle. But why did that jet crash off the rugged coastline here at Norfolk Island, way out there, about 6 kilometres out to sea? Well, as you'll see tonight, critical decisions were made before the accident which raise serious questions for the pilot, Dominic James, the airline, Pel-Air, and Australia's aviation regulators.
Mr. Sharp, Michael Usher from 60 Minutes. How are you?
Questions they're in no hurry to answer.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the Norfolk plane crash, if we can.
Samoa's a beautiful place. Yeah, fantastic.
Gary and Bernie Currell love adventure. Victoria's home, but they've travelled the world. 12 months ago, they got a dream opportunity to work in Samoa. But in November last year, Bernie fell ill after a botched hysterectomy. A care flight medical team was dispatched to get her back to Melbourne for specialist care.
I was just relieved. I thought, okay, they'll go home and, we'll get it fixed. They'll fix it.
So it was good news when you learnt that jet was on the way.
It was, yeah. We were looking forward to getting some proper treatment for Bernie.
This is the type of plane that came to Bernie's rescue. A twin-engine Westwind jet operated by Pel-Air. They left Samoa at dusk with a plan to refuel on Norfolk Island before continuing to Melbourne. On board, care flight doctor David Helm and nurse Karen Casey were caring for Bernie, who was strapped into a stretcher for the flight.
I just recall looking at her thinking, thank God, she's here. She's going to be okay.
The co-pilot was Zoe Culpert. And in command of everyone's well-being was Dominic James, a pilot with 10 years' experience. The dashing captain is also something of a celebrity, a former Clio Bachelor of the Year contestant. But it's Dominic James's actions that night that are now being scrutinised by 2 major investigations.
November Golf Alpha, your intentions are?
The first sign of trouble came as the jet approached Norfolk Island for its refuelling stop. Larry Quintal was manning the airport control room.
The weather was one of the worst I think I've seen for a long time here. It was clagged into where it was unseeable. The pilots would have had no vis of Norfolk Island at all.
I will switch all runways onto high intensity, and if you wish I can put the strobes on the end of the runways as well.
Yeah, if you could put everything on, that'd be appreciated, thank you.
This is the actual recording between the jet and Norfolk Air Traffic Control. At this stage, Dominic James is calm, but landing at Norfolk Island is looking extremely doubtful, and he's fast running out of fuel.
The visibility has dropped down to around about 4,000 as we speak, but I think it's all because of this rainstorm we've got going through here now.
Okay, well, keep me posted any developments, thanks, and I'll speak to you shortly.
It's soon clear to everyone on the ground the jet won't be landing at Norfolk. Normally, if a pilot can't land because of bad weather, he would divert to a standby destination, known as an alternate. Incredibly, Dominic has no fallback.
Have you got a multiple for this evening?
Negative, we don't.
Dominic reaches Norfolk and circles the island, attempting to land 3 times, but he can't even see the runway. Then, the unthinkable.
Norfolk, we're going to have to ditch. We've got no fuel.
November Golf Alpha, are you serious? Can you get enough fuel to make the leave?
Negative.
The fate of all on board is sealed. At this stage, Dominic James has committed to Norfolk and there's not enough fuel to get them to another airport.
There was no indication or lead up to that to say that he did not have the fuel to go anywhere else. And all of a sudden I'm thinking, when I found he had no alternate, I knew that there was a big problem coming. We were in trouble. He was in trouble.
After what I took to be the fourth approach, the doors to the cockpit opened and the co-pilot looked back at us with a look of horror on her face. She said, "We're going to ditch."
Could you believe what you were hearing? That the crew was telling you were going to crash?
No, not at all. Just total disbelief.
What's going on? It's okay, man. Just we're going down.
I didn't have any fear of dying, but I thought, I won't be able to hug my boy. I won't be able to, watch my girls put their makeup on and think silly little things like that.
They're all going, you're going to ditch, and then you've got the lights coming on in the plane as we're going down, and the lights come on, these yellow lights, and it goes, terrain, pull up, and that was terrifying.
Terrain. Brace position, sir. Thank please. Thank you.
Back at Norfolk Airlines, Larry Quintal hears a short radio crackle. Then nothing.
Victor Hotel, November Golf Alpha, Norfolk Unicom, you copy?
I thought we actually hit concrete. Instantly water came in from behind me, so I knew it was the ocean.
A deluge of water simply hit me in the chest. And that's when you know that I'm going to die, I'm going to drown. The pilot flashed past me, and that gave me the goal, and I knew I had to follow the pilot. Where he was going, I needed to go.
Stay where you are!
It was nearly 10 at night. It was pitch black. The water was freezing, and there was a 2-metre swell. It was chaos.
I was strapped into the stretcher, and I was just lying there and immobilised. I couldn't move, and all the water, all the water was coming over my face. And then I thought, maybe I am going to drown.
Amid it all, Nurse Karen Casey and Dr. David Helm made Bernie their priority, unstrapping her from the stretcher and helping her from the sinking plane. The real heroes of this disaster.
I looked at Bernie and Bernie looked at me, and no words were needed. I just thought, I'm not going to let you go. There is no way.
I just knew that if I didn't keep going, I was going to die, and I wasn't going to die. So there's just dying just wasn't an option.
Once out of the plane, Karen stayed with Bernie, keeping her afloat. Husband Gary was the last to emerge. Amazingly, everyone had survived the impact, but now they were at the mercy of the sea. And worse, no one knew where to look for them because their pilot had not issued a mayday.
We were in the middle of a survival story. We weren't at the beginning or the end, we were in the middle, in the ocean.
And you're doing this at night, in worse conditions. Yeah. Whoa! Back at Norfolk, the rescue team, including Darren Bates and Aaron Graham, swung into action, desperately combing the ocean. And at that stage, did you know where to go?
No. We were told to head southeast, which is out towards the island out here.
Other than that, nothing.
Nothing, no. Just go out there and look.
Needle in a haystack.
Very much so, yeah.
It came down to sheer luck. A local resident standing on a cliff spotted a flicker of light, the opposite direction to where most thought the plane had gone down. A fishing radar then did the rest.
I could hear one lady's voice there yelling, just yelling. I couldn't make out what was going on, but I could hear somebody yelling, and that's when I heard the pilot yell out, "There's 6 of us alive."
When we saw that green light coming from the right of the boat, it was the most amazing feeling that I think I'll ever have. I knew I was going home to my kids.
It was just wonderful. It was just, we are going to live.
The jet sank within minutes. $1 million aircraft broken in 3. And those who survived want to know how it happened. Out here, you're a long way from anywhere. That's why under civil aviation safety rules, all pilots headed to the island have to carry enough fuel to divert if they get into trouble. It's simply reckless and dangerous not to have a plan B in this part of the Pacific. So why on earth did pilot Dominic James take off without a full load of fuel? This is a copy of the fuel receipt signed and authorised by Captain James. He's told investigators he didn't fill the tanks to capacity or nominate an alternate because he believed he had clear weather to Norfolk Island. In the days after the crash, Pel-Air backed its pilot, saying in this case the normal safety rules didn't apply. Medevac flights were exempt. The question is why that exemption was ever approved by the Civil Aviation Safety Authority. Would you have taken off in that plane from that island without a full tank of fuel?
No, I wouldn't.
Maury Baston was the chief pilot at Air Nauru in the Pacific and a former chief at the Civil Aviation Safety Authority. Would that seem extraordinary to you that this airline would have an exemption not to carry enough fuel flying in that part of the Pacific and not have an alternate?
It would be foolhardy, in my view. If I was the manager of the airline, I would not allow that to go on. I would not accept that policy. There has to be a bottom line where safety is not compromised. The rules are clear. I cannot see any justification for varying those rules.
Immediately after the crash, company officials gathered here at Pel-Air's Sydney headquarters for a crisis meeting. Now, at that stage, information for Norfolk Island was limited, but they were certain of one thing. This was a potential public relations nightmare. But long before Pel-Air knew the full facts of the crash, its executives got to work on their spin strategy, and the star of that spin would be their pin-up boy pilot. They'd hail Dominic James as a hero and hopefully deflect questions about his actions or their own. They knew it was a story the media would love.
If the pilots weren't as skilled and professional as they were on the day, this could have been a totally different outcome.
As the 6 crash survivors finally made it back to Australia, Airline Deputy Chairman John Sharp happily peddled the hero pilot story.
This is the equivalent of gold medal for aviation. And yes, he was a Clio Bachelor of the Year. And it's all part of the Pel-Air experience. We only employ the very best people here at Pel-Air.
But behind the scenes, it was no laughing matter. Pel-Air swiftly changed its fuel policy, ordering all crews to carry enough fuel for a Plan B landing. It was a sensitive time for Pel-Air, which was close to securing a $70 million contract for Air Ambulance Victoria. John Sharp declined to be interviewed for this story and again refused to answer questions outside the airline's offices.
When 6 people almost died, why wasn't enough fuel on board that plane for it to land somewhere safely?
Michael, I've already told you over the telephone, you didn't need to come and ask me these questions in front of the camera. You've already discussed this over the telephone, and I've given you the reasons why we're not able to speak.
But are you hiding behind the investigation?
Pilot Dominic James also refused interview requests, claiming he's been gagged by investigators and Pel-Air. Have you had any contact from Pel-Air since the crash?
None whatsoever.
Not a call, no flowers, no get well card, nothing.
That must make you furious.
Absolutely furious.
The impression we get is that they don't care.
Bernie and Gary haven't travelled since the crash. They're treasuring the moments with their grandchildren. Like all the survivors, they know how lucky they are to be here.
Gary and Bernie, got someone here you'd like to see.
Oh my
God! Oh my God! Oh, bloody hell! Oh, hon! Oh, Karen, I can't believe it.
Seeing each other for the first time since that night, it's clear Bernie and the nurse who saved her life, Karen Casey, have a bond that will last a lifetime.
Yeah, I would never have let you go.
Yeah.
I would never have let you go. I remember the moment when we were told that we were going to ditch, and I looked up and Gary, you looked behind, just behind, because Bernie was laying on the stretcher, and you looked up at him over your shoulder, and and held hands. And I just thought it was just a moment of, to me, it was pure love. And I thought there is no way that, you know, these two can be separated, and, you know, we're going to get out of here and it's going to be all good. Yeah.
Good on you.
The investigation into the crash should be completed mid-year. In the meantime, Dominic James' pilot's licence has been suspended pending the findings of the investigation.
It's been 3 years since the crash of Air New Zealand's Flight 901 in Antarctica, but some of the effects of that tragedy are still looming almost as large today as they were then. There's the compensation claims worth many, many millions of dollars still to be settled in years of frustrating litigation. There's the repercussions on Air New Zealand's future and the careers of some of its most senior officers. And there's the reputation of the man you're about to meet, Judge Peter Mahon, who headed the Royal Commission into the disaster and who quit in a splash of headlines. Some would say because his findings were simply too hot for New Zealand's conservative society to handle. 257 people are about to die. These are the final moments of Flight 901, film taken on board the DC-10 moments before it slammed into the slopes of Mount Erebus at 500 kilometres an hour. The victims of this Antarctic volcano weren't only the passengers and crew. There was also this man, Judge Peter Mahon. It was his job to find out why the plane crashed and who was to blame. He did that job, but perhaps he did it too well. Judge Mahon's findings were devastating for Air New Zealand. Its navigation section had made mistake after mistake, and worse still, according to the judge, there'd been a cover-up to hide those tragic errors. In his words, an orchestrated litany of lies. And it was the uproar over that statement that finally cost Judge Mahon his career.
The people who've attacked me have been, without exception, those whom I found liable. No one else.
Whatever his enemies think, there's no doubting the judge's popularity among ordinary New Zealanders.
How do you like that, Harold? That happens all the time. Greens are a bit wet.
Some even call him the last honest man. As honest as he is unaffected. He's never been one for the airs and graces of judicial life. But on the beach, he can afford to relax. On the bench, never.
This is a painting of the fields of Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed. It was painted by my daughter. I sometimes think it might be a useful addition to every judge's chambers. It reminds him of the lessons of Magna Carta, which are to reach a decision without paying regard to the views of the executive government, and in this country, I might emphasise, the views of the Prime Minister.
It was a joyride like this that brought the judge into collision with the establishment. Air New Zealand's tourist trips to the Antarctic were highly successful, and on the fatal Flight 901, there were no spare seats in Captain Jim Collins' DC-10, and no survivors either, which made it easy to claim pilot error.
Well, in all cases of pilot error allegations which are not justified, that is safe ground upon which they proceed. Dead men tell no tales.
It didn't make sense to me, but of course don't forget, I was pretty shocked having just learned that I had become a widow. The children now had no father. I had lots of things to shock me, and lots of things just didn't make sense. So I didn't.
Jim Collins' widow Maria hasn't forgotten or forgiven Air New Zealand's efforts to blame her husband for the crash.
My husband being a very meticulous, in fact maddeningly meticulous person.
This is the route that Captain Collins was told he was flying, well away from Mount Erebus. But 6 hours before the flight, a different route was fed into the computer. This new route put the DC-10 on a collision course with the mountain. No one told the crew.
Sir, I've tried to explain in my brief
that as far as anyone knew, to my knowledge, the change was not material.
An actor plays Air New Zealand navigator Keith Amies in this reenactment of the Royal Commission. Amies thought that they were changing the route by 2.1 miles, but because of previous mistakes in the computer, the change was in fact 27 miles.
If I had seen Captain Collins that morning, I probably would have said to him, even in passing, "Well, Jim, there's a couple of miles change, but it won't make any difference to the flight plan." Nobody knew there had been a 27-mile change.
The course Jim Collins believed he'd be flying was well known, at least to his daughters. The night before Flight 901, their father sat down with them and traced in the family atlas a path well clear of Mount Erebus.
Elizabeth and I were both interested to know where he was going to go the next day. We didn't know terribly much about this area, and he said that he was going to come down the left-hand side here, and as they'd fly down this coast, they'd see the dry valleys on the right-hand side, and then continue down the sound.
Down McMurdo
just
Sound?
Straight down here, yes.
So nowhere near Erebus?
Not at all. He didn't mention Erebus.
So, in fact, a change was made to those coordinates 6 hours before that flight took off.
Right. And the pilot wasn't told of the change. And of course, had he been told, he'd have looked at the flight plan in front of him and said, "But this is an error of 27 miles." And naturally enough, the aircraft would never have left off it.
You have told us you inadvertently pushed the wrong key. You agree that was an error or omission?
That was an error.
So despite all the claims of pilot error, it was that simple. Someone hit the wrong computer key and failed to notice the mistake.
That was an omission.
The navigation section of Air New Zealand had a sorry record of mistakes. Under probing cross-examination, Brian Hewitt from the section confessed to a long list of foul-ups.
Failure by your section to pick the error in the McMurdo position. That was an error, was it not?
That was an omission.
All these errors. And in a company which in its nav section tells us we are dealing with people who check and cross-check and never assume anything. It's a woeful story, isn't it?
It's not a good story.
I suggest to you, for people whose job it is to be precise, it's a woeful story.
That is your opinion, sir.
Despite all these mistakes, the airline continued to blame the flight crew. The disaster wouldn't have happened, it claimed, if the plane had been flying at the authorised height of 16,000 feet. In practice, however, the Antarctic flights went as low as 2,000 feet, and this was quite legal. But Air New Zealand denied any knowledge of this low flying, despite abundant evidence to the contrary.
The council kept putting to them printed publications, including the airline's own magazine, alluding in the most favourable terms to the beauties of the scenery at 2,000 feet and 3,000 feet. And
that wasn't the only evidence that Judge Mann found unbelievable.
This was the diary that Captain Collins certainly took to the briefing.
The flight diary could have contained vital information which Collins was given at his pre-flight briefing, but airline officials claimed that those vital diary notes were missing. Notes containing information that could have proved just who was to blame.
His second book of record, his ring binder, was recovered with all the pages missing.
That would appear to be the case, or removed because they were damaged.
Captain Bruce Crosby was acting as welfare officer for the Pilots Association. Several days before the crash, he was promoted to an executive position with Air New Zealand. He delivered the diary to Mrs. Collins, but with the pages missing.
Pass that to the witness, Exhibit 251. That ring binder with the plastic cover is not damaged at all.
Correct.
How do you suppose that the pad of paper secured by the ring binder could have disappeared?
I have no idea. As I say, unless they were removed because they were damaged. That would have been the only reason.
Then long after the inquiry was finished and the report was published, he stated in public that he himself had removed the pages because they'd been damaged by kerosene. Well, if he had said that before the commission, he would, of course, have been hotly cross-examined by counsel as to what was in the pages.
Do you think you were deprived there of a vital piece of evidence?
I'm inclined to think so.
If the dead pilot's diary notes were missing, so too were some of the people he might have counted on as friends.
They suddenly found themselves in a situation where they had to desert him, and I found this extremely disappointing, and I feel rather bitter.
Why do you think they were so willing to attribute guilt to him?
Perhaps to take the finger of guilt from themselves.
Back at Air New Zealand, more documents went missing. The chief executive of Air New Zealand, Maury Davis, issued an order after the crash for the shredding of what were called surplus documents.
I believe that there were certain personnel who took advantage of that very unfortunate order to get rid of files that they thought might implicate themselves.
One document that escaped the shredder was this record of an Air New Zealand board meeting held 1 week after the disaster. Maury Davis said he didn't know why it happened. In fact, they did know. By then, it was common knowledge throughout the airline that the plane had been programmed on the wrong course. This document was never presented to the Royal Commission, a fact that astounded Judge Mann.
Had that minute been produced at the meeting, at the committee, as ought to have been, Mr. Davis would have been filleted by about 8 different counsel as to why the board was not told the truth about this disaster that killed 257 people.
My professional competence and integrity have come under savage attack in the Erebus report. That attack is totally indefensible.
Maury Davis resigned as head of Air New Zealand. The reported payout, $600,000. In all, 12 members of staff, including Captain Crosby and navigators Ames and Hewitt, were suspended from duty. Today, 6 of those 12 men are back working for the airline.
In the end, I had to make my mind up. Did 15 highly experienced and highly skilled people make between them 47 individual and independent mistakes in only a minor branch of the company's activities? I came to the ultimate view that I had been told by certain groups of witnesses for Air New Zealand an orchestrated litany of lies.
It was that phrase, more than anything, that shook Air New Zealand to its foundations. In an effort to salvage some of its reputation, the airline went to the Court of Appeal, and with some success. The 5 judges who heard the appeal didn't dispute that the airline had fouled up badly. But as for that so-called orchestrated litany of lies, well, that was a different story. 3 members of the appeal court said that Judge Mann had no legal right to say what he did. But the other 2, Judges Woodhouse and McMullen, went one step further. They said the statement was unjustified on the facts. Judge Mann was so shaken by that ruling, he could see no course but resignation.
They ventured into factual investigations and came to completely wrong conclusions because they didn't know what the facts were. They weren't at the inquiry. And this aspect of the matter was never argued before them.
But that wasn't the end of it. What Judge Mann didn't know at the time was that both Judge Woodhouse and Judge McMullen weren't exactly unfamiliar with Air New Zealand.
Mr. Justice McMullen's son flies for Air New Zealand, and the family had a very close connection with one of the Air New Zealand solicitors who prepared the bulk of the evidence, which I did not believe. But I didn't know about the Woodhouse connection, if I can call it that. Mr. Justice Woodhouse's daughter worked as public relations officer in the head office of the company in Auckland.
Had you known, what would you have done about those two judges?
Well, I would have objected to both sitting. I believe that they treated me without natural justice.
That of which they accused you?
Yes.
The story of Flight 901 is a story of mistakes and cover-ups, of one man's struggle to uncover the truth and the penalty that he paid for it. A promising judicial career brought to an abrupt end, as were these lives on the white slopes of Mount Erebus.
The people who've attacked me have been, without exception, those whom I found liable. No one else. It's rather like a burglar who's convicted. He's the only one that complains.
Today, Judge Mann is a judge no more, just the Honourable Peter Mann QC, but he hasn't stopped fighting. At this moment, he's in London discussing his own appeal to the highest legal authority, the Privy Council. This is expected to be heard next year, focusing further attention on a disaster that should never have happened.
The story of Flight 447. It has been called the Titanic of air disasters, a passenger aircraft so advanced that the chance of it falling out of the sky is unthinkable. But on a stormy June night in 2009, that's just what happened to an Air France A330. Its terrifying descent into the Atlantic Ocean took just 4 minutes. For 3 years, what happened inside the cockpit remained a mystery. But as you'll see now, the black box tapes have revealed a shocking and scary scenario of how quickly and easily a high-tech passenger plane can crash. May 31st, 2009. Air France Flight 447 is taxiing, about to set off from Rio de Janeiro for Paris. All is normal on the flight deck.
It was one of the world's great aeroplanes, latest technology, superb engineering, and operated by one of the world's great airlines.
But this plane would simply vanish over the Atlantic Ocean.
There was no call from the aeroplane. It was just lost, and it was unthinkable that that could just go missing without a word.
228 lives are lost.
You feel alone, very alone. Your daughter and her husband are not there anymore.
Now, black box recordings have been recovered from the cockpit.
Remonte!
These incredible tapes reveal the final, terrifying minutes on the flight deck.
J'ai plus du tout le contrôle de l'avion.
Solving one of aviation's greatest mysteries.
J'ai plus le contrôle de l'avion là.
And challenging every notion of modern air safety.
This is a systemic problem the industry has got, and it's not doing anything about it.
Rio de Janeiro, Galeão International Airport, 7 p.m. local time. Air France Flight 447, an Airbus A330, is taking off for the 11-hour journey to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris.
Air France is a great airline. The A330 is the latest generation of airplane.
The aircraft is so advanced, aviation experts say it almost flies itself.
On long-haul flights, pilots get about 3 minutes of actual flying, just from takeoff to wheels up, and then wheels down to landing.
International air safety specialist David Learmount has studied the Air France catastrophe extensively.
That an aircraft like that could possibly go missing, especially without saying a word.
And he concludes that modern aviation has become more dependent on computers than pilots.
The airline tells pilots nowadays, you cannot possibly fly this airplane as accurately as the automatics can, so don't even try. Now, if you've been training your pilots, never take over. If they've never been getting any practice, if they don't have any faith in their ability to fly anymore, what have you got? You've got a passenger.
On board are 228 people from 32 different countries. Most are French, like Caroline Soulas and her husband, Air France flight attendant Sébastien Vedavati. They've just had 3 days off together in Rio.
Sébastien and Caroline, it's like Romeo and Juliet, because they have met in a plane and they got married 2 years after.
Just before boarding Flight 447, Caroline sends a text message to her mother, Corinne.
The last SMS she sent was saying, it's a pity to come back to France, it's so sunny here. It was Sunday in the evening, so I knew that she was in the plane.
The takeoff is flawless. The plane heads north. At 1:35 a.m, Flight 447 leaves Brazilian airspace and makes final radio contact with Brazilian air traffic control.
Your traffic, my friend. Okay.
The plane now enters a radar dark spot in the middle of the Atlantic. Until it comes within range of air traffic control in Dakar, Senegal, Flight 447 won't be seen on radar screens. But the pilots can still communicate by radio.
They had any number of means to communicate with the rest of the world what was going on. They could talk to other aeroplanes in the vicinity if they wanted messages relayed. So they could have given us a message. In this world of satellite communications, you don't expect what happened to Air France 447 to happen.
3:45 a.m, 2.5 hours after leaving Brazilian airspace, there's been no contact from Flight 447. By now, it should have appeared on the radar screens in Dakar.
The fact that we hadn't heard anything from the aircraft that went missing, when it had the means of communicating to any number of people, was surprising in its own right. But it's a significant piece of evidence.
Did you allow yourself to hope for a miracle, or, as far as you were concerned, all was lost?
Like everybody else, my reaction was shock. But I think everybody knew it must have gone missing.
Families and friends gather to meet the flight at Charles de Gaulle Airport. There were many planes landing here in Paris on that very long evening, but Air France Flight 447 had simply vanished. There was no Mayday call, no trace on radar, and certainly no witnesses. Eventually, Air France had to make that dreadful announcement. The flight could no longer be in the air, and all 228 passengers on board had been lost.
This is a catastrophe, undoubtedly, and we have lost an aircraft with 228 people on board.
And at the moment, I shout because I was alone at home, and I thought that it was the end.
Caroline's father, Robert, was working overseas when he got the call.
I was alone, and a friend of mine called me because my wife couldn't do it. Called me and tell me, do you know there has been a crash on Air France plane, and we suppose that there is no survival.
Clues to what happened to Flight 447 are frustratingly few.
Aviation authorities and the distressed families of those on board can only assume some outside force has brought down the plane.
And the fact that there was no distress signal, what does that say to you?
It could be, dare I say, a bomb or something like that.
French authorities suspect a terrorist attack. Search teams are scouring half an ocean because only the wreckage of Flight 447 can reveal whether a bomb caused its destruction.
Now, we knew that the aeroplane was not just going to fall apart in the sky. Aeroplanes just don't do that. Aeroplanes are better engineered now than they've ever been in history.
After 5 days' frantic search, fragments of the plane's wreckage and 50 bodies are discovered nearly 1,000 kilometres off the coast of Brazil. The find rules out a bomb because Flight 447 was intact when it hit the water. But with 600 Airbus A330s in daily service worldwide, including 36 now flying in Australia, there's a new fear. Could this ultra-modern airliner have a fatal and unknown flaw? It's been described in some circles as the Titanic of the skies.
In many ways, it's not at all like the Titanic. The Titanic sank for a very good reason, a reason you could see and feel. It was an iceberg and it hit one. This airplane didn't really have any problems and it went missing anyway.
But the search for answers would come to resemble the search for the Titanic. The truth about Flight 447 is locked inside its black box cockpit recorders, but they are somewhere on the seabed 4 kilometres down. French authorities throw everything into the deep-sea hunt, from a nuclear submarine to remote mini-subs capable of operating at extreme depths. It's a search followed by air safety experts around the world, like Bill Voss.
The black boxes were the crucial piece, which is, of course, why incredible amounts of time and treasure were spent by the French government and others. Many assisted trying to find these things, and it was an extraordinary search effort.
Weeks turned to months, then years. But just as it seemed the mystery of Flight 447 would never be solved, the American team that found the Titanic was called in. On the 2nd of April 2011, nearly 2 years after the crash, the plane's shattered fuselage was finally found 4,000 metres beneath the surface. With it, the all-important black boxes.
When they did find them, it changed everything, because now we started really getting a clear picture.
There were also 104 bodies, many still strapped in their seats. But there was no trace of the remaining 74 passengers, including Caroline Soulas.
But not being able to recover her body.
It was another death. In this story, Karen has disappeared many times. Each step was another
nightmare.
Another nightmare. Mm-hmm.
In the early hours of June the 1st, 2009, Air France Flight 447 slammed into the South Atlantic Ocean. It disappeared without warning, without any distress call. Exactly how and why 228 people died had become one of modern aviation's great mysteries. The only hope for an answer, finding the flight's black boxes 4 kilometres down on the seabed. After 2 years and an underwater search more expensive than any other in history, Flight 447's black boxes had finally been recovered. But would they provide the answer to one of modern aviation's most urgent questions? How had one of the world's safest and most advanced passenger jets simply fallen from the sky?
C'est pas vrai.
The audio recordings recovered from Flight 447's black boxes have never been made public, but using their actual transcript, we've recreated the final terrifying minutes leading up to the crash.
Merde, c'est pas possible.
Flight 447 departs Rio de Janeiro and flies north along Brazil's east coast, bound for Paris. Captain of the Airbus A330 is 58-year-old Marc Dubois. He has almost 11,000 flying hours to his name and is a veteran of the Rio-Paris route. The second pilot is David Robert, aged 37. He's done more than 6,500 hours. The third pilot is Pierre-Cédric Bonnier. His wife is also on tonight's flight. Bonnier is 32, and with just under 3,000 flying hours, is the least experienced member of the crew. Bonnier is in the right-hand seat of the cockpit, with Captain Dubois on the left. David Robert is on his sleep break in the small cabin behind the cockpit.
They're making radio calls, passing position reports to air traffic control. It's all pretty quiet. In the middle of the Atlantic, in the middle of the night, there's not much to do.
In the passenger cabin, dinner has been served and the cabin lights dimmed. It is 8 hours to Paris and many of those making the flight are settling into sleep. There's also a relaxed mood in the cockpit.
Tout va bien?
Tout va bien.
Tout va bien? Pas de café, de thé?
Tout va bien.
There was a bit of chop. You know, the aeroplane was chopping around a little bit. It wasn't severe.
Aviation safety specialist David Learmount has studied the transcripts of Flight 447's cockpit recordings.
It was quite clear that they had a good situational awareness of the fact that there were cumulonimbus clouds which they would have to avoid, which is all standard stuff in that part of the world.
C'est l'équateur. J'avais compris, je suppose. Non, je m'en doutais.
As they fly towards the equator, the weather begins to deteriorate. This zone is infamous for its severe thunderstorms, with massive clouds impossible for commercial planes to fly over.
Sometimes you've really got to think about which route you're going to take and which headings you're going to take up to try and avoid them.
Meteorologist Michael de Villiers has analysed the weather on that night.
What it shows there is the areas that were forecast on the significant weather chart where there would be thunder activity, quite a few around. Thunderstorms are probably the most dangerous form of weather. It's strong updrafts and downdrafts, can knock the aircraft around, can also cause structural damage if a thunderstorm is severe enough. You get icing, you get the hail, you get lightning, which can also damage an aircraft.
But Captain Dubois doesn't seem that worried and keeps Flight 447 on its current heading.
Il neige. 209 nœuds. Il y a un truc droit devant, et il y en a un autre derrière. Hein? Oh merde, non. Baisse un peu la lumière intérieure pour voir dehors. Ouais. J'allume les feux pour voir. Ah voilà. Quoi? On dirait qu'on va rentrer dans les zones nuageuses.
Navigating around storm clouds it's not demanding. You look at them, if they're in front of you, you turn left or turn right and you fly round them. I mean, this is not difficult stuff.
The thunderstorms also generate bright flashes of what's known as St. Elmo's fire, caused by ice pellets discharging electricity on the aircraft's windscreen.
J'avais pas l'impression qu'il allait y avoir de l'orage. Bon, bah y a plus qu'à le réveiller, hein, c'est ça?
Still, it's not so serious that Captain Dubois won't take a sleep break, and before he does, establishes who will fly the plane in his absence.
Ah, c'est qui le pose? C'est toi? Bon, il va prendre ma place.
Dubois decides the least experienced pilot Bonnier is in control of the plane, not David Robert, who's now back in the cockpit from his sleep break.
Bon, allez, je me casse. Bon, ça va. Bon, les petites turbulences qu'on vient d'avoir, on va aller même après.
The weather gets worse, and in the cockpit, the most junior pilot is in charge.
Vache, heureusement que c'était la 330, hein. C'est clair. Tu veux pas tirer un peu plus sur la gauche, là? Excuse-moi? J'ai dit, tu veux pas un peu plus tirer sur la gauche?
Then, just after 2 a.m., the black boxes record a loud noise in the cockpit. Experts believe it's caused by ice crystals striking the aircraft. An alarm suddenly sounds. It warns the crew that the autopilot has shut down.
J'ai les commandes. D'accord.
With the autopilot off, Bernier, in the right-hand seat, is now in manual control of the aircraft. Robert, despite being more experienced, is now effectively co-pilot.
Remember, this is 2 o'clock in the morning, on a very dark night, no moon, they can't see a natural horizon. In terms of human alertness, these guys in the seats were at their period of lowest possible alertness, okay? And all of a sudden, they're woken up by this blaring, this hooter sound that the autopilot is disconnected.
What neither man realises is that the freezing temperature outside has caused ice to block 3 critical speed sensors called pitot. The blocked speed sensors cause the autopilot to temporarily shut down, but there is no emergency. The plane is still in level flight. All that Bernier at the controls has to do is maintain that level flight.
For a reason we will never know, he pulled back quite dramatically on his side stick. There was no reason to do this. Absolutely none. Okay? It was like he got a shock.
By pulling back on the control stick, Bernier puts the aircraft into a steep climb. If there is a single moment that dooms Air France Flight 447, this is it.
If he'd done nothing, the accident would not have happened, because in less than a minute, the pitot tubes cleared themselves of ice and everything went back to normal. All they needed to do was just to keep flying like it was.
Ça n'affiche pas la bonne vitesse.
The aircraft is now climbing rapidly and losing speed.
Because he was going uphill into very thin air that the aircraft couldn't be supported by while it was at its weight, the aircraft started slowing down. I don't think you'll ever understand how baffling this is to aviators like myself, to say how could they not have recognized what had happened.
Welcome back to 60 Minutes and the mystery of Air France Flight 447. The Airbus A330, with 228 people on board, is high above the Atlantic Ocean when it begins to fall out of the sky and hurtles towards the sea at 10,000 feet a minute. But there is no distress call, and there is nothing mechanically wrong with the aircraft. It can still fly, but it isn't. The black box recordings reveal the frantic scramble by pilots to correct the aircraft. These are those final, fateful moments of Air France 447.
Stall.
A blocked speed sensor on the exterior of Air France 447's fuselage has frozen over and shut down the autopilot.
Ça n'affiche pas la bonne vitesse.
The man now manually flying the Airbus A330, Pierre-Cédric Bernier, is the least experienced pilot on the flight deck. He's put the aircraft into a steep climb, so steep it begins to stall.
A stall happens when the aircraft is going too slowly for the wings to produce sufficient lift, and therefore the aircraft starts to drop, it starts to fall. It stops flying, starts falling.
Bernier needs to act quickly to stop the plane falling. But at that moment, one of the blocked speed sensors comes back online. The pilots are now getting real instrument readings, but they don't believe them. It's a recipe for total confusion, says flight safety specialist Bill Voss.
Now, some new sensors come back in with valid information that didn't look valid because everything else was so totally messed up. And that's really where things went from a very benign circumstance to a rapidly escalating, out-of-control circumstance.
Air safety specialist David Learmount has studied these final minutes of Flight 447 and the fateful decisions made in the cockpit.
And then when they looked up and they saw the airplane with a combination of terribly low airspeed and a very high nose attitude, they didn't understand how they got there. Even though they themselves had put it there, they didn't understand how they got there. And they never did understand. For the rest of that short flight, they didn't understand what was going on.
Fais attention à ta vitesse. Fais attention à ta vitesse. Ok, je redescends. Stabilise. Ouais.
Co-pilot Robert tries to call Captain Dubois back from his break and onto the flight deck.
Merde, il est où?
Stall.
Il vient ou il vient pas?
Dubois does not respond. Air France 447 reaches nearly 40,000 feet above the sea before it starts to drop.
J'ai plus le contrôle de l'avion là. Stall. J'ai plus du tout le contrôle de l'avion.
A minute after Robert's call, Captain Dubois returns to the cockpit.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Qu'est-ce que vous foutez? Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Je sais pas ce qui se passe. Le contrôle de l'avion. On a totalement perdu le contrôle de l'avion. On comprend rien. On a tout tenté.
When the captain comes back into the cockpit, the aircraft is beyond, it's topped out, it's stalled, and it's now descending with its nose very high. Very little forward speed, but it's got a huge rate of descent.
The Airbus A330 is now plunging towards the ocean at 10,000 feet a minute.
On n'a pas une seule indication valide.
On this moonless night, the pilots have no idea they're just 3 minutes from crashing into the sea.
And of course, they wouldn't have been able to see the surface of the sea or the surface of the Earth at all because it was too dark.
There's still time to pull out of the stall, but the pilots mistakenly believe the plane is traveling too fast.
The noise, the aerodynamic noise, you know when you're in an aeroplane, you can hear the air rushing past the fuselage, but this was a completely different noise, much louder than the noises you normally hear. And they misinterpreted this as the aircraft overspeeding when exactly the opposite was true. It's just total pilot misinterpretation. It was pilot panic, really.
The crew has now just seconds to push the aircraft's nose down and try to recover from the stall. But Bonnier is still pulling back on the stick, which neither of the other pilots can see from where they're sitting.
What they needed to do, because the airplane was so deeply stalled, was to dramatically push the stick forward, because there was nothing wrong with the airplane at all. Not a soul, not a dicky bird wrong with the airplane.
Non, tu montes là. Je monte là? Ok, alors on descend. Tu montes? Merde, c'est pas possible.
The stall warning alarm has rung 58 times. Now it cuts out.
And the computer stopped telling the pilots that the aircraft was stalled because it had gone into realms that the computer just didn't recognize.
The crew and passengers of Air France 447 now have less than a minute to live. The plane reaches the point of no return, 10,000 feet above the sea.
Ça y est, on va arriver au niveau 100 là.
Flying through this flight level 100, which is 10,000 feet, I think that was a point where we went from, we have some time to figure this thing out, to like, we might not be able to save ourselves.
How would it have been for the passengers, do you think?
Well, I hope is that most of them were asleep. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, but I think an awful lot of them wouldn't have been. And some of them who were would have been woken up. And when they were woken up, they would have heard this very unfamiliar noise. The airplane would have been juddering and buffeting, and they would have known something was very, very wrong. The passengers, I'm not sure what they would have made of it.
Doesn't bear thinking about.
I have wondered, but I don't think you can even guess.
Remonte, 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 remonte! Mais je cabre à fond là depuis tout à l'heure.
Captain Dubois suddenly realizes what Bernier has been doing all along, pulling back on the stick, pushing the aircraft's nose up and stalling it.
Non, 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 ne remonte pas, non, non, non. Alors descends. Alors donne-moi les commandes, à moi les commandes. Vas-y, t'as les commandes. Attention, tu cabres là. Je cabre, tu cabres. Je cabre. Il faudrait là, on est à 4000 pieds. Tu cabres là.
The aircraft passes through 2,000 feet. Its ground proximity warning system detects the ocean below, and its alarm rings out.
Allez, tire. Allez, on tire. On tire, on tire, on tire. On va taper. Non mais c'est pas vrai. Non mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? 10 degrés d'assiette.
They knew, all three pilots knew they were about to die because they could see that they'd completely run out of height. And the last couple of seconds, they'd just given up.
The recording ends at 14 minutes and 28 seconds past 2 a.m. Sebastian Vedavati and Caroline Soulas met on an Air France flight to San Francisco in 2003. Just 6 years later, they were killed aboard Air France 447. Sebastian's body was recovered. Caroline's was never found.
They were a couple. Sebastian's body has been retrieved and Caroline no. So it means that they are separated now forever. I hope she didn't feel anything before the impact, before the crash, I hope. I'm not sure of this.
It's afterwards, you feel alone, very alone, and you don't realize that your daughter and her husband are not there anymore.
If ever an air disaster was caused by pilot error, it would seem to be this one. But many experts blame the aviation industry itself for insisting its pilots rely almost entirely on their aircraft's automatic systems, effectively training them not to fly.
If these pilots were not prepared for a situation like this, it's much more than pilot error, it's system error. Blame these individuals if you like, but if you want to do that, you will be missing the entire point. This is a systemic problem the industry has got, and it's not doing anything about it.
So it could happen again?
It could happen again.
Qantas has long been revered as the safest airline in the world, but its reputation has taken a beating of late, literally. In November last year, an engine on one of its massive A380s exploded in mid-air. A lot of things went wrong that day. In fact, the flight crew had to deal with more than 60 separate system failures. But as you'll see, a lot of things also went right, thanks largely to the man at the controls. Only his cool head and keen instincts got that plane down safely. And when you hear the full story, you'll be amazed at how he did it. At first glance, the Airbus A380 could be any jetliner hurtling down the runway. But this one just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's hard to believe something this large could ever leave the ground, until it does. The A380 is a massive feat in engineering, a marvel of ingenuity. It's the biggest passenger jet in our skies, and it is awesome that on the 4th of November last year, one of those Qantas planes came so close to crashing to the ground, so close to losing 469 people, it's unthinkable. Tonight we go inside the most serious near-disaster Qantas has ever faced.
Pan, Qantas 3-2, engine failure number 2 engine.
A close-up look at what went horribly wrong with QF32.
There's a massive hole over there.
And we meet the extraordinary flight crew, led by the unassuming captain, Richard de Crespigny.
Impacts, maybe 100 impacts on the wing.
Who managed to bring the A380 safely back to the ground.
Was it a smooth landing? Scale of 1 to 10, one of your finest?
Oh, I think it was my finest landing, absolutely. It was my finest landing. I think I should give up aviation now and leave on a high, because I think it was a good landing under tough conditions. All right, Carl, welcome aboard US Navy. If there's a problem, the emergency exits are everywhere.
You don't have to know Richard de Crespigny long to know that both in the air and on the sea, he makes a fine captain.
Let's go.
Have you got enough runway, Captain?
We have good runway today. Plenty of runway today.
Richard's from Sydney. A dad to Alex and Sophia, husband to Coral.
He was the guy to beat in that aircraft on that day. There's no one. I am so confident there is nobody in this world who knows that aircraft better than Rich. I would want him up there.
Richard de Crespigny is a 25-year veteran of Qantas. Before that, he flew in the Air Force. But what happened last November was a once-in-a-lifetime event.
I don't think an Airbus aircraft has ever been challenged as much as this has. I think a Rolls-Royce engine's never failed so spectacularly with so much collateral damage. It was a flight that you could never train for. You might practice 1 or 2 emergencies, not 60.
QF32 was only minutes into its flight out of Singapore, but unknown to anyone, there was a small oil leak in what's called the intermediate pressure turbine of engine number 2. In the super hot engine, the oil ignited, and within seconds, one of the 160 kilogram turbine discs exploded at incredibly high speed. 2 pieces smashed through the wing, severing the plane's controls, while a third did the same underneath the plane.
There was actually 2 sounds like boom, boom. All right, something's wrong. I'm going altitude hold and I'll go constant heading. And I'm going to cancel. This is the master caution, master warning. Something is seriously wrong.
In an instant, so many things went seriously wrong with the Qantas plane that even now, 3 months later, it's impossible to replicate in the A380 simulator.
Qantas 3-2, we have an engine failure number 2 engine. We have fuel leaks on the left-hand wing.
Richard's first task was to make sure the crippled aircraft could still fly. Then he needed to find out what did and didn't work anymore.
Engine number 2, overheat and failure. Engines 1 and 4 degraded 2 levels in thrust. Electrically, the left-hand side of the aircraft was dead. We lost 50% of the hydraulic systems. The brakes underneath the wings were reduced to 30% braking efficiency, and anti-skid was inoperative. Fuel system, 3 tanks out of 11 functioned. No transfer system was available. No jettison system was available. We had multiple holes in the wing, which disrupted the airflow over the wing and caused the stall speed to increase.
Was anything actually working?
That's a good question. Every system was degraded.
Modern planes automatically send messages to the engineers on the ground, so the drama in the sky was being frantically tracked back in Sydney.
It was a pretty hectic day, I can tell you that one.
Qantas's head of maintenance operations, Alan Milne, watched his computer screen go crazy.
Wing leak, brakes.
Yep.
Faults on the wing, brakes.
But at least he knew the A380 was still flying.
I mean, I was one of the lucky ones. I was here, we had the information that the aircraft was stable. It was at 7,000 feet, they were circling off Singapore there.
This is where it starts to get bad from here all the way through to here.
The A380 is still in Singapore today. Seeing the damage close up gives you a better idea of how desperate the situation was in the air.
I don't think you get prepared for seeing it in real life. It's a substantial amount of damage.
This is the first time Richard and Alan have seen the plane since the incident. And quite frankly, it's a mess.
When you see that.
That is significant.
Is that a shock to you?
It is a shock.
Holes in the wing, severed control lines, and a fuselage splattered with debris.
It's like someone's got a shotgun and gone bang onto the fuselage.
That sort of pattern.
There was just a loud bang and a shudder, and then it slightly more stressful when the piece of wing at the front that had mashed up flew back across the top of the wing back behind the plane. And I had an elderly couple beside me that I couldn't really say, hey, you should have seen that, that's not good.
Unluckily for her, passenger Claire Ryan in seat 74A probably had the best view of the engine explosion and the damage it caused to the left-hand side of the aircraft. And from what she saw, it's no wonder she feared the worst.
I thought that it was good that I could still see the land, because when the plane fell out of the sky, at least it wouldn't take them too long to recover our body and my mother to bury me.
You thought the absolute worst.
Yeah, and do it more practically. Well, that's okay. Well, they'll find me at least.
But Claire hadn't counted on Richard de Crespigny and his team in the cockpit. He had co-pilot Matt Hicks and second officer Mark Johnson helping out.
But also there's a duct that was severed in the wing as well.
And there was more good luck that day. Senior Qantas captains Harry Woven and David Evans were also on the flight deck, doing routine checks. Between them, the crew had 140 years of piloting skill.
It would be hard to find a more A380 experienced crew on the planet.
I do apologise. I'm sure you're aware we have a technical issue with our number 2 engine.
All that experience might explain this.
The aircraft is secure at this stage. We're going to have to hold for some time.
Dave Evans' soothing address to the passengers.
The aircraft is flying safely, and we'll get back to you very shortly with further information. Thank you for your patience.
The average passenger today, they understand aeroplanes more than ever before, and you can't fob them off with a technical issue.
It was a profound PA, and it really did settle the cabin crew and the passengers.
But that's not to say things weren't tense. The second officer, Mark Johnson, was sent back into the main cabin to get a better look at the damaged wing and engine. He was shocked at what he saw.
I think his words were, the engine's stuffed.
Are you sure about stuffed?
I think it was stuffed. It might have actually been a little bit more severe.
This is a family show? Now, I think there might have been a yacht expletive.
He said that with a hole in the wing, there's fuel gushing out of the wing, and the engine is in a bad state. Qantas 3-2, we were required to hold for at least another 30 minutes before making an approach.
Qantas 3-2, Roger, you are priority traffic.
In the air, Richard de Crespigny had to contemplate the unimaginable.
As more checks came up, you started to question, how many systems will I have left? Has a whole aircraft failed?
20 Centre, we have emergency services on standby.
I thought, let's protect this aircraft at the most basic level possible. And that was to position it within gliding range of Singapore. And that's what we did.
That's a big
call?
Well, it's
gliding an A380.
Gliding an A380. And you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best. But the preparation in this case was putting us within gliding range of Singapore. And that's something I've not done since I was in the Air Force.
This was monumental.
This was monumental.
Final approach, runway 207.
Eventually, after almost an hour and 3/4, the flight crew decided to attempt a landing.
Clear for final approach 20 centre, Qantas 32. Carl, you can see the runway straight out in front of us now.
There might have been 5 pilots, but getting the jet back on the ground safely came down to one man's skill.
So you have to time this absolutely perfectly.
This is the time for a good landing.
We're in the simulator, but it still feels very real.
It's a 4 kilometre long runway, but it does not look it from here.
No, and when we're doing 200 miles per hour, it certainly doesn't feel like it either.
50, 40, 30.
Richard's landing, even in a broken aeroplane, is as smooth as they come.
And we're onto the ground. I use maximum foot brakes now because the auto brakes have failed.
As the emergency vehicles swarmed over the aircraft, back in Australia, news of the incident was spreading. But much of it was wrong. Richard's wife, Coral, didn't even know there'd been an explosion until she got a call from Richard's boss at Qantas.
He said, I need to tell you that Richard's safe and he's on the ground. And I said, why are you telling me this? And then he said, well, there's been an incident. So I immediately turned on the news and then I saw that it wasn't, well, they had assumed there'd been a crash.
So there was actually a time when you thought maybe he's crashed?
There was a time, just a very short second, yes. You see the news and they're saying a crash and, well, you know, I started to cry.
But when the details emerged about what really happened, what ran through your mind?
I'm just so glad he didn't stuff up that landing.
So were a lot of other people. Claire Ryan is one of those people.
Fantastic man, fantastic. And I think maybe a lesser man might have wouldn't have handled it so well.
Would you fly with him again?
Oh, without a doubt. I'd like to know when his next flight's are. I'll try and book it out. What's his timetable?
How many passengers owe their lives to you?
Oh, Carl, but I can't answer that question.
There'll be people watching this story who will say that guy is a dead set hero for what he did that day. How does that sit with you?
Well, I don't really like having the hero term put on me. Point 1, I was just doing my job. Point 2, I was supported by an extraordinary crew with lots of experience. However, I was the person who signed off in the aeroplane. I would ultimately be responsible if people died. And I am so proud of everyone and all the teams that helped that day. I was proud to be in command of that aircraft.
We're now pretty comfortable this was a single one-off event.
After 3 months of extensive testing and investigations, Qantas is now completely confident Rolls-Royce has fixed the engine faults on the Superjet and that a tortured time can finally be put in the past. Is the A380 safe?
Absolutely. This was the biggest testament to Airbus. Some people might think the aircraft collapsed under the onslaught, but no aircraft is ever designed to take the beating that this aircraft got. The wing was cluster bombed. The aircraft had phenomenal damage in all systems, and it didn't just recover, it performed brilliantly. It is indestructible.
They did say that about the Titanic.
Titanic sank.
It's now nearly 3 years since Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 disappeared en route from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing. 6 Australians are among the 239 passengers and crew presumed dead in what has become the world's most baffling aviation mystery.
The last transmission from the aircraft was at 0107 which indicated that everything was normal.
Aircraft don't get lost.
2 weeks ago, Australia and Malaysia announced the search for the Boeing 777 in the southern Indian Ocean had been suspended.
This has been an extraordinary search effort, and it's been in some of the most inhospitable oceans in the world.
At more than $180 million, it was without doubt an expensive undertaking and couldn't go on forever. But the decision to stop looking has been devastating for the families of those missing. And what angers many of them is why the views of some of the world's most experienced air crash investigators continue to be dismissed by Australian and Malaysian authorities.
Are you saying it wasn't a controlled ditching of the aircraft?
We'll continue to analyse the data.
Last year, Canadian expert Larry Vance told 60 Minutes how he disputes the official theory, which suggests MH370 was not under pilot control at the end of its journey. Instead, he's adamant there's evidence pointing to someone on the jet attempting a controlled landing on water.
Somebody was flying the airplane at the end of its flight. Somebody was flying the airplane into the water.
Now, if Mr. Vance is right, it means the search has been conducted in the wrong area. For the sake of the families involved and in the interests of everyone who flies, we urge the Australian and Malaysian governments to reassess their decision. The search for MH370 may have ended for now, but our reporting of the story hasn't.
It is the greatest aviation mystery of all time. Malaysian Airlines flight MH370.
370 maintaining level 350.
Somewhere in the far depths of the Indian Ocean lies a massive passenger jet and the remains of its 239 passengers and crew.
This is aviation's greatest mystery. The last time the world had this interest in a missing airplane, the captain was Amelia Earhart.
Tonight, the world's top air crash investigators and experts re-examine its last hours, its final moments. Why, how, and where?
It's an officer's place to search.
MH370, the Situation Room. Good evening and welcome to a special edition of 60 Minutes. I'm Tara Brown. Right now, 3,000 kilometres from Perth, in the middle of the southern Indian Ocean, there's a state-of-the-art ship searching for MH370. What it's doing may be the final act in the mystery, the tragedy, of the missing Boeing 777 aircraft and its 239 passengers and crew. The investigation into the fate of MH370 has been without precedent. So why, after more than 4 years, has it not been found? To answer that question, we've brought together some of the world's leading aviation, crash investigation and oceanography experts for a final reckoning. Was MH370 a catastrophic accident or mass murder? They are the most terrifying accidents of all. Terrible errors by man, disastrous mechanical malfunctions, deliberate carnage by hijackers, or the rarest of all, mass murder by their pilot. But they always have a cause, and we always find out why. It's the job of men like these. Martin Dolan, former head of the Australian Transport Safety Bureau. He led the search for MH370. Veteran air crash investigator Larry Vance from Canada. And American John Cox, global air safety specialist. World-renowned oceanographer Professor Charitha Pattiaratchi. And Simon Hardy, senior Boeing 777 pilot and instructor.
So we're coming up to the second engine failure point, which is now.
Tonight, our experts reveal new evidence. How they believe MH370 was brought down. We test fly its final minutes.
It's still accelerating, so it's probably supersonic now. Okay, we're going to crash now though. That's it.
From the aircraft's actual flight plan, its mysterious route is re-examined with chilling discoveries.
What technical reason is there for this? And after 3 months of thinking about it, I finally got the answer.
And the latest forensic evidence put to the test. So we see bits of wreckage and you see clues.
There's all kinds of evidence in here. Tara, if this was a high-speed dive, this piece would not exist. The logic that was used is based on evidence that's not correct.
So which parts of the evidence are not correct?
The fact that the airplane ran out of fuel. It didn't run out of fuel. The fact that...
so your evidence for that is?
The fact that the flaps were down and it conducted a controlled ditch.
The fact that the speculation the flaps may have been down.
Well, now it's speculation to you. To me, there's evidence to support it.
So we know that there's electricity back in the airplane after an interruption.
And the cause for that interruption is?
That's my question.
Some people are arguing.
What are you arguing, Simon?
It's simple. It's obvious. My calculations said it's in there.
To these men, MH370 is not lost, it's unfinished business.
If you take history and you look back, it says we'll find it.
Mm-hmm.
We always have.
Yes.
So if history is our guide, I remain optimistic.
The flight that shocked the world left Kuala Lumpur on March 8th, 2014. On board were 12 crew members and 227 passengers, including 8 from Australia. At 42 minutes past midnight local time, MH370 sets off for Beijing. In the cockpit is 53-year-old Malaysian captain Zahari Ahmad Shah, a highly respected veteran of the skies. By his side, his inexperienced co-pilot, 27-year-old Farik Abdul Hamid, on his first ever flight as a 777 co-pilot. For 37 minutes, MH370 is just another commercial aircraft in the sky.
370 maintaining level 350.
Approaching the point at which Malaysian Air Traffic Control will hand over to Vietnam. Then, Captain Zahari makes a last routine, but now infamous radio transmission.
Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
2 minutes later, its transponder and other ground communications are turned off, right on the border of Malaysian and Vietnamese airspace. The Boeing 777 literally vanishes from the face of the Earth. Inside Australia's Air Investigation Headquarters, ATSB Chief Martin Dolan got the call. When the plane is missing, when all the communication has gone, are you thinking at that point catastrophic accident, or are you thinking pilot gone bad?
At that point, what we are thinking is there is an aircraft missing. There is at least a possibility that some people have survived, and certainly in my experience, the first thought is not what happened. It's, are there people still alive, and can we do something about that?
So in the first hours, they're mobilizing the search effort, the hopefully rescue efforts. Where's the debris? Those questions were central to everyone. If there were survivors, you've got to find them. So it's those first hours that turn into days that where's the airplane? And then the evidence starts rolling in. Now something's wrong. Now something doesn't fit what I'll call standard profile for accident investigation. Something with this one is different.
In this day and age, as sad as it is, do you assume terrorism immediately?
Yes. If this had been a terrorist event, as we would normally classify them, then it's almost invariable that a terrorist organisation will claim credit for the event. And there was no such claim made in this case.
For the families of those aboard MH370, March 8th, 2014 was the beginning of a nightmare that has no end. 4 years of questions, 4 years of fading hope there will ever be answers. And everyone who lost someone has lived lonelier lives, missing the moments that might have been. And that's certainly how Amanda Lawton feels.
The beach never felt the same for that first year. To think they could be out there somewhere. There's constantly reminded, you look up in the sky and there's an aeroplane up in the sky and you just instantly question, how does something like that disappear, you know?
Amanda's parents, Bob and Kathy Lawton, were on a trip of a lifetime, a long-planned holiday to China with friends Rodney and Mary Burrows.
It's just knowing what happened, you know. People don't go on a holiday and not come back because they've disappeared. It's not fair.
Why do you think it's so important to find out what happened?
The world needs to know what happened to MH370. How does a Boeing 777 disappear? And could this happen again? We need to find our loved ones. Like, we're in so much pain. My sister's family. It doesn't get any easier. Like.
To the frustration of families whose loved ones perished, so many possible answers about the fate of MH370 were lost in the immediate aftermath of the plane's disappearance. One of the greatest, a stunning oversight by Malaysian authorities that meant the massive initial search was focused in the wrong place. Incredibly, it took the Malaysians 4 days to admit they were searching in the completely wrong direction. For those 4 wasted days, search aircraft and ships scoured the ocean between Malaysia and Vietnam without finding a trace of MH370. On the 4th day, Malaysia's then Prime Minister, Najib Razak, called his first press conference and dropped a bombshell.
The Royal Malaysian Air Force primary radar data showed that an aircraft which was believed but not confirmed to be MH370 did indeed turn back.
Immediately after dropping off civilian radar, the Malaysian military tracked the plane as it dramatically changed course, veering back across the Malaysian mainland.
These movements are consistent with deliberate action by someone on the plane.
To the experts in the Situation Room, Malaysia's failure to detect the rogue jet immediately was an extraordinary security lapse. How can a plane fly around like this and not alert authorities? I mean, if it's being spotted on the military radar...
If this had happened in the US or in the UK, there would have been a military fighter jet with this aircraft within 20 minutes.
It does sound like a terrorist's dream. You can fly through here, an area that does have military radar, and not be picked up.
Did the military perceive a threat? And if the answer to that is no, then they're in a low alert environment. But I think part of the lessons learned is that even though the airplane may not present a threat, if it's out of position, we need to know why.
Could a catastrophic malfunction, fire, or any other accident have caused the aircraft's 180-degree change of course? Our experts say no. Are we all in agreement that there could be no accident scenario that would explain what looks like the controlled flight of the plane at the beginning?
You can develop scenarios that potentially explain the facts that we know them in that stage of the flight where the aircraft is tracked. But if you add them up, they are so remote in likelihood that you can say effectively you can eliminate it.
It's the probability issue. When you put these together, the probabilities become literally 1 in a trillion. I don't think that there's a reasonable accident scenario that would exactly explain right. it. There's too many coincidences.
Our 777 pilot, Simon Hardy, has reconstructed Captain Zahari Ahmed Shah's actual flight plan from the military radar and made a remarkable discovery. MH370's pilot avoided detection by either Malaysian or Thai military radar by flying along the border, crossing in and out of each country's airspace.
As the aircraft went across Thailand and Malaysia, it runs down the border, which is wiggling underneath, means it's going in and out of those two countries, which is where their jurisdictions are. So both of the controllers aren't bothered about this mysterious aircraft because it's gone. It's not in our space anymore. So there's a reason.
So
for
that
each
was
of these.
deliberate.
Yes, there's a reason. If you were commissioning me to do this operation and try and make a 777 disappear, I would do exactly the same thing. As far as I'm concerned, it's very accurate flying, and I think it did the job because we know, as a fact, that the military did not come and intercept the aircraft.
But Simon found something even more disturbing in Captain Zahari's flight plan. Detail of MH370's unexplained, strange turn at Penang. In the first of the flight simulations he'll run for us tonight, he reveals Captain Zahari dipped his wing to see Penang, his hometown.
If you look very carefully, you can see it's actually a turn to the left, then start a long turn to the right, and then do another left turn. So I spent a long time thinking about what this could be, what technical reason is there for this. And after 3 months of thinking about it, I finally got the answer. Somebody was looking out the window.
In your opinion, why did he want to have a look at Penang?
It might be a long emotional goodbye or a short emotional goodbye to his hometown.
After leaving Penang, MH370 runs the military radar gauntlet undetected for nearly 400 kilometres to the northwest before dropping out of range. To the Situation Room, it's another clearly deliberate move by whoever is in control of the aircraft. By now, the crew and passengers would have surely known something was terribly wrong. What do we think has happened to the passengers at this point?
The thing that gets discussed the most is that at the point where the pilot turned the transponder off, that he depressurized the airplane, and which would disable the passengers. There is no reason not to believe that that's what the pilot did, because that would be consistent with everything else that the pilot did. And I would be comforted in thinking that that's probably what happened.
But if the plane had not been depressurised, do you think that there would have been attempts to contact people from the plane? Would there have been phone calls?
A lot more opportunity to do that, that's for sure. I think that if you go down into your deep thoughts, you think that's probably the most likely thing that the pilot would do, given his intention to make the airplane disappear and not wanting any interference from the back or anybody using cell phones or anybody trying to call people. That's in my opinion, that's probably what happened. You asked the question, I'll give you that answer.
So it's the nature of the silence around this aeroplane that makes the mystery so great.
Every day that went by, the mystery grew deeper, and this became very quickly unlike any accident in aviation's history. The last time that the world had this interest in a missing airplane, the captain was Amelia Earhart.
We now know that flight MH370 made a gigantic U-turn just after it disappeared from air traffic control screens. It was then tracked by military radar, flying back over Malaysia and out into the Indian Ocean, a route that seems inexplicable unless you contemplate the unthinkable, that Captain Zahari Ahmad Shah had planned his own death and those of his passengers and crew, as a terrible few pilots had done before him. Tuesday, March 24th, 2015. 40 minutes after takeoff from Barcelona en route to Dusseldorf, Germanwings Flight 9525 disappears from radar over the French Alps. The Airbus A320 was carrying 150 passengers and crew, including Melbourne mother and son, Carol and Greg Friday. All were killed instantly when the plane crashed at high speed into a mountainside. The cockpit voice recorder would later reveal the awful truth. It wasn't an accident, but mass murder. When the plane's captain left the cockpit to go to the bathroom, his co-pilot, Andreas Lubitz, locked him out. The stricken captain could be heard trying to break his way back in as Lubitz sent the plane into a kamikaze dive. And Germanwings wasn't the first case of pilot suicide.
Somewhere on that tape, the co-pilot makes a statement in Arabic of a religious nature that has some reference into going into death.
In 1999, Egypt Air Flight 990 plunged into the Atlantic Ocean east of New York, killing all 217 on board. US investigators found that co-pilot Gamil al-Batouti deliberately crashed the plane, apparently in revenge at being accused of sexual misconduct by his employer. And there have been other pilot suicide mass murders over the years, with hundreds of innocent lives lost. Did those crimes set the stage for MH370 and Captain Zahari Ahmed Shah? The spectre of pilot suicide is raised because it comes into question what happens after the plane is lost to the military radar.
He was killing himself. Unfortunately, he was killing everybody else on board, and he did it deliberately.
Pilot suicide, we have seen some very few, very unfortunate cases of it, because you're constantly evaluated, you're constantly put under stress, you're constantly tested. It just comes with the job. You know, to have somebody just snap and elect to take their own life is a tragedy, but to do it and commit mass murder at the same time, it's very hard for me to even begin to understand it.
And Simon, it looked really hard for you to even watch it.
Yeah, any aircraft coming to grief and people coming to grief inside it is something that we're focused on avoiding. We don't even let people crash the simulator. In the course of your training, you won't let the guy crash the simulator. It's called negative training. And you don't want it to go into his mind, even in the pretend situation of a simulator.
If Captain Zahari Ahmed Shah had been intent on killing himself and all on board MH370, then this next discovery was confounding. Instead of crashing into the sea immediately, the plane had kept flying for another 6 hours. But with all its communication systems dead, where it had gone was anyone's guess. 10 days after MH370 vanished, engineers at Britain's Inmarsat shocked the world. One of its satellites had picked up a series of faint data signals from the aircraft's engines, proving they'd kept running for 6 hours. The signals were meant for the engine's manufacturer to monitor them in flight, never designed to provide location data for the aircraft. But Inmarsat engineers knew the precise position of their satellite above the Indian Ocean. A series of extraordinary calculations revealed the distance of the plane from that satellite at each of the signals. Plotting those distances gave them 7 arcs through which the plane must have passed. The 7th and last arc put the plane's final location somewhere in a vast air corridor that ran north as far as Kazakhstan and south deep into the Indian Ocean.
This new satellite information has significant impact on the nature and scope of the search operation.
Tell me what that corridor looks like. How big is that corridor? What direction are we talking about?
Well, all we were measuring was the distance from a satellite that sits over the middle of the Indian Ocean. So those arcs are very reliable pieces of information. The problem is that there's a whole set of distances from the satellite that could reach from the southern Indian Ocean all the way to Central Asia. All we knew was there was this arc, and somewhere along it was where the aircraft's flight ended.
At Inmarsat headquarters in London, analysts pulled off a final calculation using the satellite data. As Inmarsat's chief revealed, there was no doubt MH370 flew south.
We can give you a likely area of the Southern Ocean, but we can't tell you exactly where to look.
But as the world's eyes turned south to one of the wildest and most remote stretches of ocean on Earth, there is a single collective question. Why would anyone want to fly the plane deliberately to this part of the ocean?
To make it disappear. The airplane was flown to this part of the ocean for one single reason, and it was because the pilot wanted it to disappear forever, never to be seen again, not to be found forever.
10 days after MH370 went missing, the real search could finally begin. An international alliance of ships and planes scoured several million square kilometres of the southern Indian Ocean. But where there should have been a massive debris field created by its impact with the water, not a trace of the aircraft or its passengers was found. What would we expect to see if there was a high impact crash?
I can speak to that because I worked on Swiss Air 111 accident that was a high impact crash. We had 2 million pieces that were created by hydrodynamic forces as the airplane entered the water at high speed. If this airplane entered the water at high speed, you would expect to see an equivalent amount of damage.
Chari, as an oceanographer, tell us about this part of the ocean, this part of the world.
It is a very hostile area, so lots of waves and wind, so it is rough. It took 10 days before the search actually came to this part. In the 10 days, there were 2 cyclones, so there was a lot of mixing and a lot of very big seas, which would have also broken up part of the stuff that we're talking about.
So our job at this stage was, we're going to have a search. Where do we search? We search in the area that the aircraft is most likely to be. It's not the place where the aircraft is guaranteed to be, but by our best assessment on all the information that was available to us at the time, where is the aircraft most likely to be, that's where we concentrate our resources.
The one vital clue investigators had about the fate of MH370 was satellite data showing it had been flown to the furthest stretches of the southern Indian Ocean. But the deepening mystery would not be cracked until the plane itself was found. So now Australia took charge of the investigation, running what would be the biggest undersea search in history. Using every possible known parameter, satellite data, fuel load and probable cruise speed, the ATSB mapped out a search area for MH370 covering 120,000 square kilometres of the ocean floor. The effort was coordinated by the Australian Transport Safety Bureau under its Commissioner, Martin Dolan. So today, what do you think happened at the end of the flight?
I still think the weight of the evidence, which is why the search has been concentrated where it is that for whatever reason, it's unlikely there were control inputs at the end of the flight, and therefore the aircraft spiralled into the water and crashed.
The ATSB's insistence that MH370 fell from the sky in a steep, seemingly uncontrolled dive was based on their highly technical recalculation of the satellite data, which showed a probable, extremely fast descent. The search area defined by this death dive scenario was 25 nautical miles either side of the 7th arc. If that was the most probable scenario, if that's what happened to the plane, why haven't you found it?
That's a question that's becoming more pointed as we eliminate more of the search area.
Do you accept that the other possibility is that the plane was controlled right to the end?
We've always accepted that there was a possibility that was the case.
What does that do to the potential search area then?
It's an almost impossible task, and with the resources governments are likely to make available, it would be impossible.
Relying on the satellite calculation that MH370 made a steep, high-speed descent, there are 2 primary scenarios. The first is the so-called death dive that has dictated the ATSB's 4-year, $200 million search for MH370. The second is that Captain Zahari maximised his fuel range at altitude, then used the speed of his dive to glide the aircraft to a controlled landing on the ocean. But could any pilot do that? Captain Simon Hardy will try. First, though, he will fly the ATSB's assumed death dive.
I'm going to turn off the right engine now. So the aircraft's going to start slowing down and the left engine comes up to compensate for the fact that we've lost one of them.
Simon is doing what is almost never done in a simulator, deliberately allowing his aircraft to crash. And the assumption at this point is that nobody's in control of the plane.
Yeah.
This is just autopilot.
So we're not going to touch it, we'll just watch and see what happens. So 5 miles to go, just 35 seconds.
After flying for 7.5 hours, the plane is at the very limit of its range as it runs out of fuel. We're entering the death dive.
This is the point. Turn that engine off. You've lost all your instruments, which is correct.
Within a matter of seconds, it begins a catastrophic dive from which there will be no recovery.
The speed's washing off now even more because we've lost that engine, and now it's starting to turn.
Even in a simulator, it is a sobering experience.
Speed's now coming up. Warning is saying bank angle. This is overspeed warning, knots. Pull up, terrain. It's now saying you're going to hit the ground at this rate of descent. We've got 10,000 feet to go. It's still accelerating, so it's probably supersonic now in this particular. Okay, we're going to crash now. That's it. Okay. Stop. That's pretty horrible, isn't it?
From cruising altitude to ocean surface, it's all over in less than 2 minutes, putting the plane not far from where it finally ran out of fuel. How far did we travel?
We travelled 11.9 miles from the time the second engine failed.
Do you think what we've just shown actually happened?
I don't think it happened, no, because I think that somebody was controlling the aircraft to the end. The death dive thing isn't realistic as far as I'm concerned.
So that then leaves another scenario.
Well, it leaves the scenario that this was a mission by one of the crew to hide the aircraft as far away from civilization as possible.
Now we run the counter scenario. Taking into account the ATSB's calculation of a high-speed descent, could MH370's pilot have pulled out of the so-called death dive? And how much further could he have flown before landing on the water?
So we're coming up to the second engine failure point. It's now at,
Within moments of the second engine running out of fuel, we're once again spiralling into what looks like a catastrophic dive.
Bank, 5,000 feet a minute, 6,000, 8,000, 9,000, there's full-scale deflection, so now I'm going to recover the aircraft.
Only this time, in the skilled hands of a pilot, the plane is brought back under control.
The speed's coming back.
With no power and the most rudimentary of controls, the Boeing 777 is actually flying again.
So now we're just flying with no engines, we're just a huge glider.
You seem to pull the plane out of that death dive effortlessly. Is that because we're in a simulator, or can you do that as a pilot?
No, you can do it. I think if you put any pilot here, he would be able to do the same thing.
Our journey to the ocean surface will take a full 9 minutes and add nearly 100 nautical miles to our flight.
500 feet, 300 feet, 100 now. And that's crashed. That's it.
A controlled crash that raises fundamental questions about the central assumption that guided the search for MH370.
The total travelled is 88.4, which puts us way outside the search area that is currently being done. So if you ask me, has there ever been a chance of finding the aircraft, the answer is no.
Whether MH370 was under the control of its captain Zahari Ahmed Shah until the very end is the question dividing the Situation Room, with Martin Dolan adamant the ATSB's 25 nautical mile search corridor is still the most likely.
The width along the arc of the likely location of the aircraft, no one is arguing with. What we continue to have...
I'm arguing.
Okay, you feel free to argue, Simon. Some people are arguing. We remain confident in the quality of the mathematical analysis of those signals.
What are you arguing, Simon?
Well, I'm arguing if the ATSB have said that the end-of-flight scenario could be that there's somebody there, then it's going to go way beyond 25 nautical miles if someone's flying it. You can see there's a dark area there, which is the Goldfinch fracture zone, which runs up through the whole area. My calculation said it's in there. And so all I wanted was to go another 40, 50 miles. It's simple, it's obvious. It's an obvious thing to do. It's an obvious place to search.
So, Martin, why not look there? Why not search that area if it's so simple, so obvious?
So we didn't dismiss that out of mind, and we were weighing up a range of different evidence.
For Martin Dolan and the ATSB's long-held focus on an unpiloted, uncontrolled dive, this is the moment of truth. If you accepted that there was a pilot controlling the plane at the end, wouldn't the most likely search area be different?
Yes.
So I accept you have to prioritise. So did you get your priorities wrong?
If we don't end up finding the aircraft in the search area, then the conclusion is that we focused on the wrong set of priorities, yes.
Martin's admission has huge implications for the search and the motivation for Captain Zahari's mysterious flight south. So I guess the question is, if Captain Zahari was intent on committing suicide, why would he fly the plane for another 6 hours?
To make it disappear. Simple as that. He was taking it to a predestination, someplace that he had planned to take it, and he flew that 6 hours to get it there. The airplane on the bottom of the ocean right now, as I see it, the fuselage is in one piece, the left wing is still on it, the right wing may be off, the engines are separate, but you basically have 4 pieces of airplane down there. It's not scattered all over the bottom of the ocean.
Larry Vance believes MH370 is still largely intact because he's sure Captain Zahari ditched it deliberately. In more heroic circumstances, other pilots have proved that a water landing is possible. The images of the miracle on the Hudson, US Airways Flight 1459's crash landing on New York's Hudson River in 2009, are unforgettable. Another infamous water landing, Ethiopia Airlines Flight 961, hijacked and out of fuel, captured on amateur video. Miraculously, 50 of the 175 people aboard survived. Even in the worst conditions, controlled water landings can leave the plane largely intact with little wreckage. And the wreckage so far recovered from MH370 may be further evidence it was piloted to the end and was not a high-speed impact. Larry, for you, what is the significance of the first bit of debris that washed up off Africa?
Tara, if this was a high-speed dive, this piece would not exist.
Larry Vance believes this recovered flaperon from MH370's right wing, reconstructed for the official ATSB investigation, would have been massively damaged if there'd been a high-speed crash.
What would happen instead is that this piece would hit at a great high speed, and the front of it would be crushed in. It's hollow, the water would invade inside, and it would just explode from the inside out. So this piece would not even exist.
And to Larry, there are other damning clues. The erosion of the flaperon's trailing edge.
Would happen because the flap was extended down, and the forces of the water would be enormous, and this is what made this all erode here at the back.
The flaps could not be extended down unless a pilot was in control of the aircraft. And the reason for doing that would be to land the plane, thereby keeping it intact, leaving as little debris as possible. Martin, Does the ATSB accept that the flaps were down?
That was not the assumption when we were defining our search area.
Do you have proof that they weren't extended?
No, and this is the point that we've been trying to make, that there are two viable theories, that someone was at the controls of that aircraft and applying control inputs at the end of flight, or they were not. And there's evidence that supports both of those theories.
I think that most people will agree that the flaps were down. Not only were they down, they were fully extended.
All we're saying at the moment, Larry, is that the evidence is not yet sufficient to draw as firm a conclusion as you appeared to have done.
My contention is that the starting point up here is not supported by the evidence.
So which parts of the evidence are not correct?
The fact that the airplane ran out of fuel. It didn't run out of fuel. The fact that...
so your evidence for that is?
The fact that the flaps were down and it conducted a controlled ditching.
You can't get the speculation the flaps may have been down.
Well, now it's speculation to you. To me, there's evidence to support it.
And this ditching would not be something that would be easily done. What would be the average wave height on that day? Do you know?
3 to 4 meters.
3 to 4 meters. That's quite sizable waves that is going to create a lot of damage on the airplane.
I think you could do a successful ditching in a big aircraft in that sea. As Larry is saying, I think you could end up with most of the aircraft intact. I agree with you. The fact is that this is planned meticulously to make the aircraft disappear, and therefore, if I'm going to make the aircraft disappear, I will be there at the end, unless something bad has happened to me, like
to do a controlled ditching. Is why
I will continue to be there. I will make sure I'm there to the end.
If you assume that it went into the ocean under control at landing speed, then the idea of it fracturing into tens of thousands of pieces goes down dramatically. I think it's probably also possible that the airplane is in multiple large pieces.
So you think that Larry's interpretation has merit?
Absolutely, it has merit.
Adding weight to the rogue pilot scenario that Captain Zahari planned to stay at the controls until the end was an eerie flight simulation found on his home computer, charting a course that ended in the southern Indian Ocean. Simon Hardy reveals a stunning truth in Zahari's flight simulation. He didn't plot an endpoint, leaving himself nowhere to land but the surface of the ocean.
It's either a series of massive coincidences, which are getting more and more, and on top of each other is looking less and less like a coincidence, or it's an intentional act of someone who is doing something very clever.
The search for MH370 has not ended. As we speak, the hunt goes on in the depths of the southern Indian Ocean, where a ship called the Seabed Constructor, owned by private company Ocean Infinity, has been operating since January. It's searching an area north of the previous search zone. But that search will end, probably next month, and with it, perhaps the last chance of ever finding the missing plane and its passengers, of ever answering the question, what happened to MH370? For those who say to keep searching for MH370 is futile, history has a lesson. Air France 447, which plummeted into the Atlantic in 2009. While some surface wreckage was recovered, a year-long underwater search failed to find a single trace of the plane on the ocean floor and was abandoned. A year later, in 2011, the team that located the Titanic began a new search with new technology for Air France 447. They found the missing aircraft in a week. Infinity might have success.
Well, I was hoping that they would. You talk about hope. It took 100 years almost to find Titanic. And there's, we're now finding World War I and World War II submarines and shipwrecks. And so there's always hope when our systems get better and we have better technology.
There are the families of 239 people out there that at the moment still do not have an answer to what happened to their loved ones. And some level of closure comes with finding the aircraft. So that's the reason for continuing. But on the other side of this, you've got government saying the cost of this at some point outweighs any benefits we will get from it. And that's what we elect governments to do. I may not agree with them in this case because I'm still passionately committed to finding the aircraft.
When you look at it and you go back into the history of commercial jet aviation, with fare-paying passengers on board, we've always found the airplane. To have one that we can't find is one of aviation, probably aviation's greatest single mystery. And aviation does not do well with mysteries. And that's why so much effort has been put into it.
And is it an effort that you think should keep going?
Absolutely. If we're not looking, we can't find it. To just give up at this point, I'm not prepared to do that.
The search for MH370 is unparalleled in aviation history. Using the keenest minds and the most advanced science, the Australian-led investigation has exhausted the most probable scenarios. At this stage, sadly, the result does not mirror the effort. But with no plane, the unlikely has become the likely for investigators, that MH370 may have been flown beyond any feasible search parameters. It's the nightmare scenario, leaving a whole lot of ocean still to be searched, if we have the will to do it.
I'm not sure, given the likely cost of extending the search for this aircraft, how much hope it is reasonable to hold out. And I think the other thing is the data we have already means that we can form a view, broadly speaking, about what happened, reduce the likelihood of a recurrence. That can be done now.
Without finding the plane,
Without finding the plane.
So are you saying, in your opinion, it's not necessary to find the plane? It's not necessary to keep searching?
It's highly desirable. It's not necessary to the basics of investigating and understanding what happened here. So that's from the point of view of understanding this event. All I'm saying is the basic conclusions about what happened here are already available on the evidence that is sitting there.
But do we all agree? I mean, what is the conclusion? What actually happened to the plane?
So this was planned, this was deliberate, and it was done over an extended period of time.
Mm-hmm. I think that the general public, the traveling public, can take comfort in the fact that there is a consensus, growing consensus, that this was a criminal act, and therefore it was not a problem with the airplane. And the fact that it was a criminal act actually simplifies it down to what can you do to prevent somebody who already has control of an airplane from doing whatever they want to do with that airplane. Can you do that?
Just this year, Amanda Lawton and her partner Dave welcomed a new generation to their family. Bobby, named in memory of his grandfather, is now 3 months old. Sadly, he will never get to meet his grandparents, Bob and Kathy. Do you tell Bobby about his grandparents, about your mum and dad?
I'm a little bit too young just yet, but I do wonder, when the questions will come up. How do you explain that to a little kid and without any answers ourselves? They've had an accident, but it's not like you can say they disappeared. But that's pretty much the story, isn't it?
Will you ever accept that the task is too great? The ocean is too big. The variables are too many.
I don't want to believe that. Not with today's technology. It has to be found. We want to know where our loved ones are, their final resting place, and what happened. And the search must go on for that closure.
So you're saying please don't give up?
Please don't give up.
I'm sure Amanda Lawton speaks for every family who has lost loved ones on MH370. Our thoughts are with them all.
It's not just the despairing family and friends of the 239 men, women and children who were on board Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 who deserve answers about what happened to the plane. Everyone who flies needs to know where the Boeing 777 is and why it ended up there. Big modern airliners can't just vanish without explanation. In a few days, there'll be another grim MH370 milestone. It'll be 5 years since the plane went missing. But Danica Weeks, whose husband Paul was a passenger, will never lose hope this mystery will eventually be solved. And to help, she's meeting Malaysia's Prime Minister, Dr Mahathir Mohamad, to convince him more must be done.
Let's go through here. And then into the middle.
Into the
Now this
middle.
way.
Through the middle. Oh, this is the real maze. Maze of all mazes.
The enduring pain of MH370 is written in lives like Danica Weeks and her sons, 8-year-old Lincoln and 6-year-old Jack. How does a mother tell them their father Paul is never coming back? That no one even knows where he is?
But you know, when you look at Lincoln and Jack, I mean, look at them. Bro, they're 6 and 8. You know, they were babies. And I just go, what happened? And it just tears at you. Because you know what Paulie wanted to do with them. And he's not there. I don't even know where the hell he is. I just feel so awful. I just want to bring him back. I just want to grab him.
MH370. It's the flight number that will haunt public imagination.
A Boeing 777 is missing. Flight MH370 would vanish from radar contact.
The early hours of March 8, 2014. 239 men, women and children perished. No clue to their fate has ever been found.
Every single plane crash has an answer. MH370, we have nothing.
But could things be about to change with Malaysia's strongman Prime Minister back in charge? Mr Prime Minister, what do you think happened to MH370? Tonight, an unprecedented meeting with Dr Mahathir and, on his order, access to the investigation's secret vault. Is this flap the smoking gun in aviation's greatest mystery?
You can see it's actually a turn to the left, then start a long turn to the right, and then do another left turn.
In the 5 years since MH370 disappeared, 60 Minutes has been chasing the truth.
Every day that went by, the mystery grew deeper, and this became very quickly unlike any accident in aviation's history.
With every new breakthrough, suspicion, even certainty to some aviation experts, has closed in on MH370's Captain Zahari Ahmed Shah.
He was killing himself. Unfortunately, he was killing everybody else on board, and he did it deliberately.
But in all that time, those in charge of the Malaysian investigation have never agreed to answer the allegation that the pilot in command committed the worst crime in aviation history.
That's it.
Until now.
I went numb. That is one of the airline's nightmare, my nightmare, that to find out that one of our flights have gone missing.
Crisis manager Fawad Sharouji was in charge of Malaysia Airlines' response on that terrible day 5 years ago. He's one of the top-level players in the MH370 tragedy, who's now speaking for the first time. How many things went wrong that night?
Everything went wrong.
In all your decades of experience, has anything like this ever happened before?
Nope, never. It was on the early morning of 8th of March at 2:30 in the morning when I received the first phone call that we have lost contact with MH370. And then I knew that there was something wrong, seriously wrong. So we immediately activated our code red. I left my house immediately to our emergency operation center.
Fuad was not only managing a crisis unlike any in aviation history, for him it was also personal. The man at the controls of MH370 was a man he knew well, popular Malaysia Airlines pilot Captain Zahari Ahmed Shah. Was there anything peculiar about his final words?
His final words was, "Good night, MH370.
Good night, Malaysian 370.
His voice was calm, relatively calm. There was no signs of anxiety at all. So there's nothing abnormal with his last words.
Most people in the professional aviation industry believe that after that transmission, Zahari hijacked his own aircraft, killed those on board by depressurizing it, and flew it to its doom in the middle of nowhere in the southern Indian Ocean.
For journalist and author Ian Higgins, MH370 has become a professional obsession. What would the world have been thinking when MH370 went missing?
Well, I think the world would have been thinking that this plane must be found and will be found within a few days, because they are always found, wreckage or whatever, or the debris, and people thought, well, 1, 2, 3, 4 days, we'll have the answer to the mystery.
In Perth, Danica Weeks and her then infant sons at home were waiting for a call from her husband Paul, due to land in Beijing on MH370. 2 weeks later, Charles Woolley was with her when Malaysia Airlines finally declared there was no hope.
This news is clearly devastating for the families.
I remember saying then that 18 days was such a long time to wait. 1800 days has been hell on earth.
For the past 5 years, Danica has refused to give up hope of finding an answer for what happened to Paul. Now that hope is taking her to Malaysia. For weeks, on Danica's behalf, 60 Minutes has been in contact with Malaysia's iconic leader, Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad. And in a move that stunned even his closest advisors, he's agreed for the first time to meet a relative of one of those lost on MH370. Danica will plead her case directly to Dr. Mahathir, to reopen the investigation, to renew the search for the flight that took her husband.
We're here for a very good reason, darling. We help find Daddy.
Do you see this meeting with Dr. Mahathir as your last hope?
Yes, this is it. This is my last-ditch effort. And as I said, it's the pinnacle. It's as high as I can go. And it'd just be nice to, speak with him and really get him to understand where us as the families are coming from.
How significant is it, in your view, that Dr. Mahathir has agreed to meet with Danica?
I think it's very significant. I think what it shows is that, despite all, he is open to listening to the possibility of reopening a search. And of course, if he were to decide on such a course of action, the country, which supports him greatly, would be right behind him.
What makes this meeting remarkable is that for years, authorities here have closed ranks against foreigners scrutinising Malaysia's handling of MH370, defending the country's reputation with official silence. But with Dr. Mahathir's new government, that silence may be breaking. Five years on, and the theories around what happened to MH370 range from the mystifying to the ridiculous. But the one that most international experts now agree is the only reasonable explanation based on known facts is that MH370 was hijacked by its own pilot, Captain Zahari Ahmed Shah, who then committed an act of mass murder. But while his name rings in infamy around the world, here in Malaysia, his innocence is considered an almost sacred truth.
I think it's pretty simple. They don't want to lose face. It's very important in Asian cultures. It's a government-owned airline, and it's not a good look for Malaysia to have one of its nationals, one of its pilots, take 238 innocent people to their deaths.
But Malaysia Airlines crisis manager Fawad Sharouji will always defend his captain. For the record, did Captain Zahari deliberately crash MH370 into the Southern Indian Ocean and kill everyone on board?
We don't believe so. For a person to actually take the lives of 239 passengers and crew on board, including his own life, must be a completely deranged person and madman, crazy. And none of that is the character of Captain Zahari.
Anybody that knows Captain would immediately tell you that he's not this kind of person that would do such a thing.
Peter Chong is another close friend of Zahari Ahmed Shah. The two were bonded by their passion for politics, which some speculate was the motivation for Captain Zahari to deliberately crash his plane. So he was very politically active?
He was very politically concerned.
Have you allowed yourself to believe the possibility that Captain Zahari did commit mass murder?
To commit mass murder, no way.
No possibility?
No possibility. Certainly not the Captain Zahari that I know.
Do you accept that you may not have really known him? I mean, do we really know people?
Obviously, that is a possibility, but very small percentage.
One of the greatest mysteries in the riddle of MH370 is how and where Captain Zahari spent his final days and hours. Was this a man preparing to commit one of aviation's most terrible and heartless crimes? And if so, why? Captain Zahari's last hours alive could provide the telling clue. Those who point to Zahari's guilt believe he was outraged at the trumped-up conviction of a man he believed was Malaysia's political saviour, Anwar Ibrahim. The conviction was handed down just hours before Captain Zahari took off in MH370. There's also speculation he left a note behind, never revealed by the authorities. Journalist Ian Higgins.
There was a pretty extraordinary coincidence, but did he leave a message and either it was never found or it got into other hands? Unless there's some part of the puzzle we don't know about, is that there was no claim of responsibility. And what's the point of doing something like that, making a political protest, if you don't let anyone know why you're doing it?
While a motive for Captain Zahari's involvement is almost impossible to pinpoint, to many, the smoking gun of his guilt is an eerie course he plotted on a home flight simulator program, only weeks before he guided MH370 into the night skies of Kuala Lumpur. The course mapped by Captain Zahari is chillingly close to the presumed actual route of MH370.
It made no sense whatsoever. It went up the Straits of Malacca, as MH370 did, and turned left south to the southern Indian Ocean. There's nowhere to land anywhere even close to that part of the world. It could only have been a suicide flight.
But despite this damning evidence, senior Malaysian officials still maintain there was nothing suspicious about Captain Zahari's flight simulation, even though for the first time tonight, they admit it did stand out among the 1,000 other flight simulations recovered from his computer.
Nothing unusual for pilots to have simulators at home, and they use that for training.
Why do you think he would have tracked a course deep into the southern Indian Ocean?
Okay, he also tracked 1,000 other flights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did any of them end in the middle of nowhere?
No, only one out of the 1,000 flights was in South Indian Ocean.
to land nowhere. Does that make sense?
I do not know, I cannot explain to you why that one particular flight landed in South Indian Ocean, but if you are trying to lead me that he tried to ditch aircraft, I wouldn't want to buy that.
But why would you map a route to the middle of nowhere?
Because it's a difficult route. For training purposes, that would be ideal.
But I don't understand. It's a difficult route to where? Where is he hoping to land the plane?
In the water somewhere, maybe.
He's intending to land the plane in the water?
No, for training purposes.
So is it just a coincidence that it did happen?
Never know. History may tell us.
Coming up, inside the investigation's secret vault. It's eerie to think this fragment represents a giant aircraft lying somewhere at the bottom of an ocean with its passengers and crew. A desperate plea to Malaysia's leader.
Please don't give up on us.
And fresh hope for answers. Mr. Prime Minister, what do you think happened to MH370? That's next on 60 Minutes.
It's 10 years since Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 was lost somewhere in the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean. For the families of the 239 passengers and crew on board the Boeing 777, it's been a decade of despair, living with the never-ending pain of not knowing what's happened to their loved ones. Many of them also have feelings of anger, much of which is directed at governments around the world that seem reluctant to do more to find the truth about this disaster. And it's a frustration that's amplified because, as you'll see, new and credible information continues to be collected. MH370 is a mystery that can be solved.
I think there's something special about the sea.
The ocean is like an old friend to Kit Olver. Kit, how long have you spent out here?
Well, probably the best part of 40 years.
For all the time the 78-year-old fisherman has spent at sea, there's one catch he'll never forget. What did it look like?
Like a wing. It was the wing off a bloody aircraft.
Not just any aircraft, Kit believes he pulled up the wing of flight MH370. The disappearance of the Boeing 777 10 years ago is the world's greatest aviation mystery. The plane was carrying 239 people, including 6 Australians, when it left Kuala Lumpur bound for Beijing. But it never arrived, vanishing somewhere in the Indian Ocean. If Kit was right, he just found a big piece of the puzzle, not far off the coast of South Australia. When did you first think MH370?
Oh, pretty much as soon as we saw it. We thought it. Of course we did. And we got a pretty fair look at it.
Kit regrets not being able to salvage what could be a crucial piece of evidence. He says the wing got stuck in the net of his deep-sea fishing trawler, so he had to cut it free. That was in October 2014, just 7 months after flight MH370 was lost. Kit says he reported his find to authorities soon after he returned to land, and again 3 years later.
They responded by saying that they thought that it could be a container, and I knew it was a container. It was the wing off an aircraft.
What do you say to people who might doubt what you saw that day?
Plenty of people just simply don't believe me. That's up to them. Amongst those criticisms, that I didn't pull my phone out to take a photo. I didn't knock off for a bloody picnic halfway through either. I was busy.
How many wings are sitting on the bottom of the ocean? Big ones, like the wing you found?
I wouldn't have thought many. And that was another part of my thinking. It's not from the MH370. What is it?
Do you think Kit Olver's story is plausible?
Yeah, it is absolutely plausible.
Peter Waring was the Deputy Operations Manager on the first search for MH370, which ended in 2017. It was run by the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, or ATSB, and failed to find any trace of the aircraft. Another mission by American company Ocean Infinity was called off in 2018 without any success. The underwater surveyor believes authorities should now take Kit's report seriously.
Provided he has an accurate position, he thinks it's at the bottom and it's not too deep, it would be relatively cheap to send a little sonar out there and scan the seafloor. And a wing, if it was in one piece and lying on the bottom of the seafloor, it would stick out. You'd be able to pick it up very quickly.
We know what the answers would mean to the families of the victims, but what would they mean to you?
For me, it would feel like finally we finished something that we started so long ago. It's always felt like this open book and something that I haven't been entirely able to move on from, but I would love nothing more than to have it finished. And I'm sure that's the case for everyone that worked on the search.
Finding the wreckage would mean even more to Jackie Gonzalez. Her husband, Patrick Gomez, was the chief steward on flight MH370.
I thought we would have answers earlier, way earlier. 10 years? I don't know if I can wait another 10 years.
Just doesn't seem fair, does it?
No. A lot of people miss him, not only us. His friends miss him. But 10 years, of course, he's not coming back. So we have to accept it. But we still need to know exactly where he is and how it happened. We just have to wait.
This is Patrick making his way through airport security at Kuala Lumpur for the last time.
This is the safety manual that he has to go through. Usually he will just flip through before he goes on a flight as a refresher.
You can have all the safety manuals in the world, but you could never be prepared for that.
No, it's not even in the safety book. What if the plane goes missing?
The most frustrating thing is that we could now be closer than ever to knowing where the plane is. But no one is willing to go and find it. On top of Kit Olver's discovery, aerospace engineer Richard Godfrey believes he's pinpointed another location where parts of the wreckage could be. Do you feel like the Malaysian government is trying to cover up the truth about MH370?
They are certainly showing very little interest. We have shared our research with them. They say thank you very much, but we never get any response.
4 years ago, Richard started publishing his analysis of thousands of disturbances in radio signals caused by an aircraft on the night of March 8, 2014. He says that plane was MH370, and he used the data to plot the exact flight path into the Indian Ocean. Since then, are you more confident or less confident that you are right?
I'm much more confident. I've been joined by two eminent scientists. We have also offered our research and our programs to academics around the world. We're down to an area, search area, which has a radius of 30 kilometres. So it's something that could be done in just a matter of a couple of weeks.
Richard is in no doubt, but it seems the Malaysian government has reservations. It says it will only restart the search if it receives new and credible evidence. So how much more credible does it have to get?
I don't think it can get much more credible. From a scientific point of view, I don't think you could get more precise in knowing the flight route and knowing the crash location.
Why do you think there hasn't been any further searches?
If the aircraft or the pilot or the airline is in some way found to be at fault for the disappearance, then
the Malaysian government is the ultimate owner of the airline and MH370 are exposed to compensation claims. In my view, they would prefer to bury the issue rather than solve it.
It's the most contentious issue about the aircraft's disappearance. The failed searches for MH370 have all been based on the same assumption, that no one was in control of the plane when it crashed into the ocean. But a decade on, many experts believe authorities got it wrong.
If there's someone at the controls all the way to the end, and the search area is very, very different than the one we actually looked at. And that scenario, I don't believe has ever adequately been considered, certainly wasn't by the Australian government. We'd drawn this box, this search box, and really at one point, I think we just became incapable of thinking outside of it.
But the ATSB still stands by its search, even after Kit's reported discovery and Richard's research into the flight path.
We are an evidence-based organisation, and at the moment we don't have new evidence to suggest that what we assessed at the time was incorrect.
So what you're saying is, for the families of those on board, that original search is as good as it gets?
Well, it was as good as it got 10 years ago with the evidence available. But tragically, and for the families, it didn't yield results.
Angus Mitchell became the Chief Commissioner of the ATSB in 2021, 4 years after the organisation stopped searching for MH370. These boxes that sit in his office were built to house the flight recorders the ATSB hoped to salvage from the wreckage. But now they're a daily reminder his team failed to find anything. There's only two reasons that your search failed. Either you missed the aircraft or you were looking in the wrong spot. Which one do you think is more likely?
Well, I think it's probably a combination. Some of the resolution of that search area was with a high degree of accuracy, and we didn't find it there. So that would suggest that some of where we're looking wasn't the right spot. Now, where the right spot is, if we knew that, we would have searched there.
It's little comfort for Jackie and her family, who will never accept authorities could just give up looking for Patrick.
They've insulted my family and all the other families on board, thinking that they're nothing. They're not nothing. They're dads, they're moms, brothers, sisters, aunties, uncles, children, family members. They're not just a thing that we lost.
What you'd give for a hug from Patrick?
Yeah. What I would give for a hug, a fight, anything, but it's not coming.
It's really troubling, in fact, that not only have we got to this 10-year mark, but there's absolutely nothing in the way of it becoming 20 years very quickly.
For somebody who worked at the heart of that initial search, how does that sit with you?
Well, none of it has ever sat well with me, actually, to be honest. I think it troubles my thoughts repeatedly, and it just seems to really tear at the fabric of reality that a whole jetliner with 239 people on board, one of the biggest jetliners there is, just disappeared.
Australia could have a huge role to play in finally finding MH370. But coming up, why our government won't step up. When 239 people vanish, you'd think authorities would never give up the search to find them. But Fuad Sharuji fears that's exactly what's happened in the case of MH370.
There's no answer, no closure. That is the saddest part.
The weeks and months after the Boeing 777 went missing were the most stressful time in Fuad's career. You must have felt like the weight of the world was on your shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. I felt that everything is all on me.
He was in charge of managing the crisis at Malaysian Airlines.
If we could rewind the clock, there were certain things that we could have done differently, yes.
What is the number one thing you would do differently?
We could have improved on the intercommunication with the various government agencies rather than being disjointed. The police is doing something, the military is doing something else, the Ministry of Transport. It wasn't very effective.
Like so many affected by this disaster, Fuad is desperate to know what went wrong and why. But there's one possibility he will never accept, that it was a deliberate act of mass murder by his friend and colleague of 30 years, the pilot, Captain Zahari Hamad Shah.
He does not have the capacity or the character of an assassin.
But many have speculated that because he had plotted an almost identical flight path on his home simulator, it proves he had evil intentions.
There were 3,000 flights on his flight simulator. There was only one flight that went to Indian Ocean.
What other reason could Captain Zahari have been plotting that flight for?
I do not know. I mean, it's very common for pilots to practice ditching, landing on the sea, and to take away his own lives. It is not...
You can't fathom it?
I can't fathom it at all.
Why do you think nobody wanted to entertain the idea that somebody was at the controls of the plane when it went into the ocean?
It was psychologically very challenging to consider that someone may have cut off oxygen to all of the passengers and then flown the aircraft for hours and hours afterwards. I think that the psychological profile of someone that would do that is so far off the scale that it was very difficult for people to think about.
The only way to prove that theory is to find the wreckage. Peter Waring tried in 2015. He worked on the first search for MH370. But the undersea surveyor believes the mission was doomed to fail as soon as the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, or ATSB, was put in charge.
The Australian government made a fundamental mistake in assuming that a transportation investigation authority could run a search, and not just any search, but the largest search in human history. You know, I think that comes back to just the fundamental problem, which was that the ATSB, despite being full of well-intentioned people that I still consider friends, it was not the right organisation, it was not the right agency to be running the search.
Do you think the ATSB was the best person for the job?
There certainly wasn't an ATSB solo effort. This was very much a multinational effort to search for the plane that, you know, tragically was unsuccessful at the time.
10 years on, the ATSB's Angus Mitchell admits they're no closer to finding the plane. He's examined Richard Godfrey's research and is aware of Kit Olver's claim to have found the wing of MH370 off the coast of South Australia. But the Chief Commissioner says it's still not enough. What's stopping you from launching a search?
Well, it's not an ATSB decision to commit government resources to a search. It sits initially with a state of registry. That would then come to the Australian government if there was a request for the Australian government to assist, who then would decide whether or not it was an ATSB role.
Is it something that you're pushing for?
I'm pushing for the ability to continue investigating all of those other. There's been 900 odd investigations in the aviation section in the last 10 years since this incident.
Surely this is the most important one, though.
Well, I think they're all important. So I've got over 200 fatalities in that last 10 years in aviation. But ultimately there are some things that are beyond our capabilities, and at this stage that's where the MH370 sits.
That's awful, and that's awful for the families of those loved ones.
Absolutely, and that's something that sits very heavily with our staff as well.
What more could the Australian government do?
Well, I think the Australian government needs to potentially co-sponsor a new search and put some pressure, if they can, on the Malaysians. We started something, and I think most Australians would agree that once you start something, you should try and finish it.
No matter who you speak to about MH370, everyone wants the same thing: for someone to step up and resume the search for the missing plane. You'd think the 10-year anniversary would be a good time for the Malaysian government to do it. But there is little hope. No one from the Prime Minister down would speak to us, not even just to acknowledge the endless pain of the families left behind.
I'm angry because they're not acknowledging what they're supposed to do. They promised, we'll find the plane, we'll do everything that we can. We won't give up.
A decade after losing her husband Patrick in the tragedy, Jackie Gonzalez has to accept their granddaughter will never get to meet him. The only thing she can hope for is to one day lay him to rest. If you could say something to Patrick, what would you say to him?
Have fun up there, Have a beer on us. Whisper in our ear. Talk to your grandchildren. What else can I tell him to do? But to rest in peace.
Kit Olver can't stop thinking about just how close he might have come to solving the mystery of MH370.
It seems to be troubling me more now than it has in the past. And I saw a couple of programs on the relatives of the victims. And you've got to feel for them. Can I contribute? Maybe.
Today, the greatest hope lies with Ocean Infinity, the American company who last searched for MH370 in 2018. They told us they want to try again in a different area of the Indian Ocean later this year. But they need the support of the Malaysian government.
Without that, what we really need is some generous philanthropist who is willing to spend some money on a new search. So that's really the next question. Are you willing to go out there and solve the greatest mystery of the 21st century? And I hope the answer is yes.
Last week's 10th anniversary of the loss of Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 quite rightly focused on remembering the 239 passengers and crew who died. But it was also a rallying call to resume the search for the missing plane. And it seems the Malaysian government is receptive to the idea. If it happens, most expect Ocean Infinity, the company which unsuccessfully looked for MH370 in 2018, will again be tasked with the job. But we can report tonight there's another group of experienced deep-sea explorers who are standing by, ready to head to the Indian Ocean almost immediately. Tony, how many stories do you think are sitting at the bottom of the ocean?
Something like 20,000 planes, I think, have been lost in the ocean. Maybe more, some haven't even been counted. Tons of stories.
Tony Romeo is a former US Navy intelligence officer who wants to unlock the secrets of the ocean. To do it, his exploration company, Deep Sea Vision, uses this underwater drone called a Hugin 6000. Like an upside-down rocket, it catapults into the water off the back of the boat, submerging to the depths, where, torpedo-like, it can explore for up to 36 hours at a time.
It flies at 50 meters above the seafloor, and it just goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Big eyes, looking at everything it can see, sucks it in, stores it as data, comes back up to the surface. We plug a thumb drive into it, pull the data out, and we watch it on a computer exactly what it looked at.
The drone is fitted with state-of-the-art, high-resolution sonar technology, which Tony believes is perfect to detect objects at the bottom of the sea. Objects like crashed aeroplanes.
The equipment that we have, it's unbelievable how much resolution, how well it can see. I mean, you're talking a mile wide in resolution that's maybe 10 meters. So if you see a part of a wing that's 8 to 10 meters wide, you could see this almost a half mile to either side of you. It can't quite read a credit card number off the bottom of the seafloor, but you can get pretty close.
Underwater vehicles like the Hugin have been used in previous searches for MH370. But Tony says he's modified his drone so it can reach 4 times the area already covered. He's not getting ahead of himself, but he reckons he could locate the missing Boeing 777.
239 people on board. Of course, this was a big event for the world, for a jetliner like this to just go missing. 10 years is a long time to not know what happened to your family members.
Do you think you can find MH370?
I think we could. I think we can. We've proved our credibility. We've proved our competence. We've proved our ability to take equipment and use novel techniques.
To satisfy the doubters and substantiate his expertise, Tony wants the world to study these grainy sonar images he and his team captured only a few months ago. He says he's found Amelia Earhart's plane, which vanished over the Pacific Ocean in 1937.
Amelia Earhart, US heroine of the air in desperate flight. On the last lap of a round-the-world flight, her plane comes down in the Pacific.
First of all, this is real. She actually exists. And then secondly, we're the first ones to see Amelia Earhart in 86 years.
When it was announced, Tony's discovery made headlines around the world.
If this find proves to be correct, this could solve one of the greatest mysteries in American aviation.
He knows there's still plenty of work to be done to verify what he found, but he's sure he'll be proven right.
This is my little toy of her plane, Amelia Earhart's plane. On the image, you'll see these two twin vertical stabilizers in the back that are very characteristic of her aircraft. You have two large engines, and wings that were very far forward on the aircraft.
So what do you do now?
The next step is to confirm it, and then we curate the site to see if there's any debris around, anything that's fallen off, and then if it's in good shape and it's intact, structurally sound, we'll try to engineer a solution to bring it up.
MH370 might be a bigger plane than Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra, but the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean actually makes it a smaller needle in the haystack. Tony, however, has been meeting ocean and aviation experts and has mapped out a new and more defined search area. What do you need to find? What items do you need to find to make you go, that's MH370?
If you see one tray table or one suitcase, you know you're close enough now that you just need to hone in on where you're at. It'll be fascinating because obviously you find a black box which will unravel everything. You've got 239 cell phones in the back of that plane. I don't know if they're, possibly there's some data, something recorded on those devices that would kind of give us some clues.
At one of last week's memorials marking 10 years since the disappearance of MH370, Malaysia's Transport Minister, Anthony Locke, gave much-needed hope about the possibility of a new search.
As far as Malaysian government is concerned, we are committed to that search, and the search must go on.
Tony Romeo says planning is underway, and his company, Deep Sea Vision, has been asked to submit a search proposal to the Malaysian government.
I believe that the Malaysian government wants answers. I refuse to believe that they do not want a huge accident, a huge crash like this to go unresolved. It just isn't fair. It wouldn't be fair to the families.
So will you go ahead and search without the permission of the Malaysian government?
We'd like to have the Malaysian government's support behind it. I think that legitimizes what we're doing. And I think we want the Malaysian government to participate a little bit. It's a very expensive search.
It's now a race to the bottom. And the families of those on board MH370 can only hope the answers they deserve will finally surface. Tony, the whole world will be watching. Are you nervous?
Well, now that you say it like that, it's, I hope we can find it. We haven't had an airline accident like this, I don't think, ever in history, right? But it solves what is otherwise a huge question mark for Malaysia and for the entire world. And we need answers.
When aircraft manufacturer Boeing announced its brand new passenger jet, the 737 MAX, it thought it was onto another winner. Airlines around the world, including Australia, ordered thousands of them. But Boeing was wrong. the plane has turned out to be a catastrophic failure. In the last 6 months, 2 of the jets have crashed, killing 346 people. The 737 MAX had a fatal flaw. Boeing designed a plane that was able to take control away from the pilots. It involved a software program that the company didn't bother to tell the pilots about or the airlines buying the planes. Boeing now says it can fix the problem, but the trust with pilots and the public has been shattered.
So we're on the takeoff roll now. We're just passing 100 knots, and at the moment everything is fine.
Veteran 737 pilot Chris Brady is about to take me on a terrifying flight.
Approaching the rotate speed. There we go. So just easing back on the elevators by moving the stick back, and you see the aircraft becomes airborne.
In this simulator, we're replicating the 12 minutes pilots on board the Indonesian Lion Air Flight 610 experienced before crashing into the sea in October last year.
Now the flaps have retracted. This is the point at which the MCAS would come alive.
Unbeknown to pilots on this brand new aircraft, the Boeing 737 MAX, a computer flight control system called MCAS, hidden in the plane, suddenly activates.
1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. I'm stopping there because that's already looking very uncomfortable.
Whoa.
And I'm going to try and pull back out of that. I'm going to have to use trim to help me out of it.
MCAS has the ability to automatically and repeatedly take control of the plane. And on this Lion Air flight, it did just that.
So you can see how dramatic that was.
That's happening irrespective of anything you're trying to do. That's just happened whether you liked it or not.
Yes.
MCAS had malfunctioned and allowed the pilots just 5-second intervals to regain control.
So I now think the problem's gone. I think the problem's solved. But what we don't know is behind the scenes, in the black boxes, they're counting to 5, and as soon as they count to reach 5,
it happens again.
Back down we go again into misbehaving. And you look out the window and, oh my God, you're in the dive again.
It's got a mind of its own.
Its logic is programmed 10 seconds on, 5 seconds off. And we don't know that because we as the pilots have never been told. It was never in our manuals.
Again and again, Chris Brady fights the rogue MCAS system, but it's a losing battle.
It will start to trim down. So let's go in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you can see that we're now in a very, very steep dive.
Wow. I'm not a pilot, but that makes me almost sick to think about. I mean,
Me too. Me too. It's such a horrible situation to be in. It's unimaginable.
Lost contact with air traffic control.
At 6:32 a.m. local time on October 29th last year, Lion Air 610 crashes at extraordinary speed.
Friends of those on board appeared helpless and inconsolable,
killing all 189 men, women and children on board.
We learned that there was a system on the aircraft which we had no knowledge of. It wasn't in our books. We hadn't been trained to it. It was absolute blindfold in a dark forest for us.
But 5 months later, despite Boeing's assurances its new jet was safe, another 737 MAX crashes into the mountains of Ethiopia, its pilots fighting to the death to take control.
And this voice said, "Is this Susan Riffle?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "Are you alone?" And so I just knew. And I just said, "Both our boys." And he said, "I'm really sorry."
346 lives and the reputation of Boeing, the world's largest aircraft company, lay scattered in the waters of Indonesia and in the soil of Ethiopia.
The last 6 minutes of their life had to be horrific. It's that'll haunt me for the rest of my life.
My life now? It's taken away from me.
The 737 MAX was Boeing's most successful aircraft ever. Now the entire fleet is grounded, with many questioning its future.
Airlines around the world had already ordered 5,000 of Boeing's new 737 MAX. But with 2 jets down, the company was now faced with the unthinkable. Did the new star of their fleet have a serious design flaw?
This is now one of aviation's greatest scandals and the subject of 2 criminal investigations. Pilots around the world are furious.
350 people died as a result of this. What else has got through? You know, what else could be on board that we haven't seen yet?
And it's relentless. It's powerful. It was a monster in a cage.
Design engineers are asking, how did this happen?
When you go home at night and you put your head on the pillow, you ask yourself, what did I miss?
How was it that an aircraft could seemingly have a mind of its own?
All of a sudden, the aircraft's nose went down to 40 degrees. Now, 40 degrees is terrifyingly steep. This is literally kamikaze stuff.
Now, whistleblowers are talking.
We were under pressure to minimize changes to cut costs and to get it done quickly.
And Boeing is being asked, was there a flaw in the system?
It was all triggered by this intense competition.
Because it put profits before people.
Boeing was always playing catch-up.
Boeing's 737 has been the most successful passenger aircraft of all time. Since it first flew in 1967, over 10,000 have been made, revamped multiple times. But by 2011, Boeing decided it was time to design something new. That was until its competitor Airbus released their Neo, an advanced version of its A320.
Boeing was always playing catch-up.
Seattle Times aviation reporter Dominic Gates has long covered the hometown giant Boeing.
I mean, a lot of our readers work at Boeing.
And remembers the company's alarm when Airbus launched its ultra-modern Neo.
In July of 2011, Boeing executives learned that American Airlines was about to order 200 A320 Neos, this new re-engined plane. And there was total panic here in Seattle.
Almost overnight, Boeing found itself in a dogfight with its greatest competitor, Airbus. So it made a decision. Instead of starting from scratch and developing a brand new plane, Boeing decided to take one more roll of the dice with the 737.
They didn't have a MAX, they didn't have a plane, but on the spot, they said, okay, we'll re-engine the 737 if you give us half that order. And American said yes.
We were under pressure to minimize any changes to cut costs and to get it done quickly. In my view, Boeing was making decisions on the basis of share price.
These claims are from a Boeing insider who can't be identified and is now an FBI informant in a criminal investigation into the company.
Your most profitable single-aisle aircraft ever.
He was involved in the design and development of the 737 MAX and says that part of the sales pitch to prospective buyers was that this new aircraft wouldn't require costly retraining of pilots.
The main requirement driving the design of the MAX was that there could be no changes that would require flight simulator training by pilots. We could have really upgraded that aircraft, but the company's mandate about no extra training stopped us.
Upgrading the old 737 to keep up with its newer Airbus rival was easier said than done. Its new fuel-efficient engines were too big to fit beneath its 53-year-old body. They moved the engines forward and up, but Boeing then discovered that caused a serious problem in flight. A lift effect that forced the plane's nose up, risking a stall. And stalling can literally make an aircraft fall from the sky.
Boeing knew the engine design and placement would make the aircraft pitch up, with an increased risk of stalling, especially at low speed. But we were too close to certification to change the design.
So Boeing came up with a fix, a computer program called MCAS that would automatically force the plane's nose down, that could be activated by just one sensor.
The decision was made to add a software program to the flight control system, MCAS. But MCAS was not heavily reviewed. We didn't really understand its failure modes.
The MAX became a runaway success. Boeing believed the MCAS system would automatically deal with any stall issues and that the plane would handle just the same as the older version. And that meant to fly the new plane, pilots only needed to upgrade by completing a course on an iPad.
This was the upgrade, was it?
Yes, when we first received the MAX, we were provided a 56-minute iPad course, which we could accomplish anywhere at home or in a Starbucks.
Dennis Tager is a veteran pilot for American Airlines and spokesman for the American Pilots Union.
But it's pretty much the same, right? So go ahead and fly it. We accepted that at their word.
But nowhere in the iPad course or the pilot's flight manual did Boeing ever mention the MCAS anti-stall system.
No mention of MCAS?
Not one.
Not in
Not
any
one.
of those?
Not a mention of it. It's not in our books. It's not in our lesson plan. American Airlines didn't even know about it.
Boeing's error in not telling pilots about the existence of the MCAS system would soon have catastrophic consequences. The crash of Lion Air Flight 610 off the Indonesian coast killed all 189 on board. The flight path of this brand new 737 MAX showed dramatic changes in altitude until its final high-speed death dive into the sea.
It's clear that after that crash, Boeing's immediate impulse was to suggest that it was pilot error. And I think because of legal liability, Boeing's very, very reluctant to say anything that indicates there's something wrong with our plane until it became very clear that, in fact, there was something wrong with the plane.
How quickly did you realise that this was an aircraft problem that we were looking at?
I think pretty much right away, as soon as we saw the airplane had dove down straight into the water, that indicated there's something wrong with the airplane.
Peter Lemmy is a former Boeing engineer, an aviation expert who is now cooperating with a US Justice Department investigation into Boeing. He reviewed Lion Air's flight data recording. As an aviation engineer, I imagine that when you look at that, your heart sinks.
Seeing the pilot fighting an aircraft system is very difficult to watch.
That pilots were saying, what's going on here? I'm having to deal with the system, which I didn't know about. It has been grounded.
In London, aviation expert David Learmount from the International Flight Global Group
I think they had a lot of confidence in their own system.
also suspected the cause of the crash was not pilot error.
I think one of the smoke screens is that Indonesia doesn't have a brilliant safety record. It really doesn't. And so you have a crash in Indonesia, and some people in the industry will say, what do you expect?
Days after the Lion Air crash, Boeing finally revealed the existence of their new MCAS flight control system. Pilots around the world were shocked.
We called our safety experts and said, "Where is this in the book?" And they said, "It's not." And I said, "Well, does our airline, American, have it?" "No." And we learned later that no one across the globe had it in their books. It's unacceptable. This is an unforgiving profession that counts very heavily on the pilot's knowledge, background, and training. And there are lives depending on that.
Why on earth didn't Boeing name this system in the Flight Crew Operations Manual?
What is the analogy for those of us who don't fly planes of what it must have been like to learn of something brand new in your cockpit?
Well, it's as if you buy a new car and you're driving along and suddenly it veers off and careens into a wall and you didn't do anything, and you ask the dealer, what was going on there? And, oh, well, it was a system. What system? An auto drive system. An auto drive system? Yeah. When it's raining and your window's half open, it just automatically tries to find a garage, and it just turns right to the nearest one. Well, it turned into a wall, and I didn't know about it.
That's what it's like.
That's what it felt like. Betrayal, shock. How in the world could you do that? I don't think I want to buy another car from you.
Representing thousands of American pilots, Dennis Tager met with Boeing executives, asking why pilots hadn't been told about MCAS.
And their response was they didn't want to inundate the pilot with extra information that they didn't think was necessary to fly the aircraft.
They thought they would overload you with information if you knew about this.
Yes, and so our response was, try us. We're pretty good at information. But it sent a very strong signal to us that somewhere in there the philosophy had been tainted and poisoned. It was just illogical.
Boeing claimed that any malfunction of the MCAS system could have always been dealt with if pilots followed a safety checklist. Trouble is, pilots didn't know what they were dealing with.
It was a monster in a cage, and when it came out when it wasn't supposed to, it had no boundaries. And the pilot was left, after all of those distractions, left to just simply refer to a very common checklist. Give me a break. That's not how it really happens in a cockpit.
Boeing knew a week after the Lion Air crash there was something wrong with that system.
But then they thought they'd fixed it.
And they thought they'd fixed it. And they said, there's a way of handling it. Maybe we didn't tell you about this before. You didn't know the system was on the airplane, but now you know, and if this happens again, you do this. So, yes, they knew the problem, and they thought they had a solution.
For 5 months, Boeing kept cranking out the MAXes and assured the aviation industry that the MCAS software installed in the 737 MAX was safe. On March 10th this year, that assurance would be proved tragically wrong. As brothers, they were chalk and cheese. 26-year-old Melvin Riffle was the life of the party, who loved outdoor sports. Bennett was 3 years younger and the quieter one, who preferred the solitude of nature. But together, these boys from Redding in Northern California were a tight team. And with their mum, Susan, and dad, Ike, this was a loving family. They liked exploring the world, it seems.
Yes.
Yes. Melvin did more travel than Bennett. Bennett talked about doing more travel, and I think Melvin probably challenged him somewhat to say, you talk about it, so let's go.
And so they did. In February this year, Melvin and Bennett set off on a brother's odyssey around the world. I imagine as parents you viewed this trip like others, a great adventure for them.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't have any particular fears for them.
You know, I did personally have some fears. I'm kind of a warrior, you know, but the last thing on my mind was it would an air accident.
At 8:38 a.m. on March the 10th, Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 takes off from Addis Ababa. It's considered one of the world's safest airlines, and on board the brand new Boeing 737 MAX are Melvin and Bennett. But shortly after takeoff, Ethiopian Flight 302 is suddenly out of control. A critical sensor sending information to the plane's new flight control system called MCAS has malfunctioned. MCAS thinks the aircraft is in a stall and literally takes over the controls, pitching the plane into a steep dive. It's almost identical to what happened to Lion Air Flight 610 just 5 months earlier in Indonesia. But Boeing had since assured pilots further disasters were avoidable, as long as they followed the safety checklist.
What Boeing described to us was that simply you go to a known checklist, but what they failed to recognize is that this was a complex, intense emergency because the airplane's telling you you're about to stall. So that's happening right after takeoff, within meters of the Earth.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Yeah, that's not good.
In this flight simulator, British 737 pilot Chris Brady replicates what's happening in the cockpit.
Each time you notice we're getting lower.
The Ethiopian pilots would have been trying to follow Boeing's checklist. But what they didn't know was that the MCAS system will repeatedly turn on and off. It means they have only 5 seconds of control before MCAS overrides the plane, forcing it to nosedive.
If you were to time how long it would take me to find runaway stabilizer on this list, and go to it in the book, page 9.9.
As you're nosediving. And it's barely enough time for the pilots to consult the Boeing checklist, which can only be found in a paper manual.
Okay, so that's taken me, what, about 2 or 3 seconds?
Mm-hmm.
So I've only now got 2 more seconds, potentially, before MCAS comes alive and starts trimming me down.
For me, this is all outrageous on so many levels.
It is. These are unintended consequences of an ill-thought-out add-on that was necessary.
There would have been calamitous noise on the flight deck. The aircraft was going faster and faster and faster, so there was a clacker going to tell the crew that they were overspeeding. And it gives you an indication of how overloaded those pilots were. Nothing, even though they tried the checklist, it wasn't working for them.
So this is all happening in seconds. It is a sledgehammer to the head, followed by ball-peen hammers to the forehead, and then comes the chainsaw, what we now know as MCAS. And that chainsaw rips through that cockpit, and it's relentless.
The pilots were literally in a tug-of-war with their own aircraft.
Yes.
The aircraft was just powering at a 40-degree nose-down attitude, which would have been terrifying.
6 minutes. They must have realised, oh my God.
Yeah, it is horrifying. Yeah, it's unimaginable what the flight must have been like.
What would the passengers have felt in both those flights? Would they have known pretty quickly that things are not good?
It's very sad. It's been terrifying.
Because of those dives?
I'm certain of it.
The crash site strewn with personal effects, eyewitnesses gave their version of the final seconds. It went straight into the ground with its nose. It then exploded.
I presume you got a phone call?
We did.
Ike and Susan Riffle were at home that Sunday morning. Susan had just seen a headline about the crash when the call came.
And so then when I picked it up, and this voice said, "Is this Susan Riffle?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "Are you alone?" And so I just knew. I just said, "Both our boys?" And he said, "I'm really sorry."
When you are given news like that, where do you begin when you want to try and understand?
You know, there's
no understanding.
There
so.
is still no understanding now, and and I guess you just don't believe it at first. You know, you think, okay, I'll wake up and this will be over.
Yeah.
And the next day and the next day you'll wake up. This is not true. How could something like that happen?
For their daughter-in-law Brittany, the news was devastating. She'd not long returned from the Australian leg of the holiday with her husband Melvin, coming home to rest up and prepare for the birth of their first child, whom they'd already named Emma. Can you describe your life now?
My life now? It's taken away from me. You know, I have Emma, and it's just unfair that Emma has to grow up without her father here. And you know, he was so excited. He was so excited for this next chapter of his life, and so was Bennett. Bennett was so excited to be an uncle. And so having that taken from them and taken from us as a family is really hard to deal with on a daily basis. It's obviously going to stay that way for the rest of our lives.
For this family, the loss of two brothers, two sons, in the prime of their lives is unimaginable.
I feel like our family's just gone. The loss of nobody to pass anything on to, you know, the stories, there'll be Emma, and she'll hear stories from her grandparents for as long as we're around, but that's not the same. All the familyisms, all the things that we, as a family of four, all of that just seems like it's ripped out and it's gone and it's all for naught. All the little things like that only the boys in us would know.
Mm-hmm. And I'm acutely aware that these were your only boys.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, we were lucky. I told you I couldn't get to this exactly, but we were really lucky that we were a family that all loved each other and all loved each other's company and to be together and to do things together and stuff like that. And it's Susan and I were getting, you know, we're getting later in life. We're looking at retiring and traveling and just watching our boys grow up and grow old, and you know, they were supposed to bury us, you know.
Do you think about the fact that they were together?
Yeah,
Yes.
I do. I kind of wondered if they were sitting together, because you never know.
I'm sure they were.
And maybe, but I wondered about that, whether they were actually together at that moment. And I kind of wish they were, but then I kind of don't really want to know if they weren't, you know, kind of a thing. I mean, I'm not going to ever...
The last 6 minutes of their life is something that haunts me, though. It's that what they had to go through, what them and everybody on that plane had to go through for 6 minutes. The last 6 minutes of their life had to be horrific. It's just, that'll haunt me for the rest of my life.
Boeing's embattled CEO, Dennis Muhlenberg, is standing by his plane.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate you joining us here this morning. Hello, everyone.
The company's cash cow, the 737 MAX. That's despite the damning evidence of a fatal software flaw in its flight control system called MCAS.
Again, our commitment to safety is unwavering, and we do regret the impact that this has had to passengers.
But it all sounds like PR to Ike and Susan Riffle, who lost their only sons, Melvin and Bennett, in the Ethiopian Airlines crash just 2 months ago.
I feel like if I was to talk to Boeing, I would say I feel cheated, that I don't get to see our son be a father, our other son be an uncle, a software malfunction, memories, that I feel cheated.
I'm very angry. I mean, very angry.
Ike is a former private pilot, so understands the damning revelations about the aircraft. Who are you angry at?
I am angry at Boeing for not addressing the problem to find out what really happened. I guess, the 737 MAX was a huge seller for Boeing, and they had a lot of orders, they had a lot of planes flying, and I don't think that they wanted to take those off a line at the time. And it's pretty obvious right now that they should have.
I think this is going to be one of the biggest cases against Boeing ever in their history.
Mark Lindquist is a former US district attorney. Now he's set to take Boeing to court on behalf of the families of victims in the Indonesian and Ethiopian crashes.
There's almost no question here about the legal liability of Boeing. Boeing is at fault. Their plane crashed twice. The real question here is more one of moral culpability. And the difference is, with legal liability, you're just saying, okay, we're legally responsible. With moral culpability, you're saying, we did something wrong, we own it, and we're going to try to make it right.
Central to determining Boeing's culpability will be the company's failure to inform its airline customers and pilots of the flight control system called MCAS that could take control of the plane. Most aircraft safety systems rely on 2 or more sensors. So the fact that MCAS was able to be triggered by a single sensor is almost unheard of.
It is absolutely basic in aviation design that no critical system should depend on one thing failing.
Yet Boeing did just that, according to Seattle aviation journalist Dominic Gates.
And nobody saw the potential of what could happen if it failed, or some aspect of it failed.
Correct, and that seems like a terrible failing.
How can a system on an airplane take over the plane and not allow the pilot to actually fly the plane? If you have a system that's going to move the nose of the plane from stalling, why is it not going to move the nose up when it's flying into the ground?
I think Boeing now must be asking itself, did we really do that? Did we really design such a fragile system that accidents like this could result from it? Did we really do that?
Experts around the world are shocked by Boeing's decision, including David Learmount in London.
I think they must be in a state of disbelief because they didn't abide by a lot of the rules they've always abided by before.
Former Boeing engineer Peter Lemmy in Seattle agrees.
For the general public, it is mind-blowing that one faulty sensor could bring down a plane. But that's what happened.
That was the trigger, that was the catalyst for the whole process, yes.
It just took one faulty sensor.
Right.
The Boeing whistleblower, who's working with the FBI, confirmed that making the MCAS flight control system reliant on only one sensor was a deliberate decision to avoid the need for expensive Level D or flight simulator training.
MCAS was designed using data from only one of the sensors because we knew the FAA would not have certified a two-sensor system without Level D training.
And for those pilots who were expected to fly the MAX, even more disbelief.
I've been doing this for over 3 decades. I've never heard of a system that is so dramatic, has such a dramatic effect on the aircraft to be dependent on one sensor. Unacceptable.
You're taking control away from the pilots and letting a software engineer that's never flown a plane probably in his life make the decisions of the plane. You know, the ultimate sensor on a plane should be the pilot.
It's now been revealed that while Boeing was claiming their 737 MAX was safe, pilots around the world had reported over 200 sensor malfunctions.
This got through. You know, about 350 people died as a result of this. What else has got through? You know, what else could be on board that we haven't seen yet?
The impact of 2 crashes of the brand new 737 MAX has sent shockwaves through the aviation industry and shone a light on the world's largest aircraft manufacturer.
Boeing is in serious damage control. It's contending with falling profits, an ongoing criminal investigation, and increasing questions about its relationship with America's aviation watchdog, the FAA.
The Federal Aviation Administration is the regulator the rest of the world trusts to sign off on the safety of all Boeing aircraft. Now the global airline industry is asking how did the FAA miss the software flaws when it's supposed to certify the 737 MAX?
It feels like we've been betrayed by Boeing and the FAA, you know. Nowadays, for 2 of the latest model of jet airplanes to crash, 2 in a period of less than half a year, what did they do wrong?
Many have said that the relationship between the FAA and Boeing is just too cosy.
No, it's utterly too cosy. The oversight of the FAA simply wasn't good enough. It was certified essentially by Boeing.
This scandal has revealed that for years, the FAA has allowed Boeing to largely certify its own aircraft. And in particular, the 737 MAX, rushed into service to regain sales lost to its biggest competitor, Airbus.
The FAA guys were under pressure from their managers to sign off quickly. They weren't given time to evaluate properly.
But where was that pressure coming from?
It was coming from managers within the FAA, because the whole impetus is don't stand in the way of industry. We cannot have Boeing being slowed down in its pursuit of its competition with Airbus.
Within the aviation world, there's now a sense of unease at how Boeing did business. International agencies, including Australia's Civil Aviation Safety Authority, will now be part of a team examining whether the 737 MAX should be allowed to fly again.
There are a lot of passengers who are afraid of the MAX.
Have you considered resigning?
At a shareholders' meeting last week, Boeing CEO Dennis Muilenburg was still defending the company.
We're going to be working very closely with our airline customers and with the FAA and with regulatory authorities around the world as we finish up the certification process.
Boeing is saying it's fixed the problem and that the 737 MAX will be back in the skies. But of course, there's a whole flying public whose confidence has been severely shaken. So perhaps the true test of whether or not the problem has been fixed will be based on how many people are prepared to step on board. And you can understand passengers thinking, I don't think I ever want to get on that plane again.
Absolutely. And nor do we until we're confident that it's good to go. We are with our passengers. It's just that simple. It's that elementary.
I want it fixed. I don't want another family to go through this, ever.
It's already taken 300 and some lives, you know, and all those people had mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles in there, and I don't want to see people going through what we've gone through. And if somehow this can, you know, make positive change in the industry and make it safer, we'll be happy for that.
Whatever Boeing does, the fact remains that 346 lives were lost. For grieving families and industry experts, it's going to take a long time to understand how this could have happened.
There isn't any other way of describing this than a failure of design. Do I care what the motivation is? It's you know, Boeing is such a great company. Why did they do this?
We asked Boeing to be interviewed for this story, but they declined. The company also refused our request to film at its 737 production facility in Seattle. Here, Virgin Airlines is the only Australian carrier with plans to fly the 737 MAX 8 aircraft. A few days ago, it announced it was deferring delivery of this model, saying it won't introduce any new aircraft to its fleet unless it's completely satisfied with its safety. The unfolding situation in Ukraine, where the bodies of 37 Australians remain unidentified following the shooting down of MH17 in the early hours of Friday morning. The uncertainty is causing further stress and heartache for the victims' families. Prime Minister Tony Abbott has led the international condemnation of the pro-Russian separatists who have been blamed for this terrible crime. In a moment, the Prime Minister will join us from his office in Canberra. But first to 60 Minutes reporter Michael Usher in the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. Michael, good evening to you. Are authorities any closer to finding out how this happened?
Liz, they're looking at the big picture and they are laying blame directly at the feet of Vladimir Putin, the Russian president. This was a sophisticated Russian military weapons system. It was in an area controlled by rebels, the militia that are supported by the Kremlin and by Vladimir Putin. And undoubtedly the person, the soldier that hit the button on that day, that looked at the radar and launched that missile into the Malaysian aircraft, was almost certainly trained by the Russians and coordinated by the Kremlin. So they're laying blame directly with Vladimir Putin. The war that he's waging here is widely regarded as reckless. He needs that strip of eastern Ukraine. He is afraid that this country will become a very pro-Western, pro-European, democratic-friendly nation, and he does not want that as a neighbour. So, because of his reckless antics here, his reckless war, a dozen other countries are now involved, including Australia, because our citizens have been innocently killed.
Michael, is there any indication that any of the international outrage is getting through to Russian President Vladimir Putin at all?
Liz, there's no doubt it's getting through to him, but as Vladimir Putin does, he doesn't listen. He snubs his nose at the rest of the world. He's quite a bully, particularly in this region. And if it's any indication of what he's doing through state media in Russia, it's a whole lot of propaganda and spin right now. In fact, publicly, Vladimir Putin, is saying that the missiles were launched because of Ukrainian aggression. He's wearing no responsibility at all. Like I said before, he's very happy to continue a war here. It suits him. And keep in mind, Liz, that this is a country that has risen up earlier this year. In fact, in the square behind me in Kiev, they screamed out for the world to try and help them to overthrow the government here that was backed by Putin, and they didn't get much help. They're still saying that they need help right now.
Michael, sounds like some big days ahead. Thank you. Now to the Prime Minister, Tony Abbott in Canberra. Prime Minister, good evening to you. Thank you very much for your time. Do you know any more information about the bodies of the 37 Australians?
Liz, we all woke up this morning to very disturbing imagery of a crash site, an event site that was being absolutely trampled. And we saw bodies being put into bags and carted off to who knows where. I have just come out of a National Security Committee of the Cabinet meeting. The discussion was dominated by our concerns to ensure that those bodies, all the bodies, but particularly the bodies of the 37 that we now know were on that plane who called Australia home. Our discussion was dominated by our concerns to ensure that those bodies are treated with respect, are taken to a place where a proper investigation can be carried out, because we owe it to the dead, all the dead, we owe it to the families, all the families, to do everything in our power to respect the bodies, to find the truth and to ensure justice is done.
Prime Minister, you've been our voice and a strong leader on the international stage, articulating our outrage. But it's been 3 days now we've been forced to view this shocking crime. Where do you draw the line in the sand on this?
Liz, Foreign Minister Julie Bishop is in New York. She's in New York to prosecute our case at the Security Council for an immediate securing of the site, proper treatment of those bodies, and a full and fair international investigation that has access to the site, the debris, the black box, and any persons who can shed light on this. So Julie Bishop is there at the Security Council to make the case for Australia, to make the case for decency and justice. She's there and she'll stay there for as long as needs be. But we are consulting with our friends, we are consulting with our allies, because frankly it is simply unacceptable to see what's happening on this site, given that 298 innocent people have been murdered.
What more can you do though, and what will you do?
We will consult with our friends and allies to ensure that no steps are neglected, that can bring the bodies to a place where they will be treated with respect, proper investigations can be carried out, the truth can be ascertained and justice can be done.
Prime Minister, I understand the need for diplomacy, but Russian President Vladimir Putin has to take direct responsibility, doesn't he?
Well, all of us have views about the rights and wrongs of the situation in the Ukraine, and all of us have views about who may ultimately be masterminding what's happening in the eastern Ukraine right now. I'm seeking a conversation with President Putin. I'll be putting to him that we are profoundly concerned at what is happening to these bodies, all 298 of them, and any assistance that can be provided by Russia to ensure that these bodies are conveyed forthwith to a place where they can be dealt with respect, where they can be properly investigated and then with respect and dignity repatriated. And I know that will take some time, but if he wants to be a friend of Australia, if he wants to be a friend of decency and humanity, all assistance that he might be able to offer would be deeply appreciated at this time.
Yes, certainly at this point, it seems the buck does stop with him. I mean, how long can the international community continue to tolerate his stance?
Well, that's a very good question. I will be doing my best, should I be able to speak with him, to put the case for common decency to him. That's what I'll be doing. Let's see what the reaction is, but I just want you to know, Liz, that we are looking at all the options. We are in discussion with our friends because what is happening at the moment is simply unacceptable. It's simply intolerable, and I don't want to underestimate the difficulties and the dangers of what's happening in the eastern Ukraine right now. But nevertheless, there are 37 people who called Australia home, who were scattered over the fields of the eastern Ukraine. They deserve respect and dignity, and their families deserve justice, and it is our duty to do what we humanly can to bring that about.
They certainly deserve it, but might we be in a position to force it?
Well, let's wait and see what happens in the next 24 or 48 hours. But we've got Julie Bishop at the UN. We will soon have coordination in Kiev, coordination of Australia's effort in Kiev. We will be talking to our friends and partners around the world. We will do what we can, and we shouldn't underestimate what can be done. We will do what we can to ensure that there is dignity for the dead, that there is justice for the living.
How are you keeping yourself nice? You're angry.
Well, Liz, it's not about me. It's about doing the right thing by the Australians who have died, by the 298 from around the world who have died. And we can't let grief cloud duty, and we can't let anger cloud judgment, and that's what I am striving to do at the moment.
Prime Minister, thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thanks so much, Liz.
Welcome to the program. The images of that wreckage are seared into our memory. The debris of flight MH17 strewn across the fields of Ukraine. A passenger jet shot out of the sky, killing 298 people, 38 of them Australian. It is one of the most shocking war crimes of modern times. Our leaders vowed to hunt down the killers, but 9 months on, no one has been held to account, which is beyond strange because there's plenty of evidence. I've just travelled deep into Russian-controlled eastern Ukraine to conduct our own investigation. We've painstakingly pieced together the proof that leads to the very spot from where the missile was fired. And tonight we can tell you who shot down MH17. This is still a haunting place. Almost a year after Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 fell to earth in this corner of eastern Ukraine, the biggest pieces of wreckage have finally been hauled away by Dutch investigators. But the neatly ploughed scorched earth can't erase the fact that a crime was committed here. A crime that's politically and forensically proving to be too much hard work. The truth of it is, the crash investigators from the Dutch Safety Board have been working at a snail's pace. The official line is that they still can't say for sure who shot down the plane. Well, the wreckage may be gone, but the culprits left footprints everywhere they went. Follow those tracks and we'll find the killers. It's a journey that will take us through a country engulfed in a deadly civil war. Filming in secret, detained and held as spies. But with the help of some 21st century technology and some old-fashioned detective work, we can follow the path the killers took and give the families, finally, some answers.
I feel like I need to know more. I think for my own, I don't know, how would you say it?
Peace of mind?
Peace of mind, yeah.
What do you hope for?
I hope people are brought to justice for this. I really do.
298 passengers were on board the plane that day, including, perhaps most poignantly of all, the 3 Maslin children from Perth, Evie, Mo and Otis, travelling home with their grandfather. They were innocent victims of a brutal war between the government of Ukraine, which wants to become part of Europe, and separatists in the east of the country who want to maintain their old links to Russia. Each blames the other for shooting down MH17. The Ukrainian Prime Minister, Arseny Yatsenyuk, says the plane was hit by a Russian surface-to-air missile called a buck, fired from the back of a mobile launcher.
This is the crime against humanity. This is an international crime. And we need to bring these bastards to the International Criminal Court.
Niet, says Russian leader Vladimir Putin. He claims this is what shot down the airliner. A Ukrainian Air Force Su-25 fighter. Russian media even had satellite images of the Ukrainian fighter firing at the Malaysian Airlines plane. But investigators have so far been unable to decide who's telling the truth. Dutch and Australian police teams were stopped in their tracks by intense fighting around the site of the crash, claiming it was too dangerous to search for clues at the scene. It stayed that way for months. But in the quiet English city of Leicester, a young computer whiz called Elliot Higgins was already taking a very different tack to find the killers. Are you in any doubt at all that this missile launcher came from Russia?
I'm absolutely positive it came from Russia.
Higgins is the founder of Bellingcat, a group of web sleuths who use publicly available information on the internet to hunt down evidence of war crimes.
The technique we use, we call it geolocation.
Geolocation is a tool that was once only available to the military and spy agencies. And when the Bellingcat team turned their attention to MH17, they uncovered a treasure trove of videos and photographs posted on Russian and Ukrainian social media. Then used satellite imagery to pinpoint the exact locations where they were filmed.
So, for example, we would have a video and that would be something posted on YouTube. We would then use Google Earth satellite mapping to find the exact location where this was filmed.
This is such a wealth of information, such a wealth of evidence, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's the old expression, you know, loose lips sink ships. It's very much the same thing. People say one innocent comment here, one innocent comment there. They don't think really amounts to much. But when you find all this information, you know, lots and lots of these comments, you can build a picture from it.
Bellingcat's first clues come from videos posted online a month before MH17 was shot down, when a convoy of armoured vehicles from Russia's 53rd Air Defence Brigade slips out of its base in the city of Kursk and heads towards the border with Ukraine. Who's taking the photos and the video in the first place?
What you generally find is it's just civilians in the area. They see something interesting. They didn't think you'd be shooting down a civilian airliner. They just thought, oh cool, looks interesting, I'll put it on my social media account.
One vehicle in this convoy will soon become critical in the hunt for those who shot down MH17. It's a Buck surface-to-air missile launcher. Its identification number has been partly painted over, like most Russian military vehicles sent into Ukraine to help the rebels.
We call it a 3x2 because you can see the number 3 and you can see the number 2 in the Russian video, but the middle number is obscured.
Now, where was this photograph taken?
Inside the town of Donetsk, which is separatist controlled, and this was kind of the first image we have of the missile launcher on the day.
This picture was taken in rebel territory just a few hours before MH17 was shot down. It's the same missile launcher filmed nearly a month earlier inside Russia.
So we flattened the image and we made sure the proportions were correct, so everything should be in the right position. And we overlaid it with this image, and this is from a convoy in Russia. Now you can see here, although the number's been painted over, the markings are actually exactly the same position. And what we have here is a rubber skirt, which has a kind of a unique pattern of damage, and we can actually compare that and show that it's the same pattern of damage. And this rubber skirt damage is like a fingerprint.
Next, Higgins and his group pinpoint what they believe to be the exact location the photo was taken, starting with the distinctive Volvo truck onto which the launcher has been loaded.
What we had was this phone number. So what we did, we found the exact location of the entrance to this yard, and we used a route finding website to calculate the fastest route from here to the next known point we had. And we followed the route along on Google Street View. It was like just driving down the road. And eventually we came to this point. And what we could do then is compare elements in this photograph to elements in the actual photograph from
the power pole, the lines, trees.
All matching in the same position. Most importantly though, the actual branches on the trees in the two images were in the same positions.
It looks like the same place. But the Russian separatists and their Kremlin masters claim all these pictures are fakes. There's only one way to find out for sure. We're heading back into war-torn eastern Ukraine to follow the path of the Buk missile launcher wherever it leads. Getting across the border into the self-declared People's Republic of Donetsk is frustrating and a sometimes dangerous journey through rebel checkpoints and ruined roads. Fierce fighting continues despite a ceasefire agreement signed by both sides. We've hidden cameras in parts of our van, but we've barely crossed the border when we hit trouble. At a Russian separatist checkpoint, we're ordered out of our van and searched. But then the gunmen find one of our hidden cameras.
You turn on when you picked up because you touched the back and it goes sensitive. If you touch
была включена точно. И чехол не для нее.
We're driven to an unmarked secret police building and placed in a holding room. Our cameras have been confiscated, but they miss one mobile phone. After several hours, we're released with a blunt warning. You know what happens to spies. But there's a more immediate problem. I mean, there is no one on the streets right now. It's now after 9 o'clock at night. At 10, a shoot-to-kill curfew comes into effect. And John, our security man, is worried.
They're expecting action tonight, shelling in the Orlivka and on the outskirts of Donetsk. And we'll just go through the checkpoints nice and slow.
Because, as we understand it, there is a curfew and that's less than an hour away now.
Yeah, well, we've got an hour to get as far as we can.
Welcome back to 60 Minutes and the hunt for those who shot down MH17. It's 9 months since the Malaysian Airlines jet was blown out of the sky over Ukraine, killing all 298 people on board, including 38 Australians. 9 months of hamstrung official investigations, political grandstanding, and even fabricated evidence. 9 long months for the families of those killed, seemingly without hope of justice. Where was the missile fired from and who pressed the button? Those answers have proved elusive until now. We've finally reached Donetsk, the capital of the Russian separatist territory. Now, We set out to discover whether the Buck missile was here on the day MH17 was shot down. And sure enough, the trees have lost their leaves, but there's no doubt, it's a match.
So this is one of the first images we had. We had this missile launcher on the back of this truck. It has a white cabin, this yellow sign on the side. This is the same transport vehicle we saw time and time again.
The photo was taken around 9:30 in the morning on July 17th last year, just 7 hours before the Malaysia Airlines plane is attacked. Two hours later, the missile launcher is seen again. It's in a town called Zurez, and the launcher is heading east further into rebel territory. We easily find the spot, but we've been sprung.
Не знаю, сказали хороший вид.
2 недели назад приезжал.
2 недели?
Да. Кто-то в ту сторону фотографировал, в том сюда.
Okay, let's go, maybe.
What did he say?
He sees no reasons for filming over here. Well, and I cannot explain what we are filming, actually.
What did he say he would do?
He would call the commander of the town.
To report us, or?
Yes, to check us. What the hell are we doing?
And just at that moment, a seemingly endless convoy of rebel armoured vehicles sweeps past us, heading west towards the front line. We're heading east, deep into rebel territory. Next stop is a town called Torres, where geolocation expert Elliot Higgins believes this photograph of the missile launcher was taken, still loaded on the same truck.
So we have this shop sign here, and that gave us this result, which was a court document that gave us the full address. So we could say the shop was here precisely, and this is a satellite map image of the shop.
Once again, there's no doubt. Buck 3X2 was here. It's now 12:30 p.m. Less than 4 hours until the attack on MH17. At Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, passengers are boarding the plane. One sends a video from his iPhone, the last images from inside the plane anyone will ever see.
At the moment, we are on the final stages of our boarding and cargo loading.
Another passenger, 50-year-old Lillian Durden from Canberra, sends a last text to her daughter, Cassie.
She sent me a message saying, "Hi, sweetie, I'm boarding the plane, I'll see you tomorrow. Kiss, kiss." And I didn't write back because I was like, "I'll see you tomorrow. I'm being busy cleaning the house, so my house is not a mess when she gets there." And yeah, so that's the last I heard of her.
Back in Ukraine, we press on, following the trail deeper into rebel territory. You can see these track marks and where the heavy armoured vehicles have left their imprint on the road in this town. This is called Schnizye, and it's here where it starts getting serious. For the missile launcher to be battle ready, for it to launch its missiles, it has to be off the truck. So, it unloads. The crew take control, and the launcher is last seen under its own power heading south out of this town.
We've got the video of it heading south out of town. There's nothing out of there but fields. So why would it be heading out of town for anything but, you know, being ready to fire?
We can track where the missile launcher goes now because when it fires, it will leave a telltale trail of smoke, photographed by a witness and posted on Twitter just 3 hours later. Elliot Higgins and several other analysts used the photo to pinpoint the source of the smoke trail, first finding identifiable landmarks which they match with satellite imagery. Then, inserting the skyline of the photo. The blue lines represent the frame of the picture. The red line points to the base of the smoke trail.
We can see where the smoke is coming from, and it just points directly at that field.
As we near the field, we pass the telltale signs of an abandoned guard post. We're on the right track. This is it. This is the field where the missile was launched. The burn marks on the ground have been erased by winter and ploughing. But this is where the missile launcher rolled along here, came to a stop, locked on its target, the Malaysian Airlines jet, and fired. The passengers aboard MH17 probably never knew what hit them. The impact of the Buck missile would have been immediate and devastating. Would a Buck missile cause this sort of damage and the damage that we're seeing on the Malaysian Airlines jet?
Yes, it would look something like this. Little craters, you've got holes here.
In his crash investigation lab in England, renowned ballistics expert Professor Ian Horsfall has studied the pattern of damage inflicted on MH17. Shrapnel marks clearly evident when we filmed the wreckage at the crash site.
I would suspect that the warhead went off maybe 10 metres from the aircraft. What it throws out is a flat disc of fragments that the aircraft flies through.
If it was, as the Russians have suggested, a fighter jet attacking that passenger aircraft, what would the damage look like?
Well, in that case, we'd have something that would look something more like that. So that's a panel that's been hit by projectiles of this sort of size.
No wonder the damage doesn't match. That extraordinary satellite picture produced by the Russian media of a fighter jet attacking the airliner is in fact a crude fake, stitched together from Google Earth images and not even featuring the right planes. So, with that theory in tatters, the Russians have cobbled together another explanation. If it was a Buck missile, then it was launched by the Ukrainian army, not by the Russian-backed rebels. And here, say Russia's top generals, is the proof. Home video of the Buck, taken in a town occupied by the Ukrainian government.
These pictures were done in the city of Krasnoarmeysk. That is confirmed by a banner that is situated close to the road.
But that's not true. Our geolocation experts have tracked down landmarks indicating the video was shot nearly 200 kilometres from the government-held town named by the Russians. So there's a bit of a rise, which is here.
Right, 350.
Should be on the other side of this.
300.
This is it here. Well, the Russians are lying, and here's the proof. We found the billboard in the video, and it's here in the city of Luhansk, right in the middle of separatist-held territory. The missile launcher is headed down the road toward the Russian border. The crew is just hours from home. That image is extremely crucial because it also shows, doesn't it, one missile missing.
That's correct. I'm pretty certain that didn't fall off on the road somewhere. That's been launched.
So, a Russian missile launcher from Russia's 53rd Air Defence Brigade returns to its base inside Russia. It is unbelievable to think that that missile launcher on that day was manned and crewed by armed peasant farmers.
I think it's very likely that it would have been operated by Russian soldiers. It just doesn't seem likely that they would have, driven it up to the border, dropped it off, here's the keys, off you go, just press that button to launch it. It just doesn't make sense.
The evidence proves that a Russian missile shot down a defenceless passenger plane with 38 Australians on board. The ultimate responsibility lies not with the young soldiers who fired the weapon, but with the man who put them there. A man who will almost certainly never be held to account for the crime. Welcome back. Now some developments in our investigation into the shooting down of MH17 over Ukraine last year. A crime that left 298 passengers dead, 38 of them Australian. We revealed how a Russian surface-to-air missile shot down the Malaysian Airlines jet from territory occupied by Russian separatist rebels. Our report, naming Russia's 53rd Air Defence Brigade, made world headlines. And it infuriated some of the Kremlin stooges who accused us of faking parts of our story. We set out in eastern Ukraine to follow the path of the Russian surface-to-air missile launcher called a Buk. Buk 3X2, as it's become known, was first filmed inside Russia just weeks before the attack. It showed up again in Donetsk, the capital of rebel territory, on the morning of July 17 last year, the day MH17 is shot from the sky.
So we flattened the image.
We traced and verified the missile's movements with the assistance of geolocation expert Elliot Higgins.
You can see here, although the number's been painted over, the markings are actually exactly the same position.
The Russians claim this picture and others of the missile launcher that day are fake. We showed the Buk escaping early the next morning, minus one of its missiles, through another Russian separatist city, Luhansk. The Russian government claimed the video was shot far away in a Ukrainian government-held town. That was a lie, as we proved by visiting the site. The missile launcher is headed down the road toward the Russian border. The crew is just hours from home. But a number of Russian puppets and a few gullible news organisations have seized on claims by a supposedly respected American journalist that we faked our pictures. Robert Parry says we faked the story because the background in one of our shots didn't match the background in the original video. Mr. Parry's claims are demonstrably wrong. The original video was shot through the trees from an apartment we couldn't access. Our vision was simply shot from a different angle. Here's a traffic camera view showing the intersection featured in the video just before the shootdown. You can easily see two billboards and a church. And here's footage we shot, clearly showing the two billboards and the church. The original car ad on the billboard has long been torn down, but there are plenty of other identifying features, like the power pole with its missing cover, and all still there when we visited.
The more you learn, the more you have to ask, what's going on in our aviation industry? Last week, 8 people died in a Beechcraft King Air that crashed after flying across the country for 5 hours on autopilot. Early reports suggested the accident might have been due to a loss of cabin pressure. Then it was revealed that last year, the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, CASA, had rejected a recommendation that warning alarms be fitted to all Beechcraft planes. Now, if that's true, it's part of a pattern clearly defined by the Wyalla Airlines crash in May, which killed another 8 people. Now, that was a freak accident, but the airline's safety record was appalling, and there is strong evidence it should not have been flying that day anyway. So why didn't CASA close them down? The answer will surprise and confound you. It was a psychologist who suggested Kurt and Nan Maskovich make the journey to Adelaide to say farewell to their son, to confront the horror of his last few minutes.
You would have done it quickly, wouldn't you?
Ben Maskovich was the 21-year-old pilot of the Whyalla Airlines flight that crashed into the sea in May following a double-engine failure. With him died 7 passengers.
It's a bottomless pit. It's a hole that'll never be filled. Yeah.
Diabolical.
And I was saying to Nan on the way in too that, okay, we're suffering a hell of a lot, but there are 7 other families that are doing exactly the same at the moment.
Whyalla is less than an hour from Adelaide in a small plane. They say the chances of a well-run Piper Chieftain suffering double-engine failure are about 1,000,000 to 1. But in the months before the crash, Ben Maskovich was telling his parents that Whyalla Airlines was not well run.
He used to complain about a lot of little things that weren't done when they should be done. Some instruments perhaps didn't work. There was one that he had the landing gear engaged, but he didn't know because the instruments didn't show it. And he then had to fly past the tower for them to have a visual of the landing gear.
The way it is at the moment, you cannot do anything except comply with every single little rule.
The people at this table were Whyalla Airlines. It was a family concern. Nancy Brome and 3 of her sons.
Has been shown and known to be extremely unfriendly.
Brett Brome did the computers, Chris was the managing director, Kim Brome was the chief pilot, responsible for the day-to-day running of the airline. He was listed to be a passenger on the plane that night.
I would have been up front, possibly even flying it from the right-hand seat, talking to Ben. It's quite common for us. If I had a preference, I'd rather boarded.
Why is that?
Our captain goes down with his ship.
To start with, the locals grieved with the Bromes, but then stories started to emerge. Ex-employees began to talk. For example, Ben Maskovich had told his dad Kim Brome used to fudge the logbooks. If one pilot had notched up the maximum hours permitted for safe flying, he'd just be rostered to fly under a different name.
Well, he was absolutely adamant that that was going on, and so he would make the comment of, today I flew for Tim.
No, just call me Tim.
But it wasn't just pilots who were concerned. For years, the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, CASA, had been building a dossier on the unsafe practices at Whyalla Airlines. Its new director is Mick Toller.
Let me put this to you straight up very simply. If your organisation had done its job, what it's supposed to do, Whyalla Airlines would have been grounded and 8 people would be alive today. What do you say to that?
I think our organisation did do its job. I think it did its job pretty effectively. There was no evidence at the time of the accident that they were anything other than a normal airline.
But as you'll see, Whyalla Airlines had an extraordinary history, and CASA knew that. Until 1992, the Brome family business had been taxis, Des's cabs. But there'd always been pilots in the family. Father Trevor Brome died in 1974 when his small plane crashed into a hill on takeoff. Undaunted, his sons decided to give aviation a go. They bought a plane on a Saturday, and Whyalla Airlines carried its first passengers on the Monday. They won friends locally by cutting airfares. But before long, CASA was worried they were also cutting corners.
CASA in 97 listed 119 incidents of sloppy work practices. Pilots getting the centre of gravity wrong, failing to write passenger names into manifests, failing to accurately calculate the weight of the aircraft. Now, Kim, these are pretty critical errors, aren't they?
I don't believe it was 119, and I don't know where that number comes from.
Well, that's what is in the report that the Civil Aviation Safety Authority sent to you, 119 incidents.
They're point scoring. They're trying to build up a case to say we don't look good. Here's 119. We'll go back as far as we can to get them.
It wasn't hard to make Whyalla Airlines look bad. They flew by their own rules. In one incident, a plane was damaged when the pilot forgot to put the wheels down on landing. A repair was attempted before the accident was reported. And an aircraft licensed only for charter flights was repeatedly used on regular services. That avoided more rigorous safety tests. CASA saw through that ruse and directed the Bromes to stop it, warned them about it again and again, but they were repeat offenders.
Once they don't like you, they go about finding things they can create about you. During a period of around 96, 97, one person was very abusive towards me, and his character clashed with mine, and I may not have responded favourably back towards him.
So all the problems that you had, came down to a personality clash?
Very much so.
Was it really that, or was it the inevitable result of your refusal to follow the rules?
We were following the rules.
And you really believe that?
We were following the rules.
Let's go through the evidence. They had an Aerostar type aircraft. It was authorised to do charter flights. In fact, it was doing regular passenger transport. For months, CASA told them to stop it. They didn't. Why didn't you ground them?
I don't think that there was evidence that they were doing it on any regular basis. We believe that they used it on a number of occasions. We accused them of it. They put up a defence.
This is a safety issue. Your officers say stop it, and Whyalla Airlines ignores them for 9 months.
The whole of aviation safety is a very difficult issue in terms of it's not black and white.
If action had been taken before, after many warnings, these people could be alive today. That's the serious thing.
Dick Smith is a former chairman of CASA, brought in to ratchet up safety standards. In November 1997, he wanted to close Whyalla Airlines. And so what happened?
Well, it was interesting that the manager from Adelaide, from the South Australian office of CASA, arrived and said to the board, butt out, and that we had no power to do this, and he was absolutely right.
But you were the chairman of the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, and you thought, hey, this airline's no good, why couldn't you shut it down?
It's an amazing situation, and really that's why I resigned in the end. I went to the minister after the aquatic air accident where the seaplane crashed at Barara Waters. When we read the report on it, it was just absolutely outrageous, where CASA people once again had allowed a shonky operator to keep operating. I went to the minister and I said, John Anderson, if we don't take action now, if you don't allow our board to be hands-on, and if you don't allow us to bring in a proper prosecution system, we will have more of these unnecessary accidents. He wouldn't support me under any circumstances.
But even for CASA there were limits. Though they stopped short of grounding Whyalla Airlines, in 1997 they did suspend the man responsible for its safety, Chief Pilot Kim Brome. But the new Chief Pilot, David Usher, was arguably worse. Now, you had to fail David Usher twice on his basic pilot's proficiency test. So that means that he couldn't pass a basic pilot's test, doesn't it?
His performance level on the test in question in October 98 was, yes, deficient. It was a fail.
But this guy was the chief pilot of your airline.
It's difficult to understand, to me. It comes as a shock. Why has he got this knowledge wrong? We're just having a bad day.
But he failed it twice, it wasn't just a bad day.
Well, subsequent further examination revealed his knowledge was deficient.
Why didn't you ground the airline if the chief pilot can't pass a basic test?
Because he wasn't allowed to fly, and that is the correct action to take. Being a chief pilot is an administrative job, effectively.
But he sets the standards for the other pilots in the airline.
He does.
And if he can't pass a basic proficiency test, that's not much of a standard.
Yes, I agree.
So how come the Civil Aviation Safety Authority didn't ground you at that point?
I'm not entirely sure on that one. It was my interpretation that at that stage maybe they could have or should have.
They should have?
Could have or should have. I was never really entirely sure.
Throughout this period, the incidents continued. An emergency landing in a paddock, an engine exploding mid-air. But what CASA did next almost defies explanation. They reinstated Kim Brome, the unsafe chief pilot, to his old position. He told them he'd learned the errors of his ways. But to us, Kim Brome is unrepentant. Were you doing anything that compromised the safety of the airline?
At the time I was suspended, absolutely not. The airline was perfectly safe.
So, in effect, you weren't doing anything wrong.
That's correct, yes.
Why did CASA give Kim Brome back his chief pilot's licence when he didn't think he'd done anything wrong to start with?
Well, I'm not sure that that's a valid statement. It certainly isn't the sort of statement that he was giving to us.
To this day, he says he didn't do anything wrong.
Well, that's very disappointing because this certainly isn't what he was saying to us at the time.
He was pulling the wool over your eyes.
He was.
He was telling you what you wanted to hear.
He was.
And doesn't it stand to reason that if he didn't think he did anything wrong to start with, he's not going to change his ways?
It certainly, now, looking back on it, I think that is valid.
Time was running out for Whyalla Airlines. From February until April this year, the incidents continued. Allegations of doors flying open mid-flight, a plane flying without a fuel cap, a near miss with a stationary aircraft. Apparent incidents undetected by CASA until after the crash. But this sort of thing was well known to Ben Maskovich and his parents.
He did mention that one engine was blowing a lot of smoke and was burning excessive amounts of oil, and all he was told to do for that was just take extra oil, keep topping it up and fly it.
There has to be a responsibility on the operator to let us know if people are going outside those boundaries of safety that are acceptable.
I put it to you that that's not true. It's your responsibility to watch them on our behalf.
We can't be everywhere. We're in there watching them at appropriate levels.
Whyalla Airlines has turned in its licence to operate, run out of business in the end by legal bills rather than the regulator. But that's no comfort to Kurt and Nan Maskovich. If the air police won't police the airlines, there's nothing, they say, to prevent such an accident happening again. So what's your opinion of the Civil Aviation Safety Authority?
Yeah, get their act together. Yeah, have another look and shake it up. Marginal airlines particularly, I think, need a good looking at.
Now Whyalla's crashed, it's obvious that there are others around. Surely they haven't all been fixed because the problems at CASA have not been fixed. They still don't prosecute anyone. The public shouldn't accept an airline being allowed to operate when it continuously doesn't comply with safety regulations.
Welcome back to the program. This Anzac Day, we'll remember the millions of Australians who've served in the defence of our country. Among them, tens of thousands who went missing in action, never to be found. Ron Conley, an Air Force officer from Brisbane, was last heard from on June 6, 1944, while on a top-secret bombing mission. It was D-Day, the Allied assault on the German forces in France. For Ron's family, what happened to this young Australian navigator and his crewmates has always been a mystery. Tonight, for the first time, we can tell them what really happened to Lancaster 739. The search for long-lost Australian Ron Conley, his crewmates and his aircraft brought us to a muddy field in northern France. Here, an aviation archaeologist has unearthed a vital clue, which stands out in a collection of rusting relics in his barn in Normandy.
The most poignant piece is this gold ring, which was found in a clod of mud. It's got the initials on the front of AC, and inside the ring it's got Love Vera.
You can see, I mean, it's bent, a little mangled, but otherwise beautifully preserved.
That's right, yeah. When we found that absolutely sealed it, 100%.
As you'll see, those engravings, etched forever on a wedding ring, wipe away 68 years of secrecy about the flight of Lancaster 739 and the fate of 8 brave airmen, including Albert Chambers, Guy Dunning, and from Queensland, Flight Lieutenant Ron Conley. All their families have ever been told is one thing: they were lost at sea. This ring tells a beautiful love story, a romance. But it is also the first chapter in a mysterious war story. If, as the records show, that Lancaster was missing far out at sea, then what was this ring doing stuck in the mud in this field next to an abandoned farmhouse? So begins the intrigue of missing Lancaster 739. D-Day was the turning point in the Second World War. A vast invasion of Allied soldiers, ships and aircraft on the coast of France. More than 2,000 Australian airmen took part, including Ron Conley, a navigator from Brisbane. Back in the Brisbane suburbs where Ron grew up, we tracked down Ron's cousin, Joyce, and her husband, Sam. Hello, Joyce.
Oh, hello.
Michael Usher from 60 Minutes. How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Mike.
Good to meet you. Michael.
My brother and I, we thought he was the bee's knees. He was absolutely beautiful.
He made quite an impression on you as a young girl there, didn't he?
Yeah, I must have been about 11 or 12 or something then, and we just thought he was the biggest brother, you know, to us, and you're staying the night with us. And we thought he was so handsome too.
There he is, right down on the front row.
Getting onto their ship, yes, there he is there. Getting onto their ships to go away.
27-year-old Flight Lieutenant Conley was hand-picked for a special mission on D-Day, navigating the lead aircraft of 18 Lancaster bombers just hours before the invasion. The huge, slow aircraft were sitting ducks for enemy fire. When they were hit, there was next to no chance of bailing out. Oh, this thing is awkward enough to get into. And when the airmen were in position, they were cramped. This is where our Ron Conley would have been seated. This is the navigation table.
The Lancaster came across here at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Tony Graves, an amateur aviation archaeologist, says this was no ordinary crew. They were decorated, the best of the best. Their Lancaster was brand new, fitted with the latest radar, and was carrying top-secret intelligence.
The Lancaster was coming obviously in this direction, following the coast, to bomb targets here at Point de Hoc.
When the Allied assault took to the air and sea, the Germans were here and waiting for them. They were heavily fortified in bunkers like this, and they were armed with heavy-duty long-range guns. The crew of Lancaster 739 had one mission, and that was to take out this exact target, because it was a strategic position. And let me show you why. This is called Point de Hoc, and the Germans controlled the French coastline for kilometres either side of here. The D-Day Allied troops were headed in this direction, straight into enemy gunfire. From these cliff tops, the Allies knew the German counterattack would be lethal. That's why the crew of the Lancaster had to blow these bunkers to pieces. As dawn broke, a Luftwaffe fighter surprised them as they attacked their target. Flying low, he fired everything he had at the Lancaster up above. It erupted in flames. The crew didn't stand a chance.
And radio contact was lost with the Lancaster at 4 minutes past 5 on the morning of June the 6th, 1944. And after that, the Lancaster, according to the MOD records, is lost without trace. Nothing has been heard of the crew or the aeroplane.
Members of the flight heard the pilot calling over the radio that they were being attacked by enemy fighters. His voice broke off in the middle of a sentence, and the airplane and its crew were never heard of again. And nor has the slightest trace of either been found.
Fancy that.
Yeah. And it was Ron's 33rd flight. He'd seen a lot of action there.
Yes, he'd done his bit, hadn't he?
He must have been a brave man.
He was, but he couldn't come home.
No. There's even a photo of the German pilot who
Oh,
shot
is
them
there?
down. Yeah, that's the gentleman. And I think in his ranks he was considered a bit of an ace, believe it or not.
Yes.
It was tough on both sides, but...
No, he had a job to do. Look at his... Yeah, he had a job to do. You did a straight shot, didn't you, mate?
After the war, the Royal Air Force wrote letters of condolence to Ron's mum and dad, saying there wasn't a skerrick of information about the plane. A letter Joyce has never seen.
In view of this complete lack of evidence, it's now concluded that your son and his comrades were lost at sea.
I hope if they went down that they'd drowned quickly if they weren't blown to pieces.
Yeah.
See, we don't know what happened if he was blown to pieces with the plane, or what do we? Probably was. I just hope it was quick.
It's been a
It
big
has
scar
been.
in your family for a long
If
time.
only poor Auntie Lizzie and Uncle Dave, his mother and father, would have known. Yeah, it would have given them a bit of peace. Even if they'd found out that he was dead, it would have been finished, wouldn't it?
But now, a breakthrough. Proof of what happened that D-Day morning. Tony Graves found enough evidence and eyewitness accounts to dig up this lonely field just a few kilometres away from the bomb target on the French coast. It could have been any old plane until he found that vital clue, the engraved wedding ring, from Vera to AC. So AC was Albert Chambers.
Yes.
And who was he on board?
He was the radio operator on board.
It turns out Albert married Vera just 7 months before D-Day, which confirmed it was the Lancaster with Albert on board.
That absolutely sealed the number of the aircraft, so we know 100% now what it was. And the aircraft now is no longer missing.
Also buried in the mud, parachutes, propellers, engine parts and navigation maps.
We have the Thames estuary in here, and it's the south of England.
This really gives us a direct link to Ron Conley.
Absolutely, yes, yes. If he was obviously the navigator, that was his job, these are his maps.
There were personal items too. A cigarette case, a fountain pen, parts of a uniform with service ribbons still in place.
So that's the DFM, Distinguished Flying Medal. They were all decorated, and it was one of the most distinguished flying crews of 1944. They're all heroes, all heroes in my view.
Welcome back to 60 Minutes and the mystery of Lancaster 739. Young Australian navigator Ron Conley was shot down over the French coast on D-Day in 1944. He was listed as lost at sea. At least that's what the Air Force told his family, and they've spent nearly 70 years wondering where he crashed in the English Channel. An official cover-up stopped them from knowing the truth. Until now. This is the site on a farm in northern France where Lancaster 739 crashed in a fireball on D-Day, June 6th, 1944.
What's nice for me, Michael, is nothing to do with engines and propellers and stuff. It's for the relatives.
The wreckage has been found and the crew's personal effects. But aviation archaeologist Tony Graves
found no human remains.
I know it's heartbreaking, but at least they can come out and find out where their loved ones crashed, where they died, where they fell. Where the remains are is anybody's answer. I just don't know, but we will find out.
For Ron Conley's cousin, Joyce Shrag, learning of the crash site corrects a lifetime of misinformation.
It turns out Ron's plane didn't ditch at sea. And believe it or not, they've recently found the wreckage. And they've all but confirmed that it is his flight.
Was there any bodies there?
No bodies. This is where...
Have you got another tissue?
I'll go and get you one. Hold on, darling, hold on. It's heart-wrenching too for John and Tony Chambers. Their big brother, Albert, was the radio operator. They're the two little boys in the wedding photo, when Albert married his sweetheart Vera and she gave him that gold ring.
It's hard to face the reality of it, and particularly for us as children, for the hero that you worshipped, very difficult.
He's dead, but just don't know where he's buried.
Now, at last, they know where he crashed.
The wingtip hit the chimney, and we found one engine.
With the excavation over, all that's left is mud and memories.
What a terrible place to finish up in.
Bleak and sad, isn't it?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm glad my mum did see this.
Yeah.
I remember I used to chuck me up and my arse used to hit the ceiling and it catch me. Oh, Jesus.
Well, he was your big brother, wasn't he?
Yeah. If my mum had seen this place,
she'd have died. Come on.
Sorry.
Come on, Tony. Tony? Tony, just ease off a bit and I'll come with you.
I don't know what to say after all these years. Tony's reaction is heartbreaking.
That's right. Yeah.
You can understand it though, can't you?
I can absolutely understand it, yes. After all these years of not knowing, this was the end product here, middle of nowhere.
I'm pulling myself
Tony,
together.
Mate.
Tony, listen, you don't have to apologise for anything. I'm just so glad, Tony, that you've been able to say.
Yeah.
It's your brother at the end of the day, and.
But this story isn't finished, not by a long shot. Someone's covering up what happened on that D-Day morning to this top-line crew on a customised Lancaster with a new secret radar.
8 bodies don't vanish. They've been put in the ground somewhere, but for some reason no one wants to come forward and admit to it.
Not the biggest of hatches to get through. Keith Dunning has been digging away at this mystery because he lost his father, flight engineer Guy Dunning. He says his dad and none of the crew ever stood a chance. So they've been hit from below.
Yeah.
The plane's on fire.
You've got to get out of your seat, you've got to pick your parachute
There's
up,
my parachute.
you've got to strap it on, and you've got to get to whichever exit you think you're going out of. You've got a fuel tank which is just here, which is probably on fire, and the flames have melted all this and it's coming through. You've got no chance. You'd have put your head in your hands and prayed.
Dunning remembers an Air Force crewman from another plane coming to the family's home to tell them he saw his father's Lancaster go down. Not at sea, but inland from the French coast.
But there's a later communication from the RAF saying that this was a mistake. He had been mistaken and he had withdrawn his statement. So, you know, whatever he saw didn't happen.
Officially, that flight and those men are lost at sea.
Yeah. Missing, presumed killed on all of them. And all information regarding the last flight, as far as I know, that I've been able to find, has been removed.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the last pages of all the logbooks that I've managed to talk to people have been removed. They've been torn out.
Is that the case with your father's logbook?
Yes, the last 2 pages have been torn out and it's just been stamped missing, presumed killed.
The tampered logbooks lead Tony to suspect that someone deliberately removed the bodies, and perhaps the top-secret radar system known as the HS2.
I can only speculate now, and attempts were made to recover anything that was used to anybody else from the HS2 radar. I don't know, but
did you find any of that top-secret radar?
Well, we found a lot of radio equipment in there, but everything is smashed.
I can understand at the time the plane was secret. I can understand they were handpicked for that mission, but I can't understand 68 years later why no one will come and say, well, this is what happened, you know. Someone must, you know, 8 bodies don't vanish. They've been put in the ground somewhere.
There are a number of graves of unknown airmen here in the local cemetery. Maybe, just maybe, this is where they rest.
There is a gravesite in the village where they believe that the bodies were laid to rest in an unmarked grave.
Yeah, well, that's good. I had them, laid them all together from the plane. They went down together, so I laid them all together. So that would be good. He's with his mates there.
These young crewmen's brothers, sisters, mothers and fathers lived their lives never knowing what happened to their boys. They clung to the hope that if they were just lost, as the record shows, maybe one day they'd come home again.
What impact did your father's death have on your mother?
His last letter asks her, says that he may be late back, but will she wait for him?
My dearest darling, always remember, dear one, that I may not be dead when I am reported missing. Please wait until they definitely tell you.
Well, she waited 20 years for him. She did, and it was in her handbag till the day she died.
It's been nearly 70 years. At least now, the families know where the plane came down. But they still don't have a place to grieve, except a desolate and derelict farm in France.
Someone's got some paperwork somewhere saying, yes, remains were taken from that. It doesn't even matter to me if the remains aren't identified as Albert Chambers or it matters
Ron Conley, yeah.
Or Ron Conley. It matters to me that remains were taken from that aircraft and they're buried as unknown, and then we can change the headstone in the cemetery to say this is the last resting place of a crew of ND 739.
Boeing 777s are one of the safest type of aircraft flown. They're also one of the largest. Fully loaded with fuel, freight and upwards of 400 passengers, they can weigh more than 350 tonnes. But in difficult weather, like all planes, 777s can be violently tossed around in the sky. And when that happens, those on board are in for a terrifying ride. In May, a Singapore Airlines Boeing 777 encountered such extreme turbulence, dozens of passengers, including Australians, were severely injured and one man died. Tonight, our investigation into that incident reveals startling evidence that this was a tragedy that could have, and should have, been avoided.
Morning.
Good morning.
Hi. We're going to get you up.
Yep.
Okay, and then be ready for your therapy.
Sure.
It takes courage for Kerry Jordan to face the monumental struggles of each new day.
Yeah, it's always nice to get out and get some fresh air.
The challenge of, being able to actually get up and get ready for the day, that's huge,
Kerry was a high school dance teacher and a performer, something she can no longer do.
Life sometimes throws those challenges at you, and I just have to look at the positives.
Paralysed from the chest down, even the simplest of tasks are now downright impossible. Her injuries as cruel as they are unthinkable.
I'm relying on many people to assist me and help me to get myself ready so that I can face the day. And obviously there's not just the physical challenges, but the mental and emotional challenges with that, which takes its toll.
Kerry and her partner Keith Davis were two of the 211 passengers on board Singapore Airlines flight SQ321 when it hit extreme turbulence on the 21st of May this year. Like so many others, their lives were changed forever when, in one catastrophic moment, they were turned into human projectiles.
Didn't see this one coming.
We did not see this one coming at all, yeah.
Very few would. Tonight, terror at 37,000 feet.
It felt like a grenade had just gone off in the cabin. There was people screaming, injuries, blood.
Inside one of the worst turbulence events in aviation history.
We thought we'd hit something. It was that violent.
You thought you were about to die?
Yeah, 100%.
And the analysis that may provide new answers.
We call that a smoking gun. I've never had one in 47 years of practice, but I have one now.
About what really happened to flight SQ321.
Let's not mince words. The narrative that Singapore Airlines seems to have endorsed is pure and utter bullshit.
It's a nice day today.
I feel a bit energised, more energised than I was yesterday, so...
To say that Keith and Kerry have been through hell is an understatement. But their ordeal began with a great adventure, a month-long holiday in the UK.
Yeah, we were just on this high just from the most incredible time and catching up with family and going to places that we'd never been before. Probably the best holiday ever.
Their last stop was London, where they boarded a flight to Singapore on the long trip home. Sitting in the middle row, Keith swapped to let Kerry sit next to the aisle, a decision that would have profound consequences.
I struggle with that.
Yeah.
I really, really, really struggle with that.
Yeah.
Because I was in Kerry's seat. She was in my seat.
Sitting next to Keith and Kerry was 22-year-old Welshman Toby Pearl, a health worker who was on his way to backpack around Australia. He remembers being filled with trepidation about his first big trip overseas.
They kind of introduced themselves, we got chatting away. So we kind of were talking about things in the UK, and then they were telling me about places in Australia to go. So yeah, we were chatting pretty much the entire start of the flight.
So we're a good couple to be sat next to when you're on your nervous first international flight?
Yeah, they definitely put me at ease. They were kind of talking me through it all, and yeah, just proper friendly couple.
For the first 10 hours, the flight was uneventful. Just 3 hours from Singapore, SQ321 was at its cruising altitude and approaching Myanmar. It's an area notorious among pilots for its violent thunderstorms. 37,000 feet below, it was mid-afternoon, but inside, passengers in the cabin had only just woken up.
You know, it was breakfast time and you hear the trolleys. When you think about it, it all comes down to timing. You know, I'd been 10 hours of sitting in my seat with my seatbelt on.
You know.
And it was in that moment that I just chose to get up because I wanted to go to the bathroom. I had a cramp in my leg and I thought, right, I'll just sort of make my way. And it was very busy. And I thought, I'll just start moving my way back slowly. And then all of a sudden,
you'd got
it was
back.
just the turbulence. I felt like I could not even get back into my seat. Yeah, this sudden just sort of jolt. And I just managed to sit back down in my seat and I grabbed hold of my seat belt. And from that moment, it felt like it wasn't me.
Data records show the aircraft had hit a powerful updraft and suddenly shot upwards 362 feet. On board, passengers were pressed hard into their seats.
You know, my reaction when I knew something was happening was to put my hand out to stop Kerry's water from spilling.
Wow.
That's it. That was the movement that I managed to pull off, and that was it. That was a matter of seconds, and all of a sudden I'm there and I'm seeing you in space. It was just absolutely surreal.
The seatbelt light had been on for 8 solitary seconds before the plane suddenly dropped like a stone.
All I remember is that seatbelt light went on and then we were just thrown straight in the air.
That impact was immense, absolutely immense.
In an instant, there was carnage. Passengers not buckled in, crews and their trolleys, anything not fastened down was smashed up into the ceiling.
I was suspended in the air and from that moment, everything went deathly silent.
4.5 seconds later, the plane shot upwards once more, throwing everyone down with incredible force. Toby was catapulted 3 rows back.
So I hit my ribs on a chair and then landed on another passenger, and I just remember this woman holding me, kind of hugging me, and she was just saying, I've got you, because I don't think any of us knew what was going on.
Sitting in what was originally Kerry's seat, Keith's head went straight through the panel above.
Kerry's the one that should have gone straight up and down through the vents. That was the difference. That's the difference. I went through all those vents and they just busted up to bits. And you went smack into the bloody luggage door.
The sheer force of the impact snapped Kerry's spine in two.
When I was actually on the ground, in the aisle, all I recall is seeing Keith looking at me with blood running down his face. And then I remember hearing a man ask me, can you feel your legs? And just the reality of, no, can't feel that.
Within a minute, the plane was back under the pilot's control. But, as you'll see, the horror of flight SQ321 was still far from over.
My mindset is I couldn't just sit there and wait for death. I had to do something to stop it.
In the immediate aftermath of one of the most severe turbulence events ever recorded, there was pandemonium on board Singapore Airlines flight SQ321.
It felt like a grenade had just gone off in the cabin. There was parts of the ceiling everywhere, people screaming, injuries, blood on the ceiling, on the floors, everywhere. It felt like I don't know if we'd crashed or we'd hit something. And in my mind, there was no walking away from that. We were all dead.
Health worker Toby Pearl wasn't the only one filled with a sense of dread.
You could hear passengers screaming, crying, children screaming, crying, passengers ringing family members, telling them they loved them, giving the final goodbyes. So I think it was like kind of that general consensus of this is it.
Kerry Jordan and Keith Davis were also caught up in the panic.
And everywhere around us, everybody was, screaming. Everyone has a different reaction. But people seriously thought we were all going down.
Yeah.
We thought we'd hit something. It was that violent.
You thought you were about to die?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Toby had a busted shoulder, but forgot about the pain when a shout went through the cabin for help. Lying on the floor, 73-year-old Briton Jeff Kitchen had suffered a cardiac arrest.
Everybody else is just mayhem. People are crying, carrying on. And there he was applying CPR. Amazing. So he was like Superman, just leapt up and boom, he was straight into it.
With a group of other passengers, we performed CPR for about 30 minutes.
But aren't you in this moment thinking these are your last moments alive?
Yeah, my logic was if I'm going to die, I'm going to die helping someone else.
Tragically, their efforts were in vain.
I just remember placing that blanket over his body and then his face was this kind of weird feeling that this life had just been taken in front of me.
Something no 22-year-old should really have to go through.
Something no one should ever go through, but sadly, obviously, we did.
As the plane was diverted for an emergency landing in Bangkok, the sheer number of serious casualties was becoming clear.
There were so many injuries on that plane, it was kind of, he who screams loudest was kind of getting seen to.
How badly injured were a lot of those passengers?
Some of the injuries we saw were like lacerations to the head, neck, arms, obviously broken bones. A lot of these passengers would have been convinced that they weren't going to make it to landing.
Through it all, Kerry Jordan clung to life, paralysed but conscious.
There were moments where it was sort of just sounded incredibly chaotic, but then moments where it was quiet, and I kept hearing Keith, and Keith kept just saying, "You're going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?"
You're going to be okay.
Yeah.
You're going to be okay. Just keep breathing.
On the ground in Bangkok, the scene resembled a war zone. Stretchers were strewn across the tarmac as the worst of the casualties were painstakingly removed from the plane. In all, more than 70 passengers and crew were injured. 6 had skull or brain injuries. Like Kerry, 22 suffered spinal damage.
Just getting you out of the plane, that was just epic. And then we got it back into the ambulance. And yeah, that was just crazy, that ride into the hospital.
Kerry was rushed into the operating theatre at 3 o'clock the next morning, where she underwent surgery to piece together her spine. Finally, 8 days later, she was medevaced home to Adelaide. So, Kerry, you can't feel anything from the chest down?
Yeah. So I've got a little bit of movement in my upper body, my arms, a little bit in my hands, but my fingers are paralysed, so it makes it really challenging to obviously work with my hands.
So you can move your arms a little bit? So if I go to sort of shake it...
Yeah, I just don't have the strength. Don't have the strength yet.
No, but at least you're moving. That's a bit of a positive, isn't it?
Absolutely.
What does that mean to you, just to have something?
Oh, honestly, to actually get myself into working with the physios here, and that makes all the difference when you can actually see that you're getting a little bit stronger. every day. I've never thought about what spinal injuries actually are, what they actually mean. That, you know, my body was paralysed and the reality of that. But I kept thinking to myself, this is just a moment in time. I didn't think this was going to be something permanent. And I still feel like that, you know, that I'm going to wake up one morning, be able to do that. Yeah. So that's, you just keep thinking that one day I will be able to walk again. Still have that hope.
Hope's important.
Yep, absolutely.
And I guess it's the small victories from here, at the very least.
Yep, for sure.
So, Doctor, this is Kerry's spine. What does this tell you about what happened to her?
Well, when Kerry sustained her injury on the flight, amongst other injuries including head and ribs and chest injuries, she sustained 2 injuries to her cervical spine. One right down here at the bottom at C7T1, where she's basically completely fractured and dislocated 100%.
Dr. Simon Sandler is the head of neurosurgery at the Royal Adelaide Hospital. He says Kerry's spinal injury is as severe as it gets. What causes would you normally see for an injury like this?
Usually high velocity trauma and a massive acceleration, deceleration force. In those type of situations, we see this in motor vehicle accidents or significant falls from a significant height with an impact.
What hope do you have for Kerry looking at that she'll be able to have a little bit more movement in, say, her fingers or her hands going forward?
Look, I never want to dissuade hope from any of my patients, but this type of significant spinal cord injury and the long time it took to get her spine realigned and fixed, I would think that her deficits would probably be permanent from the time.
The investigation into precisely what happened to flight SQ321 will be long and painstaking, and it could be another year or more before a final detailed report is released. In its initial findings, 8 days after the plane's emergency descent, Singapore's Transport Safety Investigation Bureau was vague, saying it was likely flying over an area of developing convective activity. But by then, another, much more definitive theory was doing the rounds.
Multiple analysts say the deadly turbulence that SQ321 encountered was likely a case of clear air turbulence.
I believe that the aircraft, the flight, encountered clear air turbulence.
Pushed by local Singapore media and around the world,
called clear air turbulence,
an atmospheric phenomenon known as clear air turbulence was identified as the culprit. An insidious threat, difficult to forecast and impossible to see with radar or the naked eye.
It's likely the plane hit what's called clear air turbulence.
So-called clear air turbulence, often appearing close to the jet stream, is very difficult to predict.
During a clear air turbulence event such as this one, the airplane will pitch, turn, yaw, and it'll bounce up and down, and the airplane will fall.
But, as we'll show tonight, there's compelling evidence what flight SQ321 encountered was no clear air turbulence event.
An awful and untimely miscalculation.
A terrible miscalculation, a terrible miscalculation.
The turbulence that tore through Singapore Airlines flight SQ321 was extremely rare in both its severity and the number of serious casualties it caused. Millions fly every day. How incredibly cruel and unlucky is it that you're in those few seconds where you hit that kind of turbulence.
It is incredibly cruel and it is incredibly unlucky. I mean, it wasn't really the magnitude of the change this aeroplane had, it was the rapidity of the change. It's just unheard of to be that violent. And so talk about bad luck. I just feel for those people in that aeroplane.
Richard Woodward is a former Air Force test pilot who went on to fly long-haul passenger jets for Qantas for 33 years. Few have more experience in the air or a better understanding of the perils of turbulence. When you first got word about what happened on that flight, as an experienced pilot, what did you instinctively think happened?
Well, I thought they had an encounter with a thunderstorm, bottom line.
So this plane, you thought straight away, either flew into or near a storm?
Yeah, basically, there was media reports there was a clear air turbulence encounter, and it's very rare to have that near the tropics, so I was leaning towards an encounter with near or, in a storm.
This terrifying footage only hints at what would have been experienced by those on board. Shot in 2019 on a Bulgarian passenger plane, it shows the impact and the aftermath of severe turbulence. Unbelievably, the forces on SQ321 were far greater. In a 777 simulator, we're about to reconstruct the flight's critical seconds. Richard, what do we know about the circumstances before the turbulence hit? Was there anything at all out of the ordinary?
No, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The crew was serving breakfast. The flight was perfectly normal up until that point.
So breakfast being served, people walking out of their seats, milling about the cabin, is that the worst possible time for turbulence to hit?
Absolutely.
To the deep frustration of those on board, Singapore Airlines has carefully avoided any explanation of what the plane flew into or why. What we do know is the aircraft was at its cruising altitude when it first encountered minor turbulence. Passengers say they had no warning of what was to come.
Well, first up, there's a bit of turbulence, about 11 seconds or so, minor bumps where the aeroplane's getting bumped around. The crew saw fit to put the seatbelt sign on. 8 seconds later, it all turned pear-shaped.
In those seconds, unforeseen, unprepared, how on earth would you have the time to get back in your seat and pop a seatbelt on?
Well, you haven't. You haven't.
Even in the confines of the simulator, what happens next is chilling.
Perhaps I could demonstrate it. The aeroplane climbed at about 1,200 feet a minute. So we'll see here, the aeroplane's starting to respond. It only went up 362 feet. And then it went from 1,200 feet a minute up to nearly 2,000 feet a minute down. It's unheard of in that short period of time. So there it goes. Now the aeroplane's plunging earthwards.
It's the autopilot kicking in, trying to maintain altitude, which has dipped the nose of the plane, leading to a massive increase in speed. In response, the pilot pulls on the speed brake to slow it down.
So they're busy doing all that, and then suddenly the aeroplane goes from massive updraft to a massive downdraft, and I mean massive. The aeroplane falls, effectively falls, 178 feet, which puts everyone who's not strapped in on the roof in the back of the aeroplane. And you're pinned there while the aeroplane's falling, but within a couple of seconds it goes back to positive G, and then you bang back down to whatever's below you. Seat backs, seats, floor, you name it. Whack, it's all over. 4.6 seconds and it's all over. It's unheard of to get that sort of damage in that time.
So 1 minute of just absolute chaos.
Yes, 1 minute of absolute chaos.
Let's not mince words. The narrative that Singapore Airlines seems to have endorsed, that this was just some unavoidable accident, is pure and utter bullshit.
Representing injured passenger Kerry Jordan, no one is fighting harder for answers than lawyer Nick Xenophon. He's convinced there was a failure on the flight, either human or mechanical.
Singapore Airlines needs to explain why they have been so silent as to what actually occurred. This narrative that's out there, that it was just a freak weather anomaly, is really just crap. This is something that should not have happened, and I think the truth will come out, And when pilots have spoken to me privately about this incident, they are scathing. So I think the truth will come out eventually. It's a pity that the truth hasn't come out from Singapore Airlines themselves, who are responsible for what has occurred.
Clear area of thunderstorms.
The analysis of retired pilot Richard Woodward paints a picture of what may have happened that day. Critical to that are satellite images which show the build-up of thunderstorms over central Myanmar over an hour and 20-minute period before the turbulence struck.
Well, Richard, these are the satellite weather images from that time in that area. What does this tell you?
These are 10-minute snapshots, but what they're showing is the cells developing all over southern Myanmar, so a big area of thunderstorm activity.
So if you're armed with this knowledge, you're avoiding that in your aircraft?
Of course, you'd either be going down the coast and swinging around or picking your way through if you had to between the cells, but you certainly wouldn't try and fly downwind of the thing because that's where the weather's getting blown to.
Other data shows that in the 5-minute period right before the plane was crippled, there were scores of lightning strikes in the area it was approaching. What does that tell you about what they encountered?
Lightning only develops when the interaction in the storm between ice particles and water, generating massive amounts of electricity, more electricity in one storm than you get in a power station. So for the lightning to be seen and be obvious on the radar picture, then there's a fair amount of activity being developed.
It was directly into this area that flight SQ321 headed, without a single deviation to its course. As we now know, a straight line into the teeth of a building thunderstorm.
Thunderstorms climb very quickly, and so they may be just a high cloud below you when you're 10 minutes away, but they're climbing several thousand feet a minute, so they're going to be at your altitude in 8 or 10 minutes' time.
Is that immediately concerning to you, that trajectory?
Well, yes, the crew would be seeing all these cells developing on the radar and weighing up whether they need to go around it or not. But it appears from the fact that they're not deviating, they think they can fit through this gap here.
It's a decision that becomes all the more confounding when you combine the weather with the routes multiple other aircraft took in those vital minutes leading up to the flight's sudden plunge.
Well, Richard, this might be the most telling imagery of all. What are you seeing here?
Oh, this is a pretty compelling argument, Adam. There's all these aeroplanes changing direction as they're seeing the storms on their radar and they're taking evasive action. That one's just turned, that one already turned, this one's turned. Here comes SQ321 on a straight line, because I think in their view this is a benign area and they think they can just overfly it and keep going.
As you can see, the Singapore pilots were either oblivious to the fierce thunderstorms developing ahead or chose to run the gauntlet. Either way, right over the middle of Myanmar, flight SQ321 met its fate.
Wow, just over the top or perhaps into the top of a thunderstorm.
An awful and untimely miscalculation.
A terrible miscalculation, a terrible miscalculation.
The deadly turbulence that SQ321 encountered was likely a case of clear air turbulence.
Clear air turbulence.
Clear air turbulence.
So-called clear air turbulence.
Unpredictable, invisible, and extremely difficult to forecast, it would be forgivable if clear air turbulence was what the Singapore plane had flown into. But Richard Woodward believes that, for whatever reason, the course taken by flight SQ321 that day was a terrible mistake.
The top of thunderstorms are a very violent place and we all go out of our way to avoid them, so a professional crew would try and avoid it. You know that's coming, you strap the passengers in, you cease the cabin service, you prepare the aeroplane to fly through and you try and minimise the exposure to that event, or you go hundreds of miles out of your way to avoid it.
So why wouldn't they have done that?
I don't know. That's the profound question and we don't know the answer to that.
Could we be sure about this, though? This is Singapore Airlines. Those would have been experienced, well-trained pilots.
You don't get to sit in the front of a big airliner unless you've done years and years of training. But we don't know what was going on in the flight deck and we don't know what they were looking at. It could have been a human error mistake or it could have just genuinely been an encounter they didn't plan to have.
Is that good enough?
Not really, no.
For aviation lawyer Floyd Wisner, it all paints a damning picture of the culpability of Singapore Airlines.
I'll tell you, Adam, No matter what people see in TV series about lawyers and how, you get this information that is unequivocally proves your case, that never happens. We call that a smoking gun. I've never had one in 47 years of practice, but I have one now.
Representing at least 15 of the injured passengers on board flight SQ321, he's squaring up for a fight. Why is this going to court? If it's that clear-cut, why are we doing this?
That is a darn good question, and one I'd like to answer too also. I make my living going to court. I'm a litigator, but we shouldn't be doing litigation in this case. Singapore Air needs to do the right thing, the moral thing, the ethical thing, and yes, the legal thing, and admit that it has some responsibility for this incident, and then settle these cases. All the pain and suffering they have of their injuries, it's just magnified because of the way they're being treated. It's not fair.
Coming up, a milestone for Kerry Jordan.
Hello, my beautiful friends.
But frustration in the fight for compensation.
There's been communications through lawyers saying they need proof of hardship.
Proof of hardship?
Proof of hardship? It's just been bizarre.
Paralysed from the chest down, it's been 4 long months of painful readjustment for Kerry Jordan as she comes to terms with life as a tetraplegic.
Baila, baila.
A teacher and performer for more than 2 decades, dance has always been her great love.
Her whole life is about teaching people how to move with grace and elegance. And she now is in a position where she can't move. You can't get any crueler than that.
For Kerry's lawyer in Australia, Nick Xenophon, it makes the injury she suffered all the more tragic. She cops it on the chin somehow with a smile. How tough of a road is she now on?
There's no sugarcoating the fact that her life has been catastrophically changed by something that really shouldn't have happened.
Just last year, Kerry had begun a dream job working with Adelaide's world-renowned Restless Dance Theatre. A unique and very special dance company that is all about diversity.
The company celebrates people with and without disability. And that's what I've always loved about it, is that it's not about people with disabilities, it's about people with different abilities. And I guess now I can think about me.
How's the little video they made up?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful.
We care so much about you and that you shine brighter than a diamond. We love you.
Today, in one of her first trips outside the confines of hospital, she's come back to visit.
How are you guys? How amazing to see you. Oh, it's so good to see you all. How are we?
And just for a moment, she's able to forget her own devastating disability.
Hello, my beautiful friends. So good to see you. How are you?
You went there to teach these people with disabilities to dance, and now they're here for you. Was that just the most touching moment imaginable?
It was huge. It was huge.
Oh, and that video that you guys did for me.
It's here that Kerry hopes one day to teach again.
We're so excited to have you back in. I cannot wait. Yes.
Watch your head, guys.
Right now, though, Kerry and her partner Keith are dealing not only with the impact of Kerry's injuries, but the uncertainty of what lies ahead, and a feeling they've been let down and abandoned by Singapore Airlines.
They were AWOL, 100%. They never, ever presented what they were going to do. I think the media stuff kicked off and then the CEO rolled in.
Visited you at your bedside. Did you appreciate that?
Yeah, I did actually.
Within hours of the turbulence tragedy, Singapore Airlines CEO Goh Choon Pong was full of promises.
Once again, our deepest apologies to everyone affected by this incident. Please be assured that Singapore Airlines is here to help and support you during this difficult time.
It was a message he repeated to Kerry when he visited her in hospital a few days later.
When he spoke to me, he apologised for what had happened and said that he would make sure that I'd be looked after going forward.
But his assurances are now looking hollow.
And I think the really distressing part of it is that I wrote a letter to the CEO. He never responded. And I figured that with him meeting me and obviously making those promises to me, that he would at least acknowledge or respond. But there was nothing.
After offering a paltry $25,000, Singapore Airlines upped compensation to $75,000. What happens next is dependent on the couple's response to a dumbfounding demand.
Obviously, there's been communications through lawyers and, you know, the Singapore are saying they need proof of hardship.
Proof of hardship?
Proof of hardship? It's just been bizarre.
Veteran aviation lawyer Floyd Wisner has seen it all before. A lack of compassion and certainty for injured passengers that he says is nothing short of heartless.
How could you possibly ask for proof? We're needing financial documents. That's a pencil pusher mentality. That's not heart. That's not Singapore Air saying that we're going to take care of their passengers.
$75,000, he says, is a pittance compared to what Kerry will need in a lifetime of care.
She's entitled to so much more than that. Millions she's entitled to.
What do you think their strategy is, only offering up $75,000?
I think it could be just to wear people down, just have people give up. Well, I got news for you. We're not giving up.
So you think their lawyers could just be hoping that Kerry and her partner Keith just think, oh, this is just getting too hard. We want to get on with our lives and put this behind us.
I think that's part of their strategy. Exhaust them enough, maybe pay them a little bit more now, and they'll eventually go away. You know, that's shameful.
Dealing now with the care of a paralysed partner and a mountain of difficult choices, Key is facing his own daily battles as he tries to shape what his and Kerry's future will look like. The couple's home, built on the side of a hill, is hopelessly inadequate for Kerry's needs. The painful reality is that her wheelchair wouldn't even make it through the front door.
She needs round-the-clock care, 24/7 for the rest of her life. She needs 2 carers. Her home will need to be modified extensively so she can go back to her home, and that obviously costs money.
And you're saying Singapore Airlines should be footing that bill?
Singapore Airlines is an airline that last year made close to $3 billion in profit. For Kerry to be looked after is pretty much small change for them, and they need to explain why they won't do everything possible to make sure that Kerry is looked after for the rest of her life.
You know, I guess it's the really upsetting thing. Yeah. That's all I want to do.
We're going to make that happen.
Be able to go home.
We're going to get you there.
And that's the really tough part of it. You know, I can be positive about the future and live in hope that I'm going to get better. There's going to be improvements, but I do know that the reality really is that I'm going to be in a wheelchair as a tetraplegic.
That's the definition of hardship.
It's about people who could help us because they should help us because of what has happened. Can they not be compassionate? Can they not be empathetic?
Coming up, hope amid the horror
And I just thought, what an amazing man.
of Flight SQ321.
It was just the example of this young guy doing just what he did. It just, wow.
Physically and psychologically, lives were changed forever in a matter of seconds in the extreme turbulence that tore through Flight SQ321 over Myanmar. Experienced pilot Richard Woodward says in time we will know much more about what exactly went wrong.
Clearly, we will have to wait for the full report, and that could take some time. Typically, they're 12 months or 2 years away. There'll be plenty of opinions, and I guess I'm offering an opinion. But with my background, I'm fairly certain that they had an encounter with, or were very close to, a thunderstorm.
But right now, officially, what Singapore Airlines knows remains wrapped in secrecy. Singapore Airlines, it's worth noting, has not admitted fault. So is there a chance here that, they'd be proven as just a mishap, that no one's at fault here?
That'll be argued in the court of opinion, and possibly by legal action later on as the passengers seek recompense for being injured. I don't know, but certainly it's pretty standard in the industry that the company will deny and try and settle out of court or give people compensation before it gets to that point. No one likes to admit there was a mistake. No one.
For Kerry Jordan and Keith Davis, the wait for answers is exasperating. Do you blame Singapore Airlines for what happened to you?
100%. You're in their care.
In your gut, what do you think happened?
Someone took their eyes off the dial. What else can I think? If you put yourself in a situation that could have been avoided by diverting, when other flights that are in the air at the same time, in the same region, are doing exactly that. It just beggars belief.
You're obviously frustrated, and rightfully so, of course. Is it a case, though, we just don't really know? And maybe we won't know?
Nah, people know. People have put this together. The data doesn't lie.
No.
Are you still a bit rattled by what happened?
Yeah, it's definitely made me nervous to fly now, and I think that's kind of a thing that's going to be there forever.
For Toby Pearl, it was a nightmare start to his trip to Australia, but one he's taken in his stride. Over the last few months, Toby's been embracing life as a backpacker, grateful to be one of those who escaped being badly hurt.
I think walking off that plane is like winning the lottery. We not only survived, but we got away with such minimal injuries that we could carry on our travels or holidays, whatever people were doing. And looking at some of the injuries that were sustained, like Kerry's, it's a life-changing injury, and her life will sadly never be the same again.
There's one moment, as Flight SQ321 touched down, that Toby says he will never forget. In the chaos and the carnage came an extraordinary display of compassion from his fellow passenger, Keith Davis.
I remember we landed, and Keith kind of grabbing me, and I just remember his face. He was covered in blood. He was almost like checking I was okay, and then I was like, yeah, I was okay. And then he was basically telling me that I need to carry on with my journey and have the best holiday I could ever have. And I just remember thinking in that moment, I was like, his wife was led on the floor. He was covered in blood, obviously injured himself. And the first thing he thought of was to tell me that I need to have a good rest of my holiday. And I just thought, what an amazing man.
What possesses you in that moment, Keith, going through what you're going through, to think about Toby?
It was just the example of this young guy doing just what he did. It just, wow, puts faith in young people.
For Kerry and Keith, and so many other passengers on that flight, what happens next is anything but certain. But with courage and a little trepidation, they're setting their sights on a better tomorrow.
When I was in hospital in Bangkok, I kept saying to Keith, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. And I can tell my story.
Yeah.
And obviously, I now have some restrictions in terms of what I can and can't do in the future, but things will change.
Does she inspire you, Keith?
Oh my God. She's the reason. You know? I just think of what Gary opens her eyes to every morning.
With a smile.
Big time.
You're both inspiring. I can't overstate that enough. Not so long ago, many airline passengers used to swear by the saying, if it's not Boeing, I'm not going. Unsurprisingly, it was a motto the company loved. But oh, how times have changed. Now the slogan has become, if it's Boeing, I'm not going. Last Tuesday, the plane maker's humiliation was plain for the world to see when its boss was forced to appear in front of angry US senators in Washington. Dave Calhoun was grilled about the company's plague of deadly safety and manufacturing issues. And worryingly for anyone who flies, his answers showed that the turbulence for Boeing is a long way from over. For generations, Boeing was a source of pride in American ingenuity and, most importantly, safety. But these days, it's a company in crisis.
Yes, we are emergency. We are depressurized. We do need to return back to. We have 177 passengers.
In January this year, when a door blew off one of its 737 MAX jets 10 minutes into the flight.
We deeply regret the impact that the Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 accident had on
Trust in Boeing was shattered yet again. And it was just a matter of luck no one was sitting in row 26.
We are thankful that there were no fatalities. From the beginning, we took responsibility and cooperated transparently in their respective investigations.
But those investigations were damning, revealing a shocking and simple, yet inexcusable mistake. 4 bolts that held the door in place had been removed during maintenance and never put back.
I mean, that had to be a terrifying situation.
Roy Irvin says it's lucky they didn't lose the entire plane and everyone on it. And he'd know. He's a retired quality inspector on the 787 Dreamliner program, but wasn't surprised when he heard of the frightening mid-air emergency. Passengers across the world fly in these planes every day. Should they be thinking twice before boarding a Boeing jet?
I think so, yeah. And I do now, especially after the door blowout. The door blowout I could really relate to with simply not installing a safety device or missing a bolt and not even documenting the removal is something that we would see on a daily basis as investigators when I was there.
Roy's now one of many whistleblowers so fed up he's exposing unsafe practices at the company. And what they've been saying has had serious effect. Their testimonies have led to Boeing's chief executive, Dave Calhoun, last Tuesday being hauled before the US Senate, accused of presiding over not just a broken safety culture, but one of intimidation and cover-ups.
I believe strongly in accountability.
And it's not just the Senate. Federal prosecutors are also about to decide whether to criminally charge Boeing for breaching a deferred prosecution agreement, a promise to clean up its act.
Some of the guys that I worked with, I would consider a menace to society.
Roy's job was to inspect planes at the end of the Boeing production line. When they got to him, the aircraft should have been ready for takeoff. What's the worst your team found?
not properly installed hydraulic fittings for the hydraulic system, loose hardware on the gear rotary actuator for the flap system. Bolts had never been tightened down all the way. Fuel leaks. Another big thing that we worked for a long time was main pins for the horizontal stabilizer. That could have been a safety of flight issue had that not been corrected.
Why were those mistakes happening along the production of those aircraft?
They didn't want to have to wait on quality. They were in a hurry all the time to get the airplane finished and moved from one position to the next.
So if you're slowing them down, you're costing them money?
Yes. Time and money, yes.
It was the pressure, it was the speed that they were trying to push the inspectors to that created that culture where people started to miss.
Santiago Paredes is another whistleblower who's had enough. He was a former quality inspector for Boeing's main supplier, Spirit Aerosystems, and was responsible for inspecting the aircraft fuselages before they were delivered to Boeing.
We were the last set of eyes that would look at the plane before we shipped it.
How often would you find problems at the last minute?
Oh, every day, every fuselage, every day. On the sections that I inspected, I was finding anywhere from 100 to 200 defects.
What defects, what problems were you finding at the end of the line?
Missing fasteners, missing parts not being installed, parts being damaged, people stepping on parts and damaging them, missing seal, damaged seal, missing nuts on bolts. I mean, anything that you can think when it comes to sheet metal, any kind of defect, you were probably finding it at the end of the line every day.
The pressure on Santiago was enormous. When he tried to do the right thing, he was ordered to fudge the numbers, or he'd be punished.
They told me to falsify the quantity of the defects that were being found in there.
So they asked you to doctor the books. What did they make you write?
When I was finding 100 defects, it was affecting how their budget was being spent. So they wanted me to just say that it was one defect. I stood up, I said no. It was unethical what they were asking me. And then my second level manager came in and he said, if you don't do what I'm telling you to do, I'm gonna write you up for insubordination. I know that the repercussions of subordination was to be fired.
Incredibly, Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun admits managers did retaliate against workers who spoke up, but he's adamant that behaviour will now stop.
Our culture is far from perfect, but we are taking action and we are making progress. We understand the gravity, and we're committed to moving forward with transparency and accountability.
At his Senate interrogation, he defended Boeing's broken safety culture in front of grieving families. Each one lost loved ones in 2 deadly crashes, Lion Air 610 in 2018 and Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 5 months later. Back then, Boeing promised the families and the world it would change its ways.
We are sorry, deeply and truly sorry.
But despite 2 apologies from 2 CEOs.
And I apologize for the grief that we have caused.
Michael Stumo will never forgive Boeing. Did Boeing kill your daughter?
Yeah, they're murderers.
Samia Stumo was 24 when she became a victim of Boeing's fatal engineering flaws, when the 2 brand new 737 MAX aircraft death dived, killing all 346 passengers on board.
She was beautiful, charismatic, lit up the room. She just had it all.
Today, their families are still fighting to hold Boeing to account.
We've become a force among the aviation lobby and the aviation policy sphere in the U.S. You protect your kids, and anyone who threatens or harms them, you go at them.
In 2018, 2 Boeing 737 MAX aircraft crashed in Singapore Airlines. 2 of the 3 passengers on board were killed. 1 was wounded. 2 were injured. 2 were killed. 1 was wounded. 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 Michael and the others might finally get what they want because the US Justice Department is considering criminally prosecuting Boeing. It claims the plane maker breached a deferred prosecution agreement it struck to escape charges over the deadly crashes. 3 years ago, it paid a $2.5 billion fine and promised to clean up its safety procedures. But the Alaska Airlines incident earlier this year, just days before the deal expired, meant Boeing was back in trouble.
It felt like they had it going on again. And then the Alaska flight had an explosive depressurization and the door blew off the Alaska flight, and that blew the doors off Boeing again.
Captain Dennis Tasia flies commercially for American Airlines and represents hundreds of pilots at the Allied Pilots Association. He has grave concerns about the safety and manufacturing of the Boeing aircraft he's flying, especially its 737 MAX jets.
I trust the machine. I do not trust the people who provided it to me.
Is Boeing putting too much pressure on you and other pilots?
Oh, clearly. They have decided that anything that they've screwed up, the last line of defense is going to be the pilots.
Captain Tasia says Boeing's crisis began because the company wanted to save money. It installed software, known as MCAS, into its 737 MAX aircraft, but didn't tell the pilots. Tragically, it was a flawed system that led to the 2018 and 2019 crashes.
They said, let's not tell the pilots or the airlines about this thing called MCAS because we don't want to trigger more pilot training because that costs money. It was horrid.
Why was MCAS so fatal?
When that one instrument came in and fed the bad data in, a myriad of alerts went off. Stick shaker was happening right after takeoff. And then MCAS came in, it was new, and it pushed the nose down with a force and a speed we had never seen before. It continued that over and over again. And it would do it until it killed you.
You accept that Boeing was responsible for those crashes in 346
I accept that MCAS and Boeing are responsible for those crashes. Yes, sir.
It's clear the once revered aviation giant is facing its biggest challenge in decades. And, as you'll see, several legal cases are looming, with not just Boeing, but its executives in their sights.
Do you believe someone should be going to jail over these crashes?
100%.
Roy Irvin loves planes, and there was a time when he especially loved Boeing planes.
The airplane is the ultimate machine. The 787 program that I worked on, it was just a phenomenal piece of engineering.
He used to work as a quality control investigator for Boeing until he quit in disgust. These days, the only planes he trusts are the ones he's built himself.
I would rather fly in a smaller airplane. I've never cared much for flying commercially anyway, but I'm going to do it as little as possible now.
Roy says the work he witnessed on the job was alarming and potentially catastrophic, and he's not alone. Whistleblowers have become so vocal, the US government has called a Senate inquiry, where, on Capitol Hill, politicians are scathing.
We've had multiple whistleblowers come before this committee and allege that Boeing is cutting every possible corner on quality and safety, not just in the past, but now. That doesn't sound like attention to quality to me, and yet you're getting paid $33 million a year. It's extraordinary.
Senator,
That's Boeing's outgoing CEO, Dave Calhoun, grilled over whistleblower claims of safety lapses.
You're not focused on safety. You're trying to squeeze every piece of profit you can out of this company. You're strip mining Boeing. It was one of the greatest American companies ever.
Senator, I don't recognize any of the Boeing you described.
You don't recognize the Boeing that has airplanes falling out of the sky?
I'm proud of
this
safety record, and I am
You're proud of
very
this safety
proud
record.
of our Boeing people.
You're proud of this safety record?
I am proud of every action we have taken.
Every action you've taken?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Wow. There's some news for you. Well, behind you, the folks are showing pictures of the people who are the victims of your safety record.
Among them was Michael Stumo, the father of Ethiopian Airlines crash victim, 24-year-old Samya Stumo. He isn't buying Boeing's spin. How do you sit in those hearings and listen to that testimony, feeling the way you feel?
It's our job. You have to do it. We need to get accountability. We need to get justice. We need no third crash. But it feels terrible. It's exhausting.
Excuses are also wearing thin for veteran pilot Captain Dennis Tasia, who says, as well as safety flaws, there's a culture of cover-up. He believes Boeing is still hiding vital information, even from pilots.
I've been flying Boeing airplanes for most of my career. I flew it in the military, in combat. Boeing airplanes saved my life. They protected me from the enemy outside the airplane. Now I feel like the enemy is within.
Are pilots being deceived?
We are not being told everything. The FAA puts out a notice, an airworthiness directive, and unless it specifically says, tell the pilots about this problem, we never hear about it.
The Federal Aviation Administration, America's industry watchdog, is supposed to keep Boeing accountable and the flying public safe. But even it's admitted to being too hands-off.
The FAA is an accomplice in this. The institutions have morphed themselves. Boeing got laws to change. The FAA lost its way. They became a delegator instead of a regulator.
Captain Tasia flies the 737 MAX. And while Boeing fixed the deadly MCAS software, which was responsible for those 2 crashes, disturbingly, other engineering flaws still exist today, and they're often buried in paperwork.
We have an engine anti-ice system. It heats up the engine during icing.
In freezing conditions, it stops ice forming on the engine, but in the MAX, there's a time limit, and it can overheat.
After 5 minutes, the heat that goes on that cowling can cause the engine to come apart. Pieces of it can penetrate the aircraft and injure passengers who are sitting behind the wing, or it could cause the aircraft to have to do an off-airport landing. Off-airport. That's a cornfield or the Hudson River somewhere. So in the meantime, I'm putting up an old Post-it note to remind me that when I turn the engine anti-ice on, I've got 5 minutes in clear air. I've got to have that off.
That's not the only design issue you're dealing with at the moment, is it?
There's a problem with wire bundles that run through the wing. They control flight controls called spoilers. There's chafing in those misassembled wires. They're in the wrong place. That chafing causes shortage, and what they found was these spoilers on one set of the wings can just flash up with uncommanded, as they call it. So this big barn door is hanging out there. It causes the airplane to roll. I've got to maneuver the airplane back to level flight.
The aircraft Dennis pilots are allowed to continue flying despite their problems. And that's because the FAA has given Boeing years to fix them. It's a situation that worries a lot of pilots.
We're not here to crush the aviation system. We're here to ensure that it's done safely, and when there's fixes that need to happen, they're done in a reasonable amount of time.
Now, the fact remains, air travel is the safest form of transport, and Boeing claims that comes down to the over-engineering they do on their planes. But that won't be enough to take the heat off the company's past failures. The US Justice Department has 2 weeks to decide whether to criminally prosecute Boeing over the fatal crashes, and Boeing's legal woes don't end there. Whistleblowers are suing over their mistreatment. For some, the toll it's taken has been devastating.
You're putting a lot at risk. I mean, these folks have families they're supporting. This is their main source of income. And, you know, they've seen other employees that have been terminated or demoted or given a hard time.
US Attorney Brian Knowles has witnessed the pain. His client, 62-year-old John Barnett, former quality control engineer, was a powerful voice in the fight against Boeing until, tragically, he couldn't take it any longer. Did it cost him his life?
It did. The man had been diagnosed with PTSD. He was having nightmares about planes crashing, and it pushed him over the edge. He was not only a client, he was my friend. He was a man of high integrity and ethics.
The planemaker says it's finally listening. As part of the commitment to change, CEO Calhoun will step down at the end of the year. It's a moment of reckoning for Boeing, and it's fair to say there's no more room for failure.
Our airplanes have carried the equivalent of more than double the population of the planet. We're part of a global ecosystem composed of manufacturers, suppliers, airlines, airports, air traffic controllers, and regulators. And they're all committed to learning from every incident. It is this relentless focus on improvement that has led to our industry's unparalleled safety record.
But while doing better may regain the flying public's trust, it can never make up for the deaths of 346 people. The families won't stop until Boeing or its executives are prosecuted. Do you believe someone should be going to jail over these crashes?
100%, and we're not giving up the fight. Boeing's going to be around, and I want them to be a quality company and forget about the shareholder and build fantastic, safe, quality aircraft. That's who they need. But as long as there's bozos that lie, they gotta go.
We like to think our skies are the safest in the world. Airlines, big and small, that play by the rules. Authorities ready to pounce if they don't. Well, you might have second thoughts after you've seen this story. On April the 7th, 1988, a commuter aircraft ploughed into a beach on the north coast of New South Wales, and 3 people were killed. One was the pilot, who was later blamed for the crash. But was it his fault? Many people believe it wasn't, that this was an accident just waiting to happen.
Well, I knew we were in trouble when I could see the trees, and the pilot was looking from left to right, and I screamed, pull up, pull up. And then it was too late, and we just started hitting through the trees.
It was meant to be a routine landing for Oxley Airlines Flight 134. Instead, disaster.
So it's bellied through to here.
Coffs Harbour businesswoman Pam Davidson was flying home from Brisbane that night.
And here's some of the aircraft embedded in the log.
It was the first time she'd travelled Oxley Airlines, and the last.
What I did was I put my hands up like that. So I sustained full thickness burns to my hands, and I've had skin grafts. This area's numb and my lips were burnt off, which took, they peeled for about 18 months every day after the accident.
The night of the crash, the weather was terrible, wet and stormy with heavy cloud hanging over Coffs Harbour. The 4 planes that landed that night had one thing in common, a navigation aid, which helps at any time, but which becomes vital in exactly that sort of weather. Hotel Oscar X-Ray, the plane that crashed, didn't have that aid. To make things worse, the pilot of Hotel Oscar X-Ray was suffering from stress caused by his work at Oxley Airlines. And to top it all off, he'd flown more hours than he was legally supposed to.
If he had have just refused to fly, he thought that he would have been kicked out of the job, and he wouldn't have been able to support his family.
The night Tony Bowen died, his wife Mary was 4 months pregnant. They'd met in their early 20s, and he'd gone on to become one of Australia's youngest flying instructors. For Tony Bowen and his young family, the Oxley job was the first step into the big league. What he found there shocked him.
I remember just a couple of days before the crash, when we saw the roster for the final week, that he said that the rosters are getting worse and the situation seems to be getting tighter.
The pressure became so intense, Tony quit Oxley to join another airline. The night he died, he had just 1 week to go.
Just before he went to work on the day he was killed, I crossed the day off and he said to me, the day's not over yet.
But But stress wasn't the only problem at Oxley. Pilots there also flew more hours than the rules allowed.
I, on various occasions, falsified flight and duty times, set down in flight duty sheets.
One pilot confessed as much to the coroner's inquest, as you can see in this reenactment.
I was almost continually flying, whilst in excess of the annual 900-hour total flying time provisions.
Did you know Tony was falsifying his flying records?
Yes, I knew that he was every now and again because I had filled out a month for him. But the extent to which he did them, when I compared his logbook to his diary, shocked me, and I wondered how he hadn't crashed sooner.
This is the boss of Oxley Airlines, Brian Peel.
He said, "You're not leaving this room alive." And for a short period, I took him very seriously.
Another pilot giving his evidence on Brian Peel at the inquest.
You said that I told him he was pushing the pilots, and I told him that if it continued, I was afraid there could be an accident.
That's what I told him?
That was when? In early '87?
Yes.
Aviation expert Ray Clambach has flown for more than 30 years, taught hundreds of young pilots. He's investigated this case and believes the pressure Tony Bowen was under contributed significantly to the crash.
It would have been very uncomfortable. He would have had commercial pressures, people in the aircraft wanting to get in Coffs Harbour, families meeting them there, other passengers to pick up. It would have been extremely uncomfortable and a lot of pressure on a young pilot.
Even more critical, Clambach believes, was that Hotel Oscar X-ray wasn't fitted with a navigation aid, a DME, which could read the signal from Coffs Harbour Airport. In your opinion, if that plane had been equipped with domestic DME, would Tony Bowen and his passengers still be alive?
I feel they would have most certainly been. It's a very simple approach to make if you have a DME on board.
DME stands for Distance Measuring Equipment. It makes a pilot's approach to the airport a whole lot easier by telling him precisely how far he is from the field. A DME also lets a pilot make a direct approach instead of a roundabout one. And on the night of the crash, in bad weather, it was exactly the piece of equipment Tony Bowen needed.
Tony said to me that he didn't think that it was good to fly HOX because it didn't have a DME, and that wasn't good in the prevailing weather conditions.
This was the morning of the flight.
That's right.
That he didn't want that plane.
That's right.
Tony Bowen may have wanted a DME on his plane, but as far as the coroner was concerned, it was irrelevant.
I couldn't help but disagree. Totally disagree. I mean, if he'd have had the DME, he'd have made a different type of approach and gone straight in and landed as every other aircraft had done that night.
The 4 planes that landed safely that night made their approach like this. Tony Bowen's plane was forced to do this.
That part of the approach is extremely difficult on a wet, rainy, dark night at Coffs Harbour. It's a difficult thing to do, is to measure distance at night.
So why didn't Hotel Oscar X-ray have a Coffs Harbour DME? Well, it should have. This is a letter from Civil Aviation to Oxley Airlines written 3 months before the crash, ordering Oxley to install the DME. Without it, the letter makes it quite clear, Hotel Oscar X-ray was not permitted to land at Coffs Harbour.
The lack of domestic DME will preclude operations into Coffs Harbour Control Zone.
I don't know that it is as black and white as that.
Aren't you? You're the Chief Safety Officer for Australia.
No, I wouldn't say. Well, let me explain. I'm the...
Alan Hagan is, in fact, the Civil Aviation Authority's Chief Safety Officer.
Civil Aviation Authority.
He was supposed to explain to us why his department had not done its job and forced Oxley to install the DME.
Well, I just can't answer that. Perhaps the airline intended doing something about it. There may have been some action in train, but I don't know.
Shouldn't you know?
You might say that, had I taken the trouble to inquire, but...
There's no doubt the authorities knew there were severe problems at Oxley Airlines. The coroner accepted that 3 weeks before the crash, Oxley's chief pilot went to Civil Aviation and warned that his boss, Brian Peel, was out of control. Further, that Peel was defiant in his refusal to install a DME in Tony Bowen's plane.
The condition was drawn to the company's attention, and that there would normally be follow-up to that.
And the chief pilot said that Mr. Peel defiantly refused to follow Civil Aviation's instruction. Did you know that?
I didn't know that, but again, you're telling me something about a conversation between the chief pilot and
talking about evidence in an
managing
inquest,
director of the
actually.
company.
Evidence in an
All right.
inquest.
But that's, as I say, people can elect not to obey the rules.
The fact is, if Civil Aviation had enforced its own regulations, that flight would not have left the ground and 3 people would not be dead.
Is that so? I don't believe you can say that. In the end, safety is in the hands of the operator. We can make all the regulations we wish, and others can make laws, but what actually happens on the day is in the hands of the operator.
What did you find?
Well, it was much fresher.
Pam Davidson simply can't understand why Civil Aviation didn't enforce its own rules.
And this is what makes me so angry, because I sat through 5 months of an inquest and heard about these horrendous breaches of air safety that the airline were involved in, and nothing was done.
Ray Clambach has no doubt what Civil Aviation should have done.
I certainly would have expected them to prevent that aircraft from operating on that run.
So was it a preventable crash?
Yes, in my opinion, yes.
Oxley Airlines was never prosecuted for not having a Coffs Harbour DME. Why? Because right in the middle of the inquest, Civil Aviation changed the rules. Suddenly, pilots flying into Coffs Harbour didn't have to have a DME which worked there. Suddenly, Civil Aviation and Oxley Airlines were both off the hook.
I've got my own ideas as to why it was changed.
Which is what?
To protect the Civil Aviation Authority.
Civil Aviation wrote to But it's not that obvious to the man responsible for the safety of Australia's skies. What does he think of the rule change? In fact, is he aware of it?
No, I'm not. But that's not. That's not surprising that I'm not. That would have.
I find that extraordinary.
Well, you might, but.
When Civil Aviation goes into an inquest defending its conduct and then changes the rules halfway through, doesn't that look a bit dodgy?
No.
Doesn't look like someone hasn't done their job and is in fact covering their tracks by changing the rules?
I would have thought that if you didn't want to draw attention to yourself, you certainly wouldn't be changing the rules in midstream. I would have thought that you would simply leave things as they were.
Hello, Mr. Peel. I'm very well. My name's Jennifer Byrne from 60 Minutes. We tried for months to get the boss of Oxley Airlines, Brian Peel, to tell his side of the story. So I wondered if this morning you were prepared to sit down and do an interview with us. We have asked you 4 times.
Yeah,
He wouldn't sit down for a proper interview, but Brian Peel kept insisting his airline was safe. More, it had the blessing of Civil Aviation. We have letters which show that you have been instructed to do things to install equipment in your aircraft, and you haven't done it.
That is incorrect.
And that is the very plane that
That
crashed.
is not correct.
It is
That's your interpretation, but that is incorrect. We have everything. We have plus any requirement in our aircraft. Our safety standard of our aircraft are the best in Australia.
Well, why don't you put
Controlled
yourself
by
to
the
the
CIA.
test? The best safety standards in Australia. That's Brian Peel's claim for Oxley, and he won't have it questioned. Well, the widow of the pilot who died has many
I can
questions.
understand the widow of the pilot
After
being
several months
upset
inquiry,
and
we
never
have
accepting
many
the fact that a poor husband, he'd be turning in his grave if he knew now what you're saying.
But that's not the way Mary Bowen sees it.
Hello, this is the...
She has many unanswered questions, but her hands are full with the 3 children she rears alone.
Well, there isn't a day that goes by where I don't feel Tony's loss, but I'm just starting to find a little bit of peace now, and I can see I've got 3 beautiful children, and so I am really blessed, and that's what's keeping me busy at the moment. I'm just keeping very busy.
She has not accepted the fact that her poor husband made a mistake. Haven't you read the inquest report?
I have indeed, sir.
Have you read the Bureau of Air Safety?
I have indeed, sir.
Well, you want to read it very carefully and tell all the people about it.
And there are a number of questions remain, and this is what I want to put to you.
There's no questions remain at all, my dear. I'm sorry.
Pam Davidson risked her life that night to save other passengers. She won an award for bravery. Oxley Airlines never even thanked her for what she did, but she'll never forget them.
I certainly do want to forget it. I would like to be able to put it behind me very much. But while there's an Oxley Airlines plane flying over, and they do a couple of times a day, I'm wondering, well, are those people up there aware of what this airline is like? Has anything changed?
At the inquest into the crash, the coroner concluded that Oxley Airlines and its boss, Brian Peel, could not be blamed for the accident, nor could Civil Aviation for failing to take action. But he was so concerned, he recommended a federal inquiry into Oxley Airlines. Well, on the advice of the Civil Aviation Authority, the government has decided there'll be no inquiry.
Australia's record on air crashes for a country with pretty busy skies is impressively low, which makes it all the worse when you get the kind of accident that happened in southwest Queensland about a month ago. The crash of a Beechcraft King Air 200, killing all 12 aboard. The cause of that disaster has yet to be, quite literally, pieced together. But we've been looking into some disturbing criticism about this particular line of aircraft. Information from overseas linking other crashes to that fateful night in Queensland. All on board, the pilot, Ken Moore, and 11 oil rig workers would have been only too aware of inevitable death as their plane, a Beechcraft King Air, took several minutes to literally fall out of the sky 300 kilometres northwest of Charleville at about 9:30 on Sunday night, August the 28th. And mystery still surrounds that crash. Both at the scene of the crash itself and here in Charleville, this wreckage has been inspected by officials from the Department of Aviation and also by representatives of the plane's makers, the giant American corporation Beech. So how, or more to the point, why did this plane go down? All that one newspaper report could say was that there was an unknown catastrophe in mid-air. But to some experts, there's not so much mystery. They claim that this could be the cause of the crash, the wing spar, a broken wing spar.
The basic stress level in the wing spar is too high to guarantee a long life.
David Saunders is a California-based aviation engineer. Does that mean in my language that over a period of time with the normal usage of this plane, that the wing could fail?
Basically, yes. That's what it means.
October 26, 1981, Beechcraft King Air 90 pilot Charles Hairston crashed after takeoff near Mineral Wells in Texas. Beech claimed insufficient maintenance, but the official cause of the crash, bolt failure in the left outer wing panel. In layman's terms, that means that Charlie Hairston died because the wing of his Beechcraft King Air fell off. And there's a tragically ironic twist to this particular King Air crash story. Shortly before his accident, Hairston contacted the Beech Corporation to ask them about rumours of a serious wing defect in the King Air. Beech assured the now dead pilot that there was nothing wrong with the wings of the King Air and he needed to do nothing to strengthen them.
They sent us this 12-page safety communique which said that there was nothing wrong with their wing, and if we follow the procedures, you know, everything would be all right. And that was in the summer, I'd say July or August of '81, and our accident occurred in October of '81.
Bill Johnson, Hairston's boss, is incensed. He considers the King Air crash that killed his pilot a tragedy that should never have happened.
They said, if I remember right, there's no cheap or no substitute for strict adherence to maintenance procedures, which we adhered to all the maintenance procedures. We did everything like they said.
May 1979, near Montreal, Canada. 3 people dead. Cause, in-flight wing failure. This time, Beech blames rough weather, but the Canadian government responds by insisting that all their King Air planes be fitted with a modification to strengthen their wings. They went to this man. Saunders has been hammering the King Air makers, Beech, for years about the alleged defect in the plane's wings. So that spar is the skeleton of the wing?
That's right. It's basically the backbone of the wing, the most essential part of the wing structure.
Put simply, the King Air has a single spar support. If it breaks, the wing fails.
The failures that have occurred so far, there's been a failure in the spar cap, just here.
By failure you mean crack?
A crack, actually a complete separation. This occurred on the Beech 99s. Then later on, there was a failure in a bathtub fitting, that's this fitting here, on the Canadian Department of Transport King Air. And of course, there have been a couple of bolt failures as well.
So you're saying that there are at least 3 places where this wing spar could fail?
I'm saying there are at least 3 places where it already has failed, okay?
Saunders claims to have developed a fail-safe system, a strap, he says will prevent a total failure of the wings. So you're saying that this strap here is the backup for the wing?
Yes, it provides a backup. It actually does more than provide a backup. It reduces the stress level in the basic spar cap and thereby reduces the chances of cracking.
David Saunders is not the only American expert convinced the King Air wing structure, without any backup modification, is dangerous.
And we have many trade-offs in the design of an airplane, compromises between weight, performance.
Bud Ursel is a former official of the US Federal Aviation Administration, the equivalent of the Department of Aviation here in Australia.
Single items on the airplane and the heaviest item.
Ursel now works as an aviation accident investigator.
Where these bolts tie the outer wing to the center wing, the bottom bolts are in tension, and that's where the failures are taking place.
So could we go so far then, Bud, to say that so far as this aircraft's concerned, Beech have compromised safety so they don't have to make the wing stronger?
That's right, because stronger means heavier, and therefore they compromise the trade-off of weight versus strength versus safety.
Ursel got involved in the wing debate following this King Air 90 crash just outside his hometown of San Antonio in Texas. In this fatal crash, yet another involving this aeroplane, the Beechcraft King Air, and despite Beech's continued refusal to acknowledge any wing defect problem, this is what US National Transport and Safety Board officials had to say. It appears that both wings and the tail of the Beechcraft separated from the aircraft before the King Air crashed, inverted into farmland. That's exactly what happened to the King Air that crashed in Ada Vale, Queensland. Bud, given your experience both as an aviation engineer and an investigator, should this plane, the King Air, be grounded?
In my estimation, it should, because of the accidents that have been generated so far due to structural failures.
Every system on the aircraft has got a backup to it. You have dual radios. The navigation department, we've got 3 or 4 different navigational systems. Backup on backup on backup. Yet on the one vital area of the whole airplane, the spar, the structure, there's no backup. And it's absolutely vital to the safety of the aircraft. You know, we feel eventually that probably something is going to be made mandatory, but there's probably going to have to be more failures first and more outcry for it.
And maybe more people dying because of those wing failures.
I'm afraid so.
There are about 4,000 Beechcraft King Airs in use around the world, 25 of them in Australia. It's the top of the range in executive and light commuter aircraft. Depending on your national allegiances, it's either the Rolls-Royce or the Cadillac in its class. And no self-respecting Queensland Premier, for instance, would be without one. What do the plane's makers, Beech, say about allegations that they have a dangerous plane on their hands?
Mr. Kane, my name's George Negus from the Australian 60 Minutes program. I'm calling from Houston, in fact.
We contacted Beech executives in Wichita, Kansas, the corporation's headquarters.
I was wondering if I could arrange an interview with the relevant Beech executive about allegations that a defect in that plane's wing spar caused the crash.
They would not be interviewed, but made it quite clear they consider there's no defect in the King Air wing.
You don't necessarily recommend your own modification, but you just say if somebody feels more comfortable having it on the plane, that's okay with you.
The Saunders modification, they say, is a total waste of time.
Yeah, I suppose the other half of that argument, though, is that if somebody has something to gain by selling a modification that you say is unnecessary, the counter-argument is that Beech have a lot to lose if it is found out that a weakness was responsible for those accidents.
And it would appear the Australian Department of Aviation, the decision-making body in this country on air safety matters, rightly or wrongly, accepts the Beech line. Jim Schofield, the head of the department.
The aerodynamic forces that were exerted on the structure caused that to fail.
So far as your department is concerned, this plane didn't fall out of the sky because of any inherent weakness in the wing structure?
No, we certainly don't.
So what then is the explanation for the broken spar? Jim Schofield contends it was the forces exerted as the King Air crash dive to Earth that snapped the wing. But regardless of the primary cause of the Queensland crash, aviation officials are still unable to deny that a Saunders-type strap would have made the wing stronger and therefore safer.
This photograph here clearly shows the lower spar cap of the main spar.
Beech critic David Saunders was cautious about the Queensland disaster. But Saunders found the cracked wing spar revealed in these photos interesting, to say the least.
I think the photograph clearly indicates the message that we've been trying to get across for the last 4 or 5 years, that a single failure in this structure can produce a catastrophic failure of the aeroplane.
So you've always believed that this spot here was one where the spar could fail?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Are you familiar with the Saunders fail-safe strap?
I've heard of it.
What does your department feel about that? What is your attitude towards it? Because the claim is that it makes the King Air a safer aircraft.
We have no evidence to suggest that it's necessary.
So when he says that a strap like his will stop the spars from cracking, breaking, you don't agree?
Oh, can only be a marginal increase at the best. I mean, one could go on adding and adding things to any aircraft structure.
Of course, there is another way of looking at the claims of David Saunders, aviation engineer and businessman. If he's right, if a design error, a wing defect, was the cause of the King Air crash here in Queensland and King Air crashes elsewhere, and if he can convince enough operators that the King Air is a potential death trap without his safety strap, then Saunders stands to make a lot of money, fitting them at up to $20,000 a time. Saunders doesn't deny this, but he argues that Beech, the makers, have a lot more to lose. Beech, he says, have adopted an ostrich policy towards the King Air to save their corporate necks. So Beech have never acknowledged that there's any weakness, any possible failure in their wing?
Oh, no, they really, there's just no way they could, George. I mean, it would be a a marketing disaster, let alone a liability problem.
There are complicated arguments for and against the King Air without any second chance backup. But recently, Beech themselves have introduced a paradox into this deadly tale. Last year, the company, still maintaining the wing is flawless, made available its own optional wing modification kit for the controversial King Air.
We consider this to be, basically tantamount to an admission that there is a problem with the wing.
Do you think that your pilot, Charlie Hairston, would still be alive had he fitted that Saunders strap?
He'd have a lot better chance than he had. He had, zero chance. Because when that bolt breaks, your wing's coming off. If you had the strap on there, the odds are I don't think the wing would come off.
For nearly 20 years, one of the most popular helicopters in Australia has been allowed to fly despite mounting proof it's a death trap. The Robinson R44, commonly used for joy flights, had faulty fuel tanks that made it a ticking time bomb. Minor and survivable accidents became deadly infernos in the R44. Our special investigation has uncovered dozens of crashes blamed for the deaths of 78 people in the past 10 years alone. And despite evidence they knew all along, the manufacturer Robinson and the Civil Aviation Safety Authority did nothing.
I heard that there had been a, oh my God.
It's not actually just the days that I spent with Andrew that I miss. It's the days that I'll never get to spend with Andrew that I miss.
Widows joined in grief by a deadly helicopter.
A ticking time bomb. You're just one small accident away from exposing everyone in that helicopter to death by fire.
Tonight, the fatal flaw of the Robinson R44. Do they have blood on their hands?
Oh yes, I believe they do.
And how Australia's aviation regulator utterly failed these families.
I thought the regulators were there to protect us. And in this case, it doesn't seem to be the case.
It's one of the most popular helicopters in the sky. There are nearly 500 R44s in Australia. Thousands sold around the world since its release in 1992. But all that time, it's had a deadly defect. A fuel tank that can explode on the slightest impact, turning it into a fireball. Do you think Jerry had any idea that the R44 had this fatal flaw with the fuel tanks?
I'm sure he didn't have any idea.
March 21st this year, Bulli Tops, New South Wales. 4 retired CSIRO scientists, 4 of the country's greatest minds, are on a helicopter joy flight. Tony Farmer is piloting his mates Donald Price, John Dunlop, and Dr. Jerry Haddad.
Off he went in the morning to get in that helicopter and have an enjoyable lunch with Tony, Don, John, people he'd known and I knew very well. Yes, and tragically none of them came back.
Jerry's partner Jackie and her daughter Rebecca were at home.
I was upstairs listening to the radio, and this was a 1:30 news report. I heard that there had been a oh my God.
It's okay. But she heard that there had been a crash at Bulli. She knew that that's where they were going. I just heard this like a howl almost, and I instantly ran upstairs, and she was just said they've had an accident, it was them, I know it was them.
John Purcell was watching the chopper come into land.
Clipped those little branches and then just sucked the rest of the branch in, snapped it, landed here and then fell over on the side.
John rushed to help.
There was one person that tried desperately to get himself out and then...
Did he say anything to you?
Help. Stuck. That was it. Those 2 words.
Then the fuel tank ignited. Can you imagine a more horrible way to die?
I cannot. I've done a lot of aviation cases and I've seen a lot of aviation accidents. I cannot imagine something worse than surviving a crash, not having any injuries, and then being burned alive.
US aviation safety lawyer Ladd Sanger has fought the Robinson Helicopter Company in public and in the courts.
There are many, many helicopters out there that do not have the problem with the post-crash fires like the Robinson. It is the most deadly helicopter in an otherwise survivable crash.
For nearly 20 years, it's been an international and Australian air safety design regulation that the fuel tanks in civilian helicopters must be able to survive a drop of 15 metres. This is an identical fuel tank to the one that exploded at Bulli Tops. Minor accidents become fatal.
I have seen accidents in Robinson R-44s where the helicopter literally is sitting on the ground, one skid rolls up and the helicopter rolls over on its side and it bursts into flames.
All because of these faulty fuel tanks.
All because of the defective fuel system.
February 4th, 2012, a little over a year before the Bulli crash, renowned Australian filmmaker Andrew White, on location for friend and colleague movie director James Cameron, near Nowra on the south coast of New South Wales. Just after takeoff, Andrew reaches out to close the cockpit door and knocks the control stick. The helicopter noses into the ground and flips. A survivable crash in any other helicopter, but not in the R-44. Andrew and fellow filmmaker Mike de Grue are incinerated. James Cameron was one of the first on the scene and broke the news to Andrew's wife, Monica.
Jim called me once they were there, and you know, by that stage I was literally like just on the floor. I mean, I just was on the floor because I just didn't want to. I didn't want to believe it. Yeah.
Monica White was playing with their 8-month-old son Teddy when she received the news that he no longer had a dad.
The first thing that you want to know is that they didn't suffer. That's the first thing you just want to know. You just want to be assured that they didn't suffer and that their life just, there wasn't a lot of pain. But, you know, it plays in your mind and you try not to think too much about it because you know you can't bring them back.
A year earlier again, another helicopter crash, another R-44, this time at Cessnock in New South Wales, Hunter Valley. And yet again, it was the post-impact fire that killed veteran pilot Ivor Durham and trainee Sam Bateman. In just 2 years, 8 Australians have lost their lives in crashes they should have walked away from. 60 Minutes has investigated dozens of air safety reports from around the world and found the same pattern of tragedy. How many people have lost their lives?
By my count, there have been 34 crashes in which 78 people have lost their lives as a result of this fuel system that is not crashworthy.
Since when?
Since 2003.
Welcome back. Our 2-year investigation into the popular Robinson R-44 helicopter has revealed a deadly flaw in its fuel tank, blamed for the deaths of 78 people in the last 10 years. But more alarmingly, our evidence indicates the company and our own air safety regulators were aware of the defect but failed to act. In an international safety bulletin, Robinson even warned people travelling in its helicopters should be prepared for fire and offered a most bizarre solution. What do you miss most?
I miss the future we had together. I miss that future that he was looking forward to, I was looking forward to. I miss the 20 or so years that we would have had in our retirement, which, you work all your life for this, and I don't have it with Jerry.
It will be every day of my life that I'll miss. And for Ted, he will miss the days that he'll never get to spend with his dad.
Hello.
He had such a short time that he got to spend with Andrew, and as he grows up, he will long for his father.
I sued Robinson because I didn't want anybody else to have to go through this. I sued them because I wanted them to fix the fuel tank.
When Ellen Nemec's husband Craig was killed in an R-44 crash in Texas in 2007, she fought hard to make the company take responsibility. Who do you blame for Craig's death?
I blame Robinson Helicopter. To be blunt, I think they're killing their own customers.
Ellen was watching Craig take off with 3 friends on board. Then, just metres from the ground,
I heard a boom, and I could see the smoke billowing up, and knew it was very bad.
2 people died, 1 survived. Craig clung to life for an agonising 15 months.
He had both arms amputated. His organs failed. And then finally, after about 15 months of him being in the ICU, we learned that he'd lost his vision. And we felt like he had been through enough.
Robinson's response to the fatal crash was absurd. They issued a safety directive to anyone flying in their helicopters to wear a fireproof suit, gloves, and head protection.
What do you think of this solution?
Totally preposterous.
By suggesting people who go in their helicopters wear this, says that they knew that it was a deadly flaw in their design.
Sure they knew. And rather than design the fuel system to prevent the fire in the first place, they went and said,
wear this.
Wear this.
To Craig Nemec's family, Robinson's solution was a cruel joke.
That suggests very strongly to me that they knew that this helicopter had a problem. And I think it's damning evidence.
In a 3-year legal fight, Ellen battled to make Robinson replace the R-44's deadly fuel tank. Finally, in December 2009, the company agreed. But there was a catch. The customer had to pay.
They are charging thousands of dollars for the retrofit of the new fuel system, and they should be doing that for free.
So they're profiting from their own deadly flaw?
Yes, ma'am, it appears that way.
When we first started this investigation, Robinson agreed to talk to us. But after the Bulli crash, they backed out. So we went to Robinson headquarters in California to approach CEO Kurt Robinson.
My name's Alison Langdon from 60 Minutes Australia. I wanted to speak to Mr. Kurt Robinson, please.
Robinson prides itself on being a family-run business, but it seemingly has no interest in discussing the families its helicopters have destroyed.
You need to calm down. Remember a couple of weeks back?
Instead, Kurt Robinson dispatched a junior staff member to deal with us.
Do you mind giving him these photos, please? These are victims of R-44 crashes.
I'm not authorised to pass anything on.
I'm just asking you to pass some photos. Each of these people survived the crash but were burned alive.
Robinson is not talking. But what about Australia's Civil Aviation Safety Authority, CASA? CASA certified the R44 to fly in Australia in 1992, knowing that its fuel tanks were soon to be illegal on any newly designed civilian helicopter.
In 1992, the R44 was certified. In 1994, the standard was changed to require the 15-meter drop test.
This is what he's talking about. A 20-year-old regulation requiring all helicopter fuel tanks be able to withstand an impact from 15 metres. 60 Minutes set up such a test under the supervision of former Air Safety Executive Maury Baston.
That's a R44 fuel tank. It's got 80% full of water and it's going to go up 15 metres, and once it gets up the top, I'll release it and we'll just see what the impact result is. And if it was designed correctly, it should not burst or rupture. There you go. If all that water was fuel, and that fuel had gone over the passengers, it would be an absolute inferno and there'd be a totally unsurvivable crash.
Looking at that and what happened to the fuel tank, would you get in an R44 with this fuel tank?
No, no way. No, no, no.
The right thing to do would have been to ground this fleet years ago when they were first aware of the problem.
Yes. I mean, you know, would that have saved lives? Yes, absolutely.
Andrew would be alive today.
Yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
What can I say? I mean, it shouldn't have flown, shouldn't have been flying. I thought the regulators were there to protect us. And in this case, it doesn't seem to be the case.
If CASA had done the job it's meant to do, Jerry would still be with you.
That's very hard to get my head around. Yeah. Yes.
CASA should have been out on the front of this. With the accidents that have been occurring in Australia, it was clear that there was a problem.
It took 3 separate crashes and the loss of 8 lives before CASA finally acted in April this year. Owners of R44s had to pay for Robinson's crash-resistant fuel tanks, or their helicopters were grounded. CASA took no action against Robinson and made no attempt to make the company responsible for fixing its own defect. Why do you think CASA didn't do more?
I think that CASA is totally beholden to the aircraft manufacturers, and they're not looking at things and saying, what can we do to improve safety for Australians that are flying in these helicopters?
But that is their sole job.
That is their only job.
And just like Robinson, CASA refused to speak to us despite a written commitment from Director of Aviation Safety, John McCormick. Robinson has had an extraordinary run with aviation regulators. For years, CASA has been hands-off with the R44, doing nothing more than what the company wanted. But now Robinson and the authorities are facing the same situation with another of Robinson's helicopters. The R22 has exactly the same fuel tanks with the same deadly risk. Widely used for mustering and joy flights, Australia has more R-22s than any other helicopter.
So these R-22s are potential death traps?
They are. And I would tell anybody who gets in one of those helicopters to stay out of it.
Yet, despite the proven danger, Robinson will continue to sell them, and CASA will continue to send them into our skies. And the shattered families left behind await the next tragedy.
Charlie!
I hope that people will hear the genuineness in myself and others speaking out about the accident because it's real, and we really want there to be the right outcome for this. We just want people to be safe.
I hate what they've done. I do. I hate what they're still doing to other families. And I hate that business is so important to them that they're putting people's lives at risk, knowingly.
It was a terrible mistake, a terrible, terrible waste, and only now can the true story be told. It began as a mercy mission, an Australian Navy team overseas saving lives after the tsunami. It ended a year ago today when their Sea King helicopter crashed and burst into flames on the Indonesian island of Nias. It was the Navy's worst ever air disaster. Only 2 of the crew survived, and tonight, for the first time, one of them speaks out. A dramatic story of the last flight of Sea King Shark 2. And there's also damning evidence why this was no accident. Evidence that the Navy failed its most precious assets, the men and women of Shark 2.
Certainly after the crash and after I came to, I felt that there was a possibility that I might die here, so I think that definitely kicked me into gear. There's no way I wanted to die in a helicopter 8,000 kilometres from my home, so I just didn't want to die there.
7 young men and 2 young women did die when this Australian Sea King helicopter crashed and exploded on the faraway Indonesian island of Nias. By some miracle, 2 men survived. Leading seaman Shane Warburton was one of them.
Even to this day, I can clearly recall the sound that plays over and over in my head. The sound of the crash over and over and over again. So I'll never forget it.
It was more than 6 hours after the crash and well past the midnight hour when the Defence Department dispatched their messengers of death. And across Australia, Navy chaplains delivered news that no family deserves to hear.
Yeah, as soon as I arrived, I heard the door. I knew what it was, because you don't get visitors at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I realised it was a Navy chaplain in whites and
The
screamed at him to go away.
A Canberra boy, Lieutenant Paul Kimlin, was Ray and Carol's only son. His co-pilot on Shark 2, the Sea King chopper, was Lieutenant Jonathan King. Back in Queensland that night, his father Rod was hoping against hope.
I mean, somebody loses somebody every day, and I mean, until it happens to yourself, yeah, there is no book could be written on it, and nothing could prepare you for it.
In Sydney, it was 2:45 in the morning when the Navy chaplain finally got to Matt Goodall's parents.
Yeah, Christine collapsed at the front door.
I just said,
and she said, you've got the wrong house. Please tell me you've got the wrong house. And they said, no, unfortunately, we haven't got the wrong house.
Yes.
And I saw them standing there, and I just told them, not in a very polite way, that they couldn't enter our house. But they did. So we go.
In the Navy's stronghold of Jarvis Bay,
So which one are you
Taryn Bennett copped a double dose. She'd lost her husband Scotty, and then she had to tell their two little boys.
I had to tell them. And then young Courtney, ever so proud of his dad, he said, "No, Mum, my dad got out and he walked away."
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, wishful thinking.
These men see the works of the Lord. These men see.
There's no question, this was the Australian Navy's worst air disaster. It was a national tragedy. 9 young doctors and pilots, medics and aircrew. They were the best and the brightest. Now, just a few weeks before they died, I was privileged to fly with these blokes in their chopper. They were in Aceh on a tsunami mercy mission. It was a landscape of devastation and total despair, into which these Australians delivered some hope.
It's still really, really hard to put all the pieces together in your head, you know. It's like the size of the wave that came through, you know, it's just unfathomable.
Scotty Bennett was a leading seaman. He led the Sea King in its critical takeoff and landing manoeuvres. Up front were pilots Paul Kimlin and Jonathan King.
He just loved Sea Kings. He thought they were the Big Mac trucks, you know, they were pretty ugly, they were utility, and, you know, I thought he would have liked the Seahawks or something more. No, he wanted the Sea King.
Did Paul always want to fly?
Oh yes, he did, right from a very early age. He was flying solo before he got the licence to drive a car.
We actually had to convince him to get his car licence. Yeah, he was quite happy just let somebody else drive and he'd fly.
Now, this was the same crew that showed the Prime Minister where Australia's $1 billion in aid money needed to be spent. Just hours after Mr Howard's safe return, Shark 2 went in for routine repairs. The mechanics stripped down the flight control system. Believe it or not, this is what caused the terrible tragedy. This tiny split pin at the end of a bolt to keep that nut on. And the bolt goes in there. It's a bit like the steering column of a car. What we now know is that a mechanic made a mistake. Either he didn't put the split pin in, or else he put it in incorrectly. Either way, the bolt fell out of there, and the chopper fell out of the sky, out of control.
If things had been done correctly, Shark 02 probably would still be flying now. There's no reason why it wouldn't be flying.
Which makes the death senseless.
Yes, absolutely.
And preventable, totally preventable. Those 9 talented, dedicated people would still be alive doing their job.
Well, do you consider was it an accident?
I believe it's totally preventable, and I don't refer to it as an accident, I'd refer to it as a tragedy.
How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel very angry. I just can't understand when they know that there's a faulty part, why it's not checked on a much more regular basis.
Did the Navy shortchange these 9 people who died when it came to safety?
Look, that's exactly what the Board of Inquiry is looking at. The Board of Inquiry is investigating what happened and why and how it happened.
The Navy's integrity is on the line. Is your integrity on the line too?
Absolutely. My integrity is on the line, Ray. I know that.
Now, it seems there's no need for a whistleblower in this man's Navy. Rear Admiral David Thomas says that the Naval Inquiry will find out exactly what went wrong. But do you accept that human error was involved, that someone made a mistake?
Look, that's exactly what the Board of Inquiry is looking into, Ray. I can't prejudge that. It would be wrong of me to do so.
The family say to us that they expect truth and justice. Will they get it?
Ray, I want to know what happened. It's in my interests, it's in the Navy's interest to know what happened.
This Board of Inquiry was supposed to run for 6 weeks. It's now lasted for 6 months. And day after day, grieving families have heard damning evidence about sloppy mechanics and about safety problems with the Sea King that the Navy had ignored for years until the crash.
They were responsible for looking after my son. And not only did they give him substandard equipment to fly in, they were not overseeing the maintenance section or giving them enough money or, access to parts and things like that. At every level, I've been disappointed.
He's been let down by the organisation that he loved and was willing to, probably be there, the rest of his working life. And I think that's just the terrible thing.
I can understand their anger, I can understand their anguish, I can understand their frustration, I can understand that they don't forgive us for that. I really can. What I want to be able to say to them is that I will do the very best I can that this never occurs again.
So the chopper's gone from horizontal to vertical.
Yeah, in less than a second.
It was so quick, I know, but was there time for anyone to say anything?
I do definitely remember someone saying, "Oh shit."
A year later, the families can't forget that day. But Shane Warburton is only just remembering what happened. For the first time, he tells an extraordinary story of survival and of heroism.
I heard a noise of somebody towards the rear of the helicopter. I came across a few people on the way. Unfortunately, there was nothing I could do for them, although I tried, but...
Were you conscious at that stage that it might be too late to help the others?
Basically, the person I was trying to help died in front of me. I just thought, I can't stay here, and I kept moving to where I heard the other person, and that was when I found Scott Nichols, so dragged Scott out the back of the helicopter.
So the only good news in this story of disaster is that Scott Nichols and Shane survived. The saddest news for everyone else was the coroner's report. He concluded that there were other survivors on board Shark 2, that people were still alive after the crash.
Some of the people had survived the crash. So there were still people alive in the helicopter.
Do you know about Matt?
Yes.
Which indicates that he was one of the 4 who may have survived.
Yes, he did. He survived the crash.
He survived the crash, and in fact we know he got out of his seat. I mean, he had a particular harness type on which had to be undone.
He had a 5-point harness.
Yep. And we know he survived the crash.
And then he was either overcome by his injuries or the fire.
Yes.
But if the villagers, it was in evidence that the villagers had actually heard people calling from the helicopter.
Yeah, for help from the wreckage, from inside the wreckage.
And if the butane hadn't started to go off, they might have been able to save them, because at that stage the fire was only quite small.
Now, incredibly, bottles of explosive butane gas were loaded onto Shark 2 by an Australian aid worker. Frank Tyler, who's seen here, says he didn't know that his cargo contained any butane. But once the chopper crashed, that gas became a deadly time bomb.
We also know that from Paul being so conscious of safety, if he knew that there were dangerous goods on that aircraft, and he was the captain on the day, he wouldn't have allowed them to be there.
Certainly did stop them going back in to look for more. Personally, for us, no, we can say that would not have helped Jonathan. But who knows with some of the others.
Did you hear the butane go off?
I heard an explosion. I couldn't tell you what that explosion was, but that was the only explosion that I can recall was after I was out of the helicopter. And the fire had well and truly taken hold of the aircraft by that stage. But I don't know if it was butane, fuel or oil. So.
Go. Good kick, sweetie.
With a broken arm, a badly damaged shoulder, and with the chopper on fire, Shane says in his dazed state, all he could think about was his wife and family back in Canberra and his dying mates back in the chopper.
I remember trying to stand up after I got out of the helicopter and asking them to take Scott away. At that stage, I was back and actually go back into it to help more people. But I believe I collapsed at that stage, and the next time I woke up and can remember anything is lying next to Scott Nichols on the grass, and that's when the helicopter exploded.
But the instinct was go back in and help.
That's right, and I'm sure they would have done the same thing if it was those guys that were out and I was still in there. They would have either, I believe they would have tried to go back in. So that's just what you do for your mates.
It was handed down to him from his grandma, I believe, and he wore it religiously every day. And
What, around his neck?
Yeah.
Scotty Bennett's jade carving was the only personal relic to survive the fire. It's now Terran's talisman. She keeps it with her for comfort and for strength. The strength she now needs to raise her boys alone.
Over at that rock then and thought it was a seal. Can you see it?
Oh no, that's
Tell
what
me.
I thought.
How about you? How's Mum coping?
She's built a brick wall. Pretty high and pretty strong. And I mean, the reality of it all really hasn't hit home yet.
A year later, and it hasn't hit home.
I'm too scared to let it hit home. It's easier to think that Scott's away.
Even to this day, I wake up some days and I still expect Friday afternoon Maddie's going to walk through the front door.
For the families of the 9 who died in Nias and the 2 who survived, it's been one hell of a year. Today is the anniversary of that terrible crash. And courtesy of the Navy, the families have made the painful pilgrimage back to the village.
Oh, beautiful boy.
Maybe it'll provide some sort of contact for me with Paul. I don't know.
Yes.
But I need to know where he had his last conscious moments.
I have to visit the site. I really just feel I have to visit the site.
Also just to see the friendly smiles on the locals' faces that Scotty saw when he was waving to them. That's where I want to go, just to see that.
Those people, I have immense pride in those that we lost. I'm very proud of what they did. I'm very proud of what they did for their country. I see them as heroes.
Just sorry, I suppose, that they're not here to talk about it as well. They're not here to help more people like they went over there to do to start with. That's all we were over there to do, was help people, and unfortunately it ended in this tragedy.
Welcome back. For some people, flying is an anxious white-knuckle ride as they carry a pressing fear that the aircraft will crash. But there's another risk that may be far greater, which affects us all. It's called aerotoxic syndrome, and it's caused by breathing in contaminated cabin air. Some experts are calling it the asbestos of the airline industry. It can result in a range of serious health problems, even death. But what's most shocking is the way aircraft manufacturers and operators have known about the problem for years and have done nothing about it. January 23rd, 2006. A Cathay Pacific Jumbo is flying into Hong Kong at night through a thunderstorm. On board, nearly 400 passengers and crew who don't know how close they are to disaster.
100 feet.
Piloting the giant passenger jet is Australian Ben Holmes.
Down my half ground, X-ray 1, ready.
I was missing a lot of things, and the aeroplane was just getting ahead of me. So when an aeroplane gets ahead of you at 8 miles a minute, it's a long way ahead of you.
There is nothing wrong with the aircraft, but Ben is losing control. his reflexes and reactions destroyed by years of breathing contaminated air in his cockpit.
I was becoming dangerous. I was really, really struggling in the final stages to keep the aeroplane where it should be.
It is the last flight Ben will ever make, another victim of the airline industry's darkest secret.
We now realise that we were being seriously poisoned by what we were breathing and the cabin air we were breathing at work almost every day.
For Ben and all pilots and passengers, the air they're exposed to inside an aircraft is pumped into the cabin through the engine. Toxic oils and other substances in the engine can leak and contaminate that cabin air supply.
You're being exposed during these contaminated air events to hundreds of different chemicals. Those chemicals are carcinogens, they are hazardous chemicals, and they are going to cause harm to people.
For more than a decade, former British Airways pilot Tristan Lorraine has documented dozens of other pilots and flight crew who've developed serious neurological disorders because of contaminated cockpit air.
The contaminated air is affecting the pilot's ability to cognitively function, and if he starts to make mistakes, then the end result will be a plane crash.
We'll get everybody off the aircraft if we need to.
Contaminated air or fume events occur regularly on aircraft, no matter how old or new they are. They've caused near disasters like this flight into Malmö, Sweden in 1999, where both pilots were almost unconscious on landing. And fume events are also suspected in multiple aircraft crashes, like this tragedy in Greece in 2005, where a Boeing 737 slammed into a hillside, killing all 121 passengers and crew on board.
So in all of these cases where the plane has crashed and they put it down to pilot error, I would say some of those will absolutely be due to pilots being affected by contaminated air.
It's seriously impacted the way I can live.
When Ben Holmes began his career with Cathay Pacific, he was rated in the top echelon of pilots. But in 2002, he had his first experience of contaminated air in a Boeing 747. Becoming so physically ill, he couldn't take his shift at the controls.
I was convulsing, having almost full fits, and these were coming in waves, so one every 10 or 15 minutes. I thought I was having some sort of epileptic event. That's what it was like. It's the only way I can describe it.
But if the immediate effects were shocking, the long-term impact on Ben was even worse. He began suffering more serious health problems, including nerve and brain damage.
I had 2 really good doses of this stuff, and it's brought my health to the point where I can barely function.
It took barely 4 years from his first exposure to contaminated air for this former top pilot to realise he was no longer fit to fly. During that fateful night landing in Hong Kong in 2006.
100 feet.
It's like a blur. I really don't recall it very well. I recall parts very well, but I was just very sick. That's the only way I can describe it.
Were you making it up?
No.
Were you looking for a payout?
No. There's very little to gain from getting a very small payout at age 34 with 2 small kids and the rest of your life ahead of you. So no, I wasn't making it up.
So how much do you miss flying?
I don't think there's a day that goes by that I don't think about getting back there, definitely. I miss being able to work. I miss going to work. Ready?
Yep.
Go.
Ben's employer, Cathay Pacific, offered him no medical assistance and eventually fired him. His health, they said, was his problem. After many years and many blood tests, it was revealed he had high levels of toxic poisons called TCPs, components of jet engine lubricating oil that had leaked into his cabin air supply on at least 2 different flights.
It was quite a shocking realisation to actually get those results back.
Did it make you want to pick up that bit of paper with those results and take it to the airline and say, I didn't make it up, I'm sick, this is what you did to me?
I sent those results to the airline, and they just ignored them. I received no correspondence whatsoever from the airline.
No correspondence and no compassion?
No, they don't want to know about it. They don't want to know about it.
The way air circulates in a plane is a design decision. Many say Flaw, made by aircraft manufacturers at the very dawn of passenger jet travel in the 1960s. It was the cheapest option then, and it has never changed.
664, speedbird 664 is ready to go. Speedbird 664.
Do you accept that these people are suffering?
I accept that there are people suffering from some symptoms and signs, whatever the origin, yes.
Do you accept that these people are suffering because of exposure to contaminated air in the planes in which they're flying?
I don't know that. I don't know.
Professor Michael Bagshaw is former Chief Medical Officer for British Airways and currently a consultant to Airbus, part of an industry which for decades has consistently refused to even install monitors on aircraft to detect and warn of contaminated air aboard. Doesn't the airline have a responsibility to make sure that they're doing everything they can to make those planes safe, to keep those people safe?
Yes, and I think they are doing.
They're not.
So
they're not monitoring the air?
Because there is no way of monitoring the air at the moment, but a lot of money is being spent at the moment in trying to develop monitors. The monitors do not exist at the moment, they're in the prototype stage.
Is that at the heart of it, or is it that it's easier just to put your head in the sand, pretend this isn't happening?
No.
Don't incur the cost and belittle the people who claim that they have been damaged?
Certainly not.
Think about it. Every other enclosed environment, whether it be a submarine, whether it be in a deep mine, they all have contaminated air detection systems. So why doesn't an airplane have it? I would suspect it's because they know the things would be going off so often.
It's not just aircrew who are at risk. 60 Minutes conducted its own tests on random flights in Australia and internationally. In the cabins of over half the aircraft we tested, we found the residue of toxic engine oils, which passengers on those flights must have inhaled.
We've had 6 years of hell that could have been prevented.
6 years ago, Samantha Sabatino and her family were on a flight to Florida when contaminated air leaked into the cabin. She, her family, and dozens of other passengers on that flight have suffered long-term neurological and other health problems. You've got no doubt that what you're suffering today is through exposure to contaminated air on that flight.
I have no doubt, no, not whatsoever. There's a lot of passengers on that plane and they've all had and all still have ongoing medical problems.
All these people, they don't know each other. The only thing in common is they're on a particular flight where there has been a fume event. Now they're all sick. 6 years on, they're all sick with very similar symptoms. How do you explain that?
I can't explain that.
Well, could one explanation be that they were poisoned?
It is one it is an association. But we don't know that they were poisoned. We don't know that.
Tell me, what else could have happened to them?
I don't know.
Not knowing is a difficult position to maintain when even the manufacturers of the jet engine oil acknowledge its danger to health.
This product contains TCP. Overexposure to TCP by breathing of oil mist may produce nervous system disorders including gastrointestinal disturbances, numbness, muscular cramps and paralysis.
I accept that there are people who are unwell, and these people, health may well be being harmed by breathing in fumes, but there is no independent scientific evidence of that at the moment.
I guess the question is, what on earth are you waiting for? I mean, the oil companies continue to say that the heated product may be harmful by inhalation. They get it.
Yeah.
Why don't you get it?
Well, that is what they say, and I can't dispute what they say.
The possibility that airlines and aircraft manufacturers around the world may be poisoning their aircrews and passengers is terrible enough. But more terrible still is the suspicion that those same airlines and manufacturers may have known about this problem for decades and done nothing.
If people believed that the airlines were harming people deliberately and not taking every precaution, people wouldn't fly with them.
But we have consultants like you, and excuse me if this is offensive, but very much like the tobacco industry, consultants who are paid to say, trust us, it's safe.
Can I say I find that highly offensive?
Yeah.
Because I'm afraid I do. I am not paid to defend the industry.
The view is that there is a conspiracy at work here. Are you part of that conspiracy?
Certainly not, and I don't accept there's a conspiracy.
60 Minutes has obtained this internal memo from the Boeing aircraft company dated 2007. It's all about toxic air.
Some of the events have been significant in that the crew reported blue smoke with defined waves in the smoke.
A frustrated senior Boeing inspector is raising concerns with other Boeing executives and contractors about contaminated cockpit air, which from the tone of the memo seems to be a well-recognised problem within the company.
Who knows what the byproducts are in hot synthetic turbine oil? The data sheet has warnings about breathing the fumes.
It ends on a chilling note that lives need to be lost before Boeing will act.
Bottom line is, I think we're looking for a tombstone before anyone with any horsepower is going to take an interest.
That last line is to me, just says it all. They're treating people like a byproduct of the industry.
For Ben, this memo is proof that the industry's denial of his illness is no more than a cover-up. To see it in black and white in an internal memo from Boeing, what's that like?
It's an admission of guilt. That's exactly what it is. What that document is saying to me is that we will keep going doing what we're doing as long as we can get away with it.
While we're all vulnerable to being affected by these toxic fumes, it appears some people, like Ben, have specific sensitivity, which makes exposure for them catastrophic.
There's no getting around it. If you're flying on an airliner, you're breathing in poisons. It's that simple.
While Boeing refused our request to speak to those named in the internal memo we obtained, it provided a statement claiming the company would never put passengers at risk by ignoring or covering up data that could point to a problem with our airplanes. You can see the rest of the Boeing statement on our website.
Welcome back to 60 Minutes. I've just taken a flight unlike any I've ever experienced. The service was great, and I can't remember any turbulence, but the destination was bizarre. Having spanned the Pacific Ocean, I was flown to a strange and unknown airport in the middle of the searing Californian desert. It's called Victorville, and it's a place where planes go to die. Now, you might think A Flight to Nowhere is a story about the decline of the airline industry, but not necessarily so. It was a story I'd often heard, but never seen. An aircraft graveyard somewhere in the desert in the American West, like the legendary Elephant's Graveyard, a place where the jumbos of the air go to die. I'd always thought it was just another modern myth. It's not. Then, way in the distance, mirage-like, the latest arrival appears. But before this familiar plane lands, we need to start our journey back at the beginning. I have spent a good deal of my life, sadly, in this. OGG, Oscar Golf Golf, in the language of pilots like Captain Georgina Sutton, is a Boeing 767, which has been in Qantas's fleet for almost 25 years. This one plane has flown 5 million passengers, a distance equivalent to 140 trips to the moon and back. Can I kick the tyre?
Sure.
That's a hell of a tyre, isn't it? But now, OGG has only one more flight to complete. Even in these difficult times, or because of them, Qantas is upgrading its fleet. But renewal also means retirement. So, with a splash of red paint, the wings of the 767s are being clipped. Does it have a personality?
I think all aircraft have personalities, but I think the 767 as a fleet has a personality. All the pilots who've been on this aircraft love it. None of them want to leave. They want to stay on it till the end.
Terrific.
And say goodbye to it in a really appropriate way.
I've made the long trip across the Pacific Ocean more than 100 times, but never aboard a plane to a destination from which there would be no return.
Today we're gate 27 and your seat 47D.
Oh. Is there any chance of an upgrade?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Woolley, we don't have any available today.
The flight crew today, Captains Georgina Sutton and Helen Trenery, and First Officers Sonia Wastel and Donna Porter, between them have 60 years of experience on the 767.
It's unusual to probably have 4 women on the flight deck.
Men still outnumber women in the air.
Yes, they do, but I think it's more and more attractive, and there's a lot more women coming into aviation now.
I'm not sucking up to you, but I feel more confident with a woman pilot.
I think women have a fine eye for detail.
Yes, and you can do more than one thing at a time.
This is lucky. It's good we can.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, Mr. Woolley. Welcome. 47, straight down the rear of the aircraft.
Long way down. This aircraft may be a quarter of a century old, but being owned by Qantas means she's in excellent shape.
Planned route, maintain 5,000-1237.
But that's not enough to save OGG and the other 767s. The high cost of fuel has sealed their fate. Hence, the most unusual air trip I've ever taken. This is an all-economy flight, and usually as the plane starts to fill up, I would be worried that that fat man there is going to sit beside me, or the woman with a screaming baby on this side. But this is a flight to nowhere. I've got the whole plane to myself.
A very good morning to our special passenger Charlie on Qantas 6021 to Southern California. Just about ready to go. It's a lovely day for flying here in Sydney.
It seems today, much of Sydney Airport is waiting to say goodbye. As a mark of respect for the 767, the firefighters spray their best wishes. While the air traffic controllers, usually so businesslike, glow in their praise.
Qantas 6021 on behalf of our services, it's been an absolute pleasure looking after you in our skies. Runway 16 right, clear for takeoff and farewell.
Clear for takeoff, runway 16 right, thank you very much, Qantas 6021.
And with that, the always extraordinary marvel of flight begins as OGG, 160 tonnes of aircraft, launches skywards. On her 27,963rd and last flight for Qantas.
This aircraft has been absolutely fantastic for us. It's a little bit sad, but it's probably like having a really, really good car. Eventually, it's time to get a new car.
I'm the only passenger on a flight into the twilight zone. The novelty of having the plane to myself for 14 hours is amusing for about 10 minutes. Then, I must confess, it gets a little bit lonely.
Hello, Captain. Good to see you. There's no one to talk to back here. Starved for conversation.
How's it going?
It's going very well. How's the plane going?
It's going really well.
Does she know where she's going?
She knows where she's going.
Oh. She doesn't mind?
No, it's time. Absolutely not.
The next morning, our final destination, Victorville, approaches, and OGG makes another graceful arrival. Her work is now over.
It must be a bit of a sad moment though when you close the whole thing down.
For the last time, it's like a living being, yeah, we've turned it off.
And what button do you use for that?
Fuel control switches.
Victorville, in the middle of the Mojave Desert, is the perfect place to store aircraft because the dry heat means less chance of corrosion. It's why airlines from all over the world come here while they work out what to do with their old planes.
I'm seeing something that I've never seen before because airlines don't actually like you looking at this.
Oh, I suppose we'd like you to see the new, but it's something it's healthy to have a look and be respectful of the old.
They might be half a world away from home, but it's like a Qantas museum out here. 20 retired jumbos, 767s and 737s.
It's a strange place, isn't it, wandering around, just the eerie moan of the wind through the planes and nothing else. A little bit of mechanical clanking, loose parts. How do you feel about this place?
Yeah, mixed feelings, I think, Charlie. There's a lot of history here. We actually have a bit of a sentimental approach to aircraft, and I've just wandered around quietly here in my own time, having a look at some of the aircraft that I flew here. My first flight as a second officer in Qantas was on that aircraft over there to London, and the one behind it I flew the Queen. So they have got a lot of history.
And just like Georgina Sutton, Alan Milne, Qantas's head of engineering, has worked on most of these planes. It's not hard to share the nostalgia.
Funny, that's the story of my life. I must have been on every one of them.
I think the chances are pretty high, Charles, that most of these aeroplanes have been graced by your presence.
And I've outlived them.
You have.
Though they have been better maintained.
That's true.
But even though they look lost and abandoned, the Qantas planes hopefully still have a flying future. Unlike some of the other aircraft here, which are broken up for parts or end up on a scrap heap.
Follow me up.
I never got on this way.
Oh, I was going to say, it's not the normal way we let our customers board.
And once we climb up into the cockpit of this 747, Alan wants to show me these are all still viable aircraft, which, with the flick of a switch...
So the beast is going to come back to life.
She'll come back to life. They don't get powered up all that often, but as you see now that the power's on...
I thought it was dead.
No, she's still got plenty of life in her.
So, while they're too expensive for Qantas to operate, perhaps they can still be a good deal for someone else. And at just $30 or $40 million, a genuine bargain.
I'm a prospective buyer. I want you to sell this plane to me.
Fantastic service history. They've been maintained like no other aeroplanes in the world.
One owner?
One owner, been treated carefully.
Only driven by a little old lady on the Sunday?
Correct.
Despite the recycling, you might think that all of this looks a bit wasteful. But if we want to understand why there are so many planes parked here in the baking heat, we need to travel north, the length of the United States, because what we're seeing down here is the past, and what we'll be seeing up there is the future. In its Seattle factory, Boeing is flat out replacing all those retired aircraft we saw in the desert, and more. They're building 40 of these 737s alone every working month and still can't satisfy the demand as airlines everywhere, including Qantas, upgrade for fuel efficiency and greater passenger comfort. I've seen the future, and already I like it. But before I could drift off to sleep in the 747 of tomorrow, I had an appointment with Boeing's Randy Tinseth, the man you meet if you want to buy one of these things. The history of aviation has been so short, and look where we are now.
Yeah, those first airplanes were made of wood and fabric, and now the airplanes are actually made of a different type of fabric with the carbon fiber reinforced plastic or the composite material. Yeah, technology has driven this business.
Manufacturers like Boeing need to provide planes that are hugely more fuel efficient. These days, over time, fuel can cost more than the plane.
That they've been able to improve their efficiency 50, 60, 70% over the lifetime, and I'll tell you, every year in aviation, we improve the efficiency of our products another 1.5%. So I think we're doing all of the right things.
There are so many planes parked here in the desert, but I keep coming back to the familiar Qantas jets. In the last 5 years, the airlines bought 140 brand new planes to replace these old ones. It seems filling the aircraft graveyard just might be the best way for Australia's national carrier to survive.
It's easy to have a kind of Disney spell or a Thomas the Tank Engine thing happening here, but I feel that these planes are a little sad.
Well, some of them will fly again. The way I look at it here, they're with their friends. So maybe not so sad.
With their friends.
Indeed.
Welcome back. In the rugged and spectacular frontier of Papua New Guinea, there's an outrageous treasure hunt happening. Old warplanes, bombers and fighters that once battled to save us against the advancing Japanese during World War II are being plundered from the jungle. The historic wrecks are in demand by collectors and museums around the world. Some are worth millions of dollars. The problem is the warbirds belong to the government and people of PNG, although that seems to be no deterrent to Australian Robert Grynett. Like eerie skeletons, they lie scattered in the hills, valleys and swamps of Papua New Guinea. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of aircraft lost during World War II. And with them, the pilots who never made it home. Three-quarters of a century ago, the skies above New Guinea were the scene of a ferocious air war, as US and Aussie airmen fought desperately to push the Japanese Imperial Army from Australia's doorstep. Today, Deep within the jungles of PNG, hundreds of World War II aircraft wrecks are still to be discovered. After a half-day's trek with Pacific War enthusiast and historian Justin Talon, we find the remains of a US fighter that crashed here nearly 75 years ago. This wreckage is a priceless artefact of history. For the pilot's family and the US military, this is a war grave. The pilot's remains have still never been found. But for rich private collectors, this wreckage has a different value. It's a glittering prize worth serious money.
There are people all over the world willing to bend and break rules to acquire these aircraft at any price. They're worth millions of dollars.
We've uncovered a multi-million-dollar black market trade spiriting these aircraft wrecks out of Papua New Guinea for rich overseas collectors.
Turn the camera off, please.
And this is one of the men behind it, Australian Robert Grynett.
Tell me about the role of Australian Robert Grynett in the salvage of warplanes in Papua New Guinea.
Well, Robert Grynett, he has salvaged approximately 30 aircraft from PNG that we know of. In fact, many aircraft that he took from the country have been reported to be on-sold to other wealthy collectors in the United States and around the world.
In fact, according to an official PNG Parliament inquiry into what it considers the illegal removal of aircraft from the country, it's estimated Robert Grynett has taken at least 24 wrecked aircraft or major parts with a conservative value of $20 million. By law, every war wreck in PNG is the property of the landowner on which it rests and the PNG government. Each is entitled to compensation if such war relics are removed by overseas salvors.
Amazing.
I'm with Gary Juffa, Governor of PNG's Oro province near the head of the Kokoda track.
It's a B-24?
This beautiful B-24 Liberator is one of Oro province's war relic gems.
Gosh, it's pretty intact.
It is.
Many people forget the locals here fought beside the Australians and Americans in World War II, and they revere these relics as memorials.
You know, if I had my way, we could collect all these planes, rebuild them, and we would put them up in such a way so that people could come and remember and pay their respects. There are moments of history that have been left behind.
Gary Juffa's people are the owners of the land from which many of the World War II aircraft have been taken and sold overseas, with little or nothing coming back to them. Among them is this crown jewel of wrecks, a nearly intact B-17 bomber called the Swamp Ghost. Today, half a world away in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, the Swamp Ghost is now the prize exhibit in the Pacific Aviation Museum. The manner in which it came to be here, in part through the manipulations of Robert Grynett, is shameful. But he's not a man who wants to be questioned.
I know that you don't want to do an interview, but there are some very serious allegations that we want to put to you.
There are some very serious allegations about your behaviour as well.
Where have all the planes gone, Mr. Grynett? Where have they all gone? There are people in Papua New Guinea who want to know where all the planes have gone.
Gutani Yogani's clan is the rightful owner of the land from which the priceless Swamp Ghost B-17 was taken. He has a court order to prove it.
Okay, now the police threatened him and said, if you don't allow us to take this there will be trouble. I'll talk.
Mr. Yogani says he was threatened by local police in the pay of foreigners, forcing him to allow the swamp ghost to be taken from his land. How much money has this man received for the swamp ghost being taken from his land?
Absolutely nothing. Have you received anything? Yuksim samla money or no got all house line, yuksim money?
No money.
Nothing.
Robert Grynert, it appears, hoodwinked not only its traditional owners, but the Papua New Guinea government itself.
Do you believe the swamp ghost was stolen from the people of PNG?
I firmly believe it was.
In 2009, Robert Grynert signed this contract with Papua New Guinea so that he could take the swamp ghost out of the country for a rich American collector. It's a litany of broken or unfulfilled promises. Firstly, there's what Grynert promised to pay the landowners. The ludicrously low sum of $100,000 for one of the rarest aircraft in the world. Money they didn't receive in any case.
It's an artifact. It's a relic, but it's an artifact. It represents, it symbolizes a part of history of Papua New Guinea. And that part of history has been stolen. That's my opinion.
Grynert's 2009 contract also made an extraordinary promise. He would pay the equivalent of 750,000 Australian dollars to build PNG a new modern history museum and a replica of the swamp ghost. And he said all of this would happen within 9 months of the aircraft being taken. That was 7 years ago. There's no museum, no replica. But in Hawaii, the swamp ghost draws hundreds of thousands of paying visitors to Pearl Harbor every year.
Every time, and flew for 30 years as a passenger.
Ken DeHoff is the director of the Pacific Aviation Museum in Hawaii.
Well, welcome to the Swamp Ghost. This is a great airplane that actually came out of New Guinea. Well,
Ken's clearly very proud of his prize exhibit, the Swamp Ghost. How important is this B-17 for this wonderful museum?
It's extremely important. As I said, this was involved in one of the first attacks on the Japanese, and so in my view it's a hero.
We know that Mr. DeHoff has been directly informed of the promises Robert Grynert made when he took the Swamp Ghost. He denies at tours. Do you know anything about the deal that was struck between Robert Grynert and the Papua New Guinea government over this plane? I don't.
Here's what I would share with the people of New Guinea. Whether all the citizenry believes that the airplane was legal or not legal, so many people get to see this airplane here and to be able to hear the story and to be able to tell about what New Guinea is like.
Can I introduce you to somebody?
Please.
I'd like you to meet the governor of Oro Province. We flew Governor Gary Juffa from PNG to meet Mr. DeHoff.
Gary, how are you? What a pleasure.
Fine, sir.
The governor explained how the promises made to take the Swamp Ghost haven't yet been kept.
Those promises were apparently false. They were not promises that this party intended to keep, and they haven't kept them to date since they've taken the plane, you know. And
can you describe...
I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah. There's different people that have different views of what that, what those agreements are, and so I can say I apologize from a mankind standpoint that somebody would make an agreement with you and not honor that.
Yeah.
So if we give you the paperwork, will you go to the owners of the Swamp Ghost and ask them what on earth is going on?
I am controlled by a board of directors,
sure,
and I can reach out as far as they will allow me. I'm going to ask their advice before I do that, if I may.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a pleasure.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you were here. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Is this your first trip to Hawaii?
No, I did some studies here.
Gary, is it too late? Possession's 9/10 of the law. They've got the Swamp Ghost now.
Yeah, but You know, that doesn't undo the wrong. Having it doesn't mean that how they got it was right.
The magnificent World War II B-17 bomber, known as the Swamp Ghost, is only one example of the international trade in World War II aircraft taken from Papua New Guinea by this man, Australian Robert Grynett. Hello, Bob Grynett, Ross Coulthart from 60 Minutes. I'm just wondering, can we do an interview with you?
Actually, our solicitors has just been in touch with your lawyers, and the interview has been declined.
I know that you don't want to do an interview. Mr. Grynett denies any impropriety, but some of what he has done is brazen beyond belief. This derelict wreck may not look like much, but back when it was intact here, it was one of the rarest and most valuable World War II fighter planes of its type anywhere in the world. It's a P-38 Lightning fighter, one of the oldest of its type. It looked a lot better in its original condition when it was discovered in the late 70s, fully intact where it had ditched during World War II on a salt flat near Port Moresby. This fighter is a wreck now because Robert Grynett promised the PNG National Museum that he would restore and return it for static display in mint condition by 2005 at the latest. That's 11 years ago. Mr. Grynett has taken at least 6 warplanes or major parts of those aircraft from this ramshackle museum, sometimes with that same promise to restore and return them.
Why are these people involved in all of this? It's money. It's worth such money that people are prepared to go to extraordinary lengths to get their hands on them. And Robert has pulled one of the greatest frauds in World War II aircraft recovery history.
Ben Morgan is a former board member of the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society, or HARS, based near Wollongong. Robert Grynett is a life member of HARS. To help convince the PNG government to allow him to export warplane wrecks, Mr. Grynett said he was doing so on behalf of the Australian Restoration Society. But that's not what his fellow members of HARS were told.
I had been told right from the outset that the aircraft were Robert Grynett's private business and that he undertook recoveries in Papua New Guinea and he was restoring these aeroplanes for wealthy American clients or South African clients.
So it was your understanding that this was nothing at all to do with HARS?
Yeah, that's correct.
This 1998 export agreement with the PNG Museum is signed by Mr. Grynett, supposedly representing the HARS Museum. It's a fraud. Grynett had no authority to make such an agreement. Even the Society's seal is a forgery. John Brooker was the Vice President of HARS and a former Secretary in 1998. So let me be clear about this, John. This is a forgery.
Yes.
This is not the seal of the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society.
No, it's not.
What was in it for Robert Grynett to use HARS's name?
A lot of money. Full stop, a lot of money. These aeroplanes are priceless artefacts.
In fact, 4 former HARS committee members have complained about Grynett's alleged misuse of the HARS name to the New South Wales Fair Trading Department. The Minister has referred the matter to the New South Wales Police Fraud Squad.
I think that, in all honesty, there needs to be a thorough investigation into exactly what has gone on with regard to the recovery of these aeroplanes. The people of PNG and the government of PNG are owed an explanation. Robert has made clear that he's not prepared to give one.
The PNG Parliamentary Report details over 24 extremely valuable warplanes and major warplane parts that it says were exported illegally by Grynet, many of them now sold or traded by the Australian to rich overseas collectors and museums.
So you're suggesting basically that some 30 plus aircraft, including the Swamp Ghost, are technically proceeds of crime.
Absolutely. And if they're proceeds of crime, there is a convention to which the US and Papua New Guinea and Australia are parties to, under the United Nations Convention on the Proceeds of Crime, that this should be returned.
But why don't you do the correct thing and actually account to the people of PNG for the assets that you've taken from their country?
It's all been fully accounted for.
No, they haven't.
Well, I mean, I wish I could have known him. But, you know, he died.
But there are those more intimately connected to these wonderful aircraft for whom they are the war graves of loved ones whose disturbance is a sacrilege.
Yeah, and he could have been my favorite uncle, you know, but sadly, he was dead.
Jack Schaus's uncle, John Weldon, was a wartime hero to his family and to his country. Weldon had movie star good looks and by all accounts was a gunfighter pilot.
I mean, people die, but if other people can carry memories with them, that means he's never dead.
John Weldon was part of an air war over New Guinea in which 300 Allied fighters were lost on a single day.
Has anyone ever come to you, Jack, and told your family what did happen to John Weldon?
No. No.
So for 70 years it's been a mystery?
Absolutely.
These young men who died in a place they barely knew, fighting for their country and your country, deserve to be properly treated.
Dr. Alexander Christensen is a US military forensic archaeologist. He's part of America's ongoing commitment to find and recover the remains of US service personnel missing in action. But the American MIA team will almost certainly never find the remains of John Weldon, because before they had the chance to examine the wreck of his P-38 fighter, it was salvaged by a group who passed it on to Robert Grynet.
What about the warplane of John Weldon? Do you know the name of the American pilot?
I do.
Do you know that he's still
by the MIA?
That's not what they say.
Okay, well that's fine.
The Americans say that you have disturbed a war grave, sir.
I would say for us to properly recover and identify their remains, we need all of the information that is available in an archaeological site. And we need to properly excavate that site to get that information.
Governor Gary Juffa is calling for a police investigation into Grynet's private trade in Papua New Guinea's war relics before any more are taken. So there are more. You know of more.
There are more.
And you know more than the treasure hunters know.
We know exactly where they are. The tribes and clans of this province know exactly where all the planes are.
But until Gary Juffa can rally his government to act, men like Robert Grynet will continue to see these aircraft as rich takings from a desperately poor country.
These war relics represent the sacrifices made by our people during the war effort. And it is the negligence of the Papua New Guinean government to fail to make an effort to gather, preserve, present all these relics so that the future generations can remember the sacrifices that these great people made.